Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Campaign for Marshall, a Dark Horse. The top war has just ended. Sengoku resigned as Marshal and Garp took a back seat. Marine begins civil conscription. The world structure is undergoing unprecedented changes. At this moment, a young man was born, and he passed the test all the way, and made a big difference in the Marine recruitment. He was soon promoted to Admiral with Fujitora and Ryokugyu. Everyone knows that a new Marshal will be born in this Admiral. Today is a crucial day to decide the Marshal candidate. Akainu was the first to step onto the podium, with a stern voice. Might's wrist was exposed. I will lead Marine to destroy all the pirates in the world. Yo! The supporters in the audience instantly frowned. Support Marshal Akainu. The second person who came to power was Kyuzan Admiral. The warmest person ate the coldest fruit. He was not a fighting faction. He proposed to use the pirates to check and balance each other, rather than to break this balance and lead to more killings. Kyuzan's speech was also a compliment, and many Marines actually don't seem to have their heads on their trousers all day long. Peace is fine. Anyone who wants to compete for Marshal. Marine Supreme Commander Kong asked about it routinely, but of course it was just a procedure. After all, apart from Kyuzan and Akainu who were Kizaru who clocked in at work, Kizaru would never be interested in the Marshal. As for the newcomers Ryokugyu, Fujitora, and Ron, the three newcomers, will not compete for the Marshal over their own strength. To be fair, though, Kong had to ask. Since not, then vote. Wait a minute. Ron stood up suddenly, straightened his shirt very shyly, and then walked onto the podium with everyone's confused eyes. Mr. Marshal, please let me go. Only then did Kong react. This kid really came to run for the election. I can't help frowning. Aren't you humiliating yourself, the newcomer? Apart from the fact that his strength is like that, don't think who will support you? However, after thinking about it, Kong gave up the position to Ron. Okay. Cough cough. Ron held the leadership position very stinky, then spread his hands, and said slowly, starting today, all Marines will leave work on time, 9 to 5, double the salary, and 10 times the overtime salary. All benefits. Double, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, all holidays are off, all Marine's children, all arrange work. Marine can also receive a bounty for catching pirates. To be honest, many Marines met Ron for the first time, although they had long heard about the Marine recruiting and the youngest Admiral at the age of 25. But it was the first time I saw the real person. It looks very lazy, some long hair, covering the eyes. With a tall and straight figure, angular face, and a playful smile, there is no justice in the whole body. Even on such serious occasions, with a barbecue in one hand. Nothing but handsome. However, this is not important. The most heartening thing was what Ron had just said. For most of the Marines who come to work to support their families, this is more practical than destroying Marine Hiroshi Yang justice. Getting off work early and paying double the salary is what many people dream of. Excited just thinking about it. But Kong doesn't understand the truth, and neither does Akainu. It's undeniable that they may really be Marines for the sake of justice in their hearts. I can't help but despise Ron in my heart. It's no wonder that you can be elected as the Marshal. But don't think about it, not everyone has this dream, most people just want to work to support their families. With a limited salary, doing a limited job, that's all. Kizaru should understand this. Judging from the startled look in his eyes, this guy will definitely vote for Ron in a moment. Okay, so start voting now. Kong took the microphone, wiped the grease on it in disgust, and then announced loudly. He didn't have any hope for Ron at all. A newcomer, Admiral, had no supporters in Marine at all except for the real pervert. It would be strange to be able to choose a marshal this way. I just hope that he doesn't lose too badly for a while. Kong even wants to vote for him a little bit. If there is no one vote for the 100,000 Marine, it's not good for Ron to come down. After all, he, the General Marshal, still has to consider the prestige of his subordinates. That old man, come and cast a vote first, it's almost time to get off work, so I'll leave first after voting. Kizaru put down his nail clippers and stood up slowly. No one thought that he would be the first to vote. Both Kyuzan and Akainu stared intently at Kizaru, wondering if the old man was supporting them. Sengoku is also not sure what this subordinate thinks. Kizaru's strength is far from what he has shown. Since he joined the army, he and Akainu have been called monsters in Marine. It's just that somehow he became more and more lazy, and he wasn't even interested in the position of marshal. So, who will he vote for? I saw that Kizaru walked straight to Ron Admiral and put the ballot in his hand in front of him. Under the stunned eyes of Kyuzan and Akainu, Kizaru had already left the scene. There was an uproar. It's also the beginning of voting. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 2, Invitation to Chat Group, It's Time to Come. At this moment, the scene was out of Kong's control. 99% approval rate, Ron became the Marshal of Marine after Sengoku. Thank you for your support. After work, let's go home. Ron delivered the only sentence of the Marshal's inauguration. Suddenly the crowd cheered. Ron had just donned his Marshal's cape and turned to leave. In a previous life, Mr. L. Yusun once said that a speech should be like a woman's miniskirt, the shorter the better. L. Yusun, yes, the truth of the world is either what I said or what the Buddha said. He still agrees with this sentence. Ron has been in the pirate world for many years. Before that, he was the owner of a small company who worked and fished around. When I came to pirate world, I never waited for the system, and accidentally ate a blue devil fruit. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be chakra fruit, and then Ron got unlimited chakra. It's really limitless. Ron once tried to plant the cliffs on both sides of the Ui soil continent with trees, and he used the world of trees wall, and he never felt that chakra was consumed at all. To this day, the rumors that the Ui mainland has been greened overnight are still talked about by the masses. Of course, chakra fruit is just infinite chakra. As for these ninjutsu, Ron himself figured it out based on the memory of Hokage ninjas. Stop! Just as Ron was about to leave, Akainu stood up, and he absolutely couldn't accept this result. Akainu! Remember, I'm a marshal now, next time let me hear you talk like that, no one can keep you. Ron stopped, and a strong wind blew through his hair, revealing an eye with a black tomo in ripples. Tomorin again. In stark contrast to the other eye with black whites and white pupils. Clean eyes. The awakening of the chakra fruit brought great changes to Ron's constitution. This is the first time all Marines have seen Ron's eyes. Usually, because of the hair covering, they can't imagine that their marshal turned out to be a different pupil. The two eyes are not only strange, but also different. From then on, there is the title of Marshal belonging to Ron. Marshal, different eyes, Ron. Under Ron's eyes. In an instant, a strong coercion shocked the audience. Ron knew that if they didn't show their strength to frighten this group of people at this time, they would not really agree with the Marshal. After all, at such a young age, there are bound to be people who will disagree. Akainu involuntarily took a step back, and the sense of oppression that Ron showed just now made him subconsciously feel surrendered. However, he still disapproved of Ron being a marshal, bit Kaiba, and continued, I'm going to duel with you, if you win, I'll be happy to call you marshal, but, if you lose. Okay, I'll give you this chance to challenge me. Akainu was interrupted by Ron's words, and there was no need to listen to his assumptions, because it was absolutely impossible. Everyone present was shocked. It was the first time I saw an Admiral level battle. I don't know if Marineford can withstand the devastation of two general-level powerhouses. You change the place, don't destroy the Marine headquarters. Sengoku, who took a back seat, reminded loudly. He doesn't know Ron's strength, but Akainu is the Logia Devil Fruit Awakener after all. One accidental battle for 3 days and 3 nights can turn Marineford into a volcano. No, it's fine here, he won't last until then. Ron brushed his hair behind his head. Suddenly, he turned into a handsome man with sword eyebrows and star eyes, but he very much echoed the temperament of a marshal. Suddenly, there was a sound in his mind, which made Ron startled. This is a cold mechanical sound, a bit like Alipay arrives at 0.5 yuan, that Ron had heard in his previous life. Dimensional Chat Skirt invites you to join the group chat, do you agree? Ron's first reaction was, I've already become a marshal, so you're here? What do you want? After thinking about it, chat group? In my previous life, I like to go fishing at work, chat in groups, play games, and so on. Now, just to solve the problem of boredom at work, and by the way, let's see what big guys are in the group. Maybe even meet acquaintances. After a little thought, Ron chose agree without hesitation. At the same time, a picture instantly appeared in Ron's mind. It's still a video chat. Immediately afterwards, a system voice without the slightest emotion came. The initial default is video chat, the group owner can modify it back to text chat. Then, the 4 faces looked at each other. A woman with short purple-black hair and a middle school uniform spoke first, welcome to the newcomers. We arrived half an hour earlier than you, by the way, I forgot to introduce, I am the bird swim Liahua with the true eyes of the evil king. The second girl is still in junior high school at the moment. Pfft. Ron guessed it when he saw the blindfold, and he couldn't help laughing when he heard her say that. This middle school girl wouldn't think this is a middle school disease exchange group. Sure enough, Ron really got it right, and he really thought so when Zionai Liahua joined in. Because what the other 2 group members talk about is completely in line with the style of her middle-aged circle. Especially the yellow-haired boy who was working on documents at his desk. Zhang talked eloquently about his own story of saving the world. He claimed to be the village chief, and he knew ninjutsu. He was a civil servant, and he married and had children early. He was a winner in life. This made Zionai Liahua find the organization in an instant. This guy is too good at making up stories. Welcome to the newcomers, I'm the only official in the group. Isn't this Naruto? How could it be so false? Ron looked at Naruto Yintang's darkening, vain footsteps, and a look of kidney failure. He was no longer the boy he used to be. New guy, what's your name? Look at your clothes, are you a soldier? The last person to speak, Ron, is familiar with him. The only 7 psychics in Academy City are level 5, and the third is Mikoto Misaka. My name is Ron, I'll talk about it later, I'll teach one person first, children cover their eyes and don't look. Chapter 3, The Battle of the Marshal with Akainu. When he heard that Ron was going to teach people a lesson, Naruto immediately became interested, as if he remembered the years when his love was burning. Naruto, do you need a helper or not? I fight very well, there is no enemy that I can't solve with a ball. Misaka Mikoto, I can help too though I'm not very good. Zionai Liahua, don't worry, we are all a group, that is a family, you tell me where you are, I will help you, my evil king's true eyes are the strongest. Who had just taken a step to teach Akainu a lesson, stumbled and nearly fell. This middle school sick girl, Jiaja and Naruto are both really talented and learned. Your evil king's real eyes are just wearing a blindfold, okay. If you really come, any marine can cry at you. Feelings, you really think this is the second disease exchange group? However, Naruto and Sister Kanon are unknown, so I really thought that Zionai Liahua is a strong person, especially Naruto, who is very familiar with the pupil technique. Will I sounds stronger. This group is so weird. The evil king's true eyes should be kept for next time. This trivial matter is not worth using your evil king's true eyes. Ron also thought it was interesting, and did not expose Zionai. However, what he said made Naruto and Sister Pao feel that Zionai was an unfathomable person. Because Ron's next performance is really too strong. How strong is the true eye of the evil king who can be praised by such a strong man? After the war, Marineford was in ruins, the headquarters building had collapsed, and the Inner Bay Plaza was also torn apart. Ron and Akainu stood facing each other, and all the sailors were watching from a distance, for fear of harming Chayu. Ron, be careful. Garp said in vain. This sentence left Kong and Sengoku scratching their heads for a while. Garp, what do you mean? Do you think that little guy can beat Akainu? Kong said with a questioning face. He recommended Akainu as the marshal, not only because of Akainu's absolute justice, but also because of his strength. Kong knew that Akainu was very strong, really strong. His strength has already surpassed the level that Admiral should have. Sengoku also doesn't know why his old friend said that, because Garp has never been such a serious person, it is a miracle that he didn't pick his nose and eat senbei at this moment. Garp, you're not afraid that Ron will hurt Akainu, are you? Sengoku knew that battles at their level were basically 5-5, and it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. How big the gap can be between Admiral, and whoever has better physical strength in the end. Who knew that Garp suddenly said seriously, no, I was afraid that Ron accidentally killed Akainu. What? Sengoku was shocked. He didn't think Garp was joking. Since Garp can say that, it proves that Ron has this ability. This is what surprised Sengoku. Even he wasn't sure about killing Akainu, let alone a 25-year-old. However, only Garp knew how terrifying this kid was. Because Garp had met Ron a long time ago, when Ron was in his teens. He was beating up his grandson at the bar in Maginot. Garp remembered that he had a conflict with him at the time, but he didn't expect that guy to use a skill called Susanoo to fight back and forth with him. Although he didn't do his best at the time, the other party was only a teenager in his teens. After he left the windmill village, his grandson's strength suddenly increased greatly, and he still had a second-grade move. Ron taught Luffy how to think. Don't worry Garp, if I get rid of him, who will do the work for me? How can a boss kill all his employees, then who will do the dirty work in the future? Arrogant. Akainu said disdainfully. These admirals, Kizaru can match his own strength, and the title of marine monster is not for nothing. As for the others, Akainu really didn't care. Mention this 25-year-old hairy boy. Dark Hound. Akainu went all out from the beginning and launched the strongest single attack directly. Fear of the scorching high temperature, the space was distorted, and Akainu's right arm turned into billowing magma. The next moment, he came directly to Ron. So fast. Naruto saw Akainu's movements through the video. As the first brother of the ninja world, he naturally saw Akainu's strength. The temperature of this flame has completely exceeded the Katon, fire style, he knew. Even across the screen, he could feel that as long as he touched it, he would be killed or injured. He is definitely a top-level powerhouse, even if you fight against him, you have to use all your strength. Misaka Mikoto also widened his eyes and said incredulously, it's so strong, I'm not his opponent. She could feel that the man's flowing body was not something she could attack, and his speed and attacking power were not above himself, perhaps only Accelerator who ranks first can be his opponent. Zionai was very excited. I didn't expect that these people could play better than myself. The special effects were so powerful, especially before they made a move, they shouted Dark Hound. To release skills is to shout out. Come on, Ron. Don't worry, I will use the evil king's real eyes to save you when there is danger. When Naruto heard the words, his face was startled, and he said in admiration, "Boss! What a powerful pupil technique!" Naruto is ashamed, and with his power, he is currently unable to intervene in Ron's battle across time and space. Misaka Mikoto, so this seemingly ordinary kid in the group is the real master. Zionai Aoyuhua suddenly covered his eyes and made an uncomfortable look. "No, my eyes are moving, I can't control his power." Puff! Ron slipped and almost got kicked by Akainu's Dark Hound. "You are going to die of laughing at me, aren't you?" Chapter 4, My Lord, Times Have Changed. Boom! Akainu's figure suddenly stopped in front of Ron, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move one bit. As if there was an invisible barrier in the middle. Akainu's expression changed suddenly. The next instant, a powerful repulsive force spurted out, directly knocking Akainu into the air. Then Ron stretched out a finger, and a breath that was so familiar to Naruto hovered up. I saw that the blue chakra kept spinning, getting bigger and bigger. Of the Fujitora meteorite. Ron has unlimited chakra, as long as he wants, this Raise Nan can be as big as he wants. Anyone present could feel the power of that giant ball. As soon as Ron threw it out, Marineford would be destroyed, no one would doubt it. Akainu climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and couldn't believe Ron's strength was so terrifying. "I admit defeat." Knowing that he was not an opponent, Akainu had to bow his head and sigh. He was a notch behind Ron, and it was pointless to fight like this. "Martial Ron! Martial Ron! Martial Ron!" Field, Marine was blown up in an instant, and they all waved their flags and cheered, raising their arms and shouting. They didn't expect that the new marshal not only benefits so well, but also has such terrifying strength. Sengoku and Kong looked at each other. Akainu lost, although there was no big battle, but this was the most frightening, and the battle ended in an understatement, which shows that the strength of the two is not at the same level. This scene was also seen by 3 other people through the video of the chat group. The most shocking is Naruto. This turned out to be a Raise Nan? My big ball Raise Nan isn't even 1% his size. What an amazing chakra! The newcomer is still the marshal. Which one is bigger, the marshal or the village chief? Misaka Mikoto lived in an era where there was no such clear hierarchy. She knew that both of them were officials, but she couldn't tell which one was higher. Naruto was embarrassed for a while, pretending to continue processing the documents on the table. Zionai Aoyuhua suddenly said, "Of course it's the marshal. The marshal is much better than the village chief. The village chief is the smallest official here, there are many, but there is only one marshal." Little bird Turing Liuhua is telling the truth, and this is indeed the case in the modern life system. However, Naruto was really taken aback. He thought little bird Turing Liuhua had the same worldview as his own, and couldn't help but sigh, this woman who knows pupils is really terrifying. Arcade-level powerhouses everywhere in their place? Now, is there anyone who opposes my release of the marshal? Give you one last chance and challenge me. Ron said in a deep voice. Support Marshal Ron. There was cheers from the field, and it's time to wait if you don't make a statement at this time. Ron looked at everyone in the audience, and his goal was achieved. In order to secure this position, the shock of strength is essential. Akainu, how about you? When Akainu heard the words, Vivi was stunned, and then he remembered that he had said that if he lost, he would accept Ron as a marshal. Always do what you say. See Marshal Ron. Ron is very satisfied with Akainu's attitude. Although this guy is unscrupulous for justice, there is no problem with his position as a soldier. Now, I'm announcing. Ron picked up the loudspeaker and continued to the crowd. Abandoning Marineford as Marine headquarters. Wow! There was another cry of exclamation from the audience, and it was unexpected that Marshal Ron's first order after taking office was this. Marshal Sengoku was the first to stand up against it. Children's play. The underwater prison, impel down, and Marineford are connected to each other. How can you give up if you say you give up? Where do you want to build your new headquarters? Ron looked up at the UI soil continent, and then said, "It's built on the UI soil continent." "No. Absolutely not. I disagree." Sengoku was furious that he had never heard of the marine headquarters being built there. "Bullshit. Mr. Sengoku, you may be mistaken, this does not require your consent, the current marshal is me." "You." Sengoku didn't expect Ron to be so tough when he first became a marshal, and he didn't give himself any face at all. Kong frowned slightly. "I'm against it too, only Tenryubito can be on the UI continent, why are you and a marine on it?" "Objection is void." "Stop, I ordered you as the general marshal, and you are not allowed to go to the UI mainland." Kong deliberately increased the volume, just to tell the people present, who is in charge here. "Times have changed, do you see anyone following your orders?" Ron smiled and did not speak, and then 100,000 sailors, plus all the high-level cotters, followed behind Ron and evacuated Marineford collectively. Kong was dumbfounded. It was unreasonable that he was not as prestige as the general marshal of his own. Chapter 5, Is this marshal very reliable? Kong said angrily, "Who gave you the right to change Marine's working hours and remuneration privately?" Hearing this sentence, Ron slowly stopped, turned to stare at Kong, and asked, "Then who was in the front when catching the pirates? Was that you?" "Presumptuous, I am the commander-in-chief, what a proper way to rush in front." "Bah, the sailors are the ones rushing in front, and it's them who are risking their lives, and they deserve the best treatment. Can you hold Marineford without them?" "Without them, you go catch the pirates yourself." "Are you still the marshal without them?" "Don't give the horses to graze, but let the horses run, it's beautiful." Ron's remarks deeply touched the hearts of 100,000 Marines. At this moment, they felt that the new marshal was standing with them, and this marshal really understood them. Scholar die for the confidant. From today onwards, the morale of the Marines is high. The training is also more active than before, the patrol is more motivated than before, and the efficiency of catching pirates is also skyrocketing. You! Kong almost died of anger. The new era of Marine is coming. Garp looked at Ron's back, sighing. This kid is so lawless, how can he lead Marine like this? Sengoku's angry beard turned white. He didn't expect that Ron would dare to do this as soon as he became a marshal. "Staff officer," he suddenly interjected and said, "but Marine just listens to him. This young man is not easy." Kong's angry punch smashed the iron gate next to it, and the half-meter thick iron gate was like waste paper in Kong's eyes. It is absolutely impossible for Ron to build the Marine headquarters on the UI soil. What kind of formality is this? It is not so easy to build a Marine headquarters. We must stop them from doing so before they are built. 100,000 Marine looked at the bare UI continent, not knowing where to start. Although the marshal ordered the headquarters to be moved here, but what to build? There are no materials here, except for soil, which is soil. How can we start construction without wood? Marie Joyce can't be demolished to build the Marine headquarters. Why don't you talk to the marshal? I'm not going. You don't see the commander-in-chief's face, and he won't give it to him. Why don't I go and scold me? Stop talking nonsense and find a way to build it. Whispering what? Ron was the last to come out of Tomo Rin-Egan's space door. It seems that it is necessary to build a machine that can freely go up and down the UI continent. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for so many Marines to go to UI mainland. Tina and Mole Vice Admiral looked at each other, just the two of them talking. But they dare not say it again face to face. Tashiji was still quite reckless, and said directly, "Report, there are no building materials here, and the construction cannot be completed at all." This was the first time she had spoken to the new marshal, and she was a little nervous and her heart was pounding. This marshal is too young. You're not bad, stay and be my deputy in the future. Ron glanced at Tashiji, just as he was missing a secretary. Sengoku's leadership team must be replaced. One emperor and one courtier. Ron still had to use his own handyman. Ah! Tashiji exclaimed. This surprise came too suddenly. She is only a sergeant now, and the marshal's deputy can only be a colonel or above. However, what Tashiji didn't know was that her nightmare had just begun, and she was either on the way to find the marshal or helping others find the marshal. Many of the Marines present were regretting it. The marshal's deputy is simply on the rise. I really want to slap myself. Why didn't I just start out like Tashiji? Who would have thought that this year's marshal's deputy would be so casual? Suddenly a yellow light flashed. Hey? There's no wood at all. Marshal Ron, what are you going to do? Borsellino, aren't you off work? Marshal Ron, 10 times overtime pay, I just went to deal with 2 supernovas just now. Kizaru still said slyly that for Marshal Ron, he was definitely the most supportive in Marine. Ron didn't look back, just put his hands together, feeling the restlessness of chakra in his body. This Kizaru is really well paid and more efficient than anyone else. He gave himself a performance boost on his first day as a marshal. What a terrible energy! Kizaru, who was closest to Ron, said seriously. It was a bit slow. The fishbone got stuck in my throat, and it became inflamed after I got it out. It hurts when I swallowed. I felt so irritable and couldn't concentrate. I will continue to code and strive for more on the first day. I hope everyone will bear with me. Chapter 6, Reimburse the bounty of these 2 pirates. Sensing the violent energy mobilization around Ron, Kizaru instinctively turned into a spot of light and left the dangerous place. Ron turned his back to 100,000 Marine, and in front of him was the endless UI continent. Not far away is Marie Joyce. Mokuton, wood style, crazy house building art. Of course, this was what Ron read in his heart. If it was changed to little bird swimming Liuhua, he would have shouted it out in a serious way, but Ron couldn't afford to lose that person. An instant, the UI Earth continent trembled slightly, and the soldiers clearly felt the ground shaking. In the next instant, countless woods rose from the ground, automatically assembled in the air, and the rumbling sound resounded through the sky. The sailors all stared at the magnificent scene in front of them. There are countless grass and mud horses galloping past in my heart, this is too fucking outrageous. Originally, they thought that the Marine headquarters, which would take a year and a half to be put into use, was now in front of them, frantically building at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wood seems to be conscious of itself. Needless to say, the doors, windows and walls have wood carvings and embossed decorations. After a while, everything was calm, the earth was no longer trembling, the sky was no longer roaring, and a gigantic building appeared in front of me, with carved beams and painted buildings, magnificent, majestic and majestic. Simply art. With the help of the half-hearted Mokuton, wood style, Yamato of the wood industry spent several days in the wood industry to build so many small houses, and was still tired and out of breath. But Ron Chakra is simply useless. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Kakashi had to carve a dog's head on it using the earth flow wall. What are you still doing? Hurry up and paint. Ron said to his subordinates. Ron's Mokuton, wood style, does not have the paint function. Although the Marine headquarters in front of you is magnificent, it is antique wood after all. However, at this moment, 100,000 Marines are still immersed in this incredible miracle. Report to Marshal, Marshal Ron. A soldier was trembling, afraid to look into Kong's eyes. Come on, don't be silly. Kong said angrily, where did they build the Marine headquarters, and immediately close all passages to the top of the UI soil continent. If there is no material, I will see how they build it. Marshal Ron and the others have finished their work, and the sailors are currently painting, said the soldier, risking a rage. Fuck! How can it be so fast? I don't think even the tent is finished. General Marshal, there are photos here. The soldier knew that Kong would definitely not believe it, because if he was himself, he would never believe it, so he took a photo to testify. Kong grabbed the photo with a disdainful expression on his face, thinking it was at most a temporary small house. Looking down, his face changed instantly. This is a small house, it is even more spectacular than his marine headquarters. In the photo, Ron is lying on a beach chair, and 100,000 sailors are holding wooden barrels, painting every corner. He couldn't help but want to work in this artistic building. The boat was done, and Ron was now in control of the army again. Kong could only sigh and sit back in his chair. Let's see, I don't believe that Marine, who is so rambunctious and has no military discipline, can deter pirates. As long as Ron is in power, if no effective measures are taken and the pirate forces are still rampant, then as the General Marshal, he is qualified to remove Ron. Marshal, this is the list of 2 pirates escorted by Kizaru Admiral, ex-Drake and Killer. The soldier then said. What? What did that guy from Kizaru do? Are you sure? Kong asked repeatedly, showing how incredible this matter was to him. Kizaru, when did he become so active? And now it's off-duty time. Usually even if a pirate walks past him, he doesn't bother to care. General Marshal, I'm very sure. When I secretly went to UI mainland to take pictures, I was discovered by Marshal Ron. He asked me to take these 2 lists to you for reimbursement. The 2 people have a total of 477 million Baileys. Puff. Kong vomited out a mouthful of old blood. My voice is getting better, and if I think this book is good, I'm going to start getting sick. When I went to the backstage today, I found that a flower rose. Can you tell me which eldest brother was so naughty and voted for the younger brother? Chapter 7, Evil King True Eye and Ron, who is the strongest in the group? Kizaru, this kid is more than successful. Kong slapped the table, bit Kaiba, and gnashed his teeth. This Kizaru arrested a total of 2 people, one of whom was Marine's undercover agent. Drake's identity as an undercover agent is highly classified, and there are many undercover agents like him. Sengoku Garp knew about this secret army, and even Ron, who had just become a marshal, hadn't taken over. However, now, this Ron is taking Drake to reimburse him for the wanted fee. No wonder Kizaru voted for Ron so happily, a raccoon dog. Kong can't announce Drake's identity to the outside world, otherwise all the undercover work for so many years will be useless, and he can only admit it. How can this not make Kong angry? This Drake is useless. Kong has forgotten that Kizaru shot, if Glint Glint fruit is real, who can run? Ayo. Yo, why does it feel like someone is talking ill of the old man behind his back? It's so scary. Kizaru said lazily. Akainu was right next to him, and he was the one who despised Kizaru's lazy appearance the most, with no marine style at all. You old man, why didn't you vote for me at that time? Akainu said angrily. Hey? You and Ron are more than 90,000 votes apart, and it's useless for me to be one more. Fart, it's just that you want to get off work on time and get more wages. Fine snee. Kizaru suddenly realized. Akainu and Kizaru were in the same class of marine recruit, and Kyuzan was a little later than both of them. The dialogue between Kizaru and Akainu is the same as Sanji and Zoro. It's easy to get mad if you don't agree. 100,000 marines painted together, and it was completed in a few minutes. Yes, everyone is working overtime today, let's go back. Everyone cheered and cheered. Unexpectedly, after painting for a while, they were paid 10 times the usual salary. Marshal Ron, the tomato juice you want? Kyuzan Admiral has been frozen. Tashigi nervously put a UI-colored drink next to Ron's beach chair. This was her first task as the Marshal's deputy, and she was a little nervous. It was strange to see Ron lying there, the expression on his face changing, as if he was chatting with someone. The big guys are really different. With the appearance of the new headquarters, the people in the group were silent for a moment. This kind of building scale and this magnificent visual impact are rarely seen in their world. This is the second time Naruto has seen an army with a scale of 100,000. That is the strength of 5 powerful countries. I didn't expect that this newcomer, Ron, could control such a powerful force by himself. It really is not a big man who can be compared to a village chief. Misaka Mikoto has a lot of knowledge today, and even the superpowers like them have never heard of such stunts as building high-rise buildings on the ground. Can't help but let Sister Pao fall into contemplation. Maybe this man can stop accelerators killing. In order to reach Leave 6. Only Zionio Liuhua couldn't feel Ron's strength at all. She thought it was also a middle-aged illness, but she still admitted that this handsome brother named Ron was really good at acting. As expected of my favorite opponent, Ron, my evil king's true eye messenger has acknowledged your strength. Zionio Liuhua covered her blindfold with one hand and said with a stern expression. Misaka Mikoto exclaimed, could it be? Is Liuhua going to use her real strength? Seeing that Ron is so strong, the woman who can say these words must also be strong, right? Misaka Mikoto thought so. Naruto also came to the spirit, the pupil technique that can cross time and space is about to appear. Because Zionio Liuhua said before that he could rescue Ron with the true eyes of the evil king, Naruto preconceived that this guy was very strong. Intervening in Ron's battle across time and space, he couldn't do it anyway. Zionio Liuhua was very satisfied with the reaction of the two people in the group, but seeing Ron's sluggish look, he didn't seem to feel his strength yet. Looks like it's time to show him off. Admit it. Recognize the power of my evil king's true eye messenger. Zionio Liuhua gently moved the eye mask with his fingers, and gestured to take it off. Every movement affects the tense heartstrings of Naruto and Sister Kanon. This is the strongest force. Can it really attack Ron across dimensions? Really been waiting. I didn't expect that there are such strong people in the group. Ron, let you see the true power of my evil king's true eyes. Not interested. Ron took the tomato juice that Tashigi brought, and iced tomato juice had always been his favorite. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Just let you see how his seal is lifted. The wind came from nowhere, the fan was secretly turned on, blowing the fine hair, the bird swims with 6 flowers and 5 fingers, and a pair of sand sculptures has as many sand sculptures as possible. There are words in the mouth. Break open the door of darkness. Release the darkness that appears, and carry the power of the King of the End through the void to lead the way to the end. Blackwing Jake's Prototype 2. Evil King True Eye, unblock. Open. Little bird Tora Liuhua took off the blindfold. Naruto and Sister Kanon stared at the screen intently. At the same time, a golden eye appeared. The strong contrast between the two colored eyes is different from the color of the eyes of ordinary people, coupled with the plausible incantation just now. Even though Ron, who had been prepared for a long time, was still struck by lightning. Puff! The tomato juice I just drank spurted out. Marshal Ron, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Isn't it too cold? Tashigi didn't expect that he didn't finish his first mission, so he wiped it off to Ron in a panic. Cough cough. It's okay, you can get off work too. Ron waved his hand and said. Naruto was shocked. Big brother, this is too strong, someone as strong as Ron can be injured. What kind of pupil technique is this? It must be better than Rinnegan. I vomited blood. Misaka Mikoto was also taken aback. Sure enough, I'm the best, I can't even see how Sister Liuhua attacked. Zionio Liuhua was also surprised. I didn't expect this Ron to be very sensible. The rule of the second group is that if you cooperate with me, then I will cooperate with you. This is their unwritten code. Ah, such a strong backlash, I didn't expect you to be such a powerful existence. You can actually block my true eyes of the evil king. Zionio Liuhua covered her eyes and bent over on the ground pretending to be in pain. Misaka Mikoto said very worriedly. Are you all right, Sister Roa? It seems that Raka's injuries are more serious than Ron's. Naruto looked at Ron and whispered, Ron is still the strongest. Chapter 8, First Day at Work. The next morning, Ron ran around the UI soil continent as usual. I went to the chat group and found that no one was online yet. Last night, everyone quit the video and went to sleep. Except for Naruto, they were still working overtime. Ron also didn't understand how a broken village could have so many things to deal with. The morning running habit developed over many years is not for exercise. Ron is a person with a life and regularity, that's all. It's exactly 9 o'clock. The soldiers have already started to practice, and they have worked a lot harder than before. Ron arrived at the marshal's office on time. Because 1/3 of the new marine headquarters is hovering over the edge of the UI soil. Coupled with the panoramic glass wall, it is completely an office with a sea view. In front of you is the sea of the New World. Although it towers into the sky, it still has a panoramic view of the sea. And you don't have to worry about the firmness of the building at all. Ron's Mokuton, wood style, has too much chakra, so the Atom's treasure tree grows directly, the most sturdy tree species in the pirate world. Ron sat comfortably in the chair that symbolized Marine's supreme power. I'm thinking about how to manage thousands of miles for a while. Time passed little by little. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Except for Ron, no one came to the office. Lift the table. Tashigi. Ron flipped the table and drank loudly. Squeak. The door opened slowly, and Tashigi ran in with a pile of documents. He stretched out his hand to support the thick glasses and said, Marshal Ron. You called me? Why didn't anyone come? What did those Marines do to eat? Didn't they come to work? In my impression, the Marshal's office should be constantly busy. How come I haven't seen anyone for so long? This. Tashigi was at a loss for words. Don't tell me that there is no officer above general level in Marine headquarters now. According to regulations, only officers above Rear Admiral can communicate directly with the Marshal. As for the lieutenant rank and the school rank, they can only be reported one by one, which is why Ron asked that. Marshal Ron, except for Kuzan Admiral, who is in charge of the Marine headquarters today, so all the officers above the general level went out except sleeping in the office. Tashigi said. Where did they all go? Kizaru Admiral went to the entrance of the Twin Gorges to block the pirates. Because he was the fastest, he ran to the farthest place. As for the others, I don't know. Tashigi said a little embarrassedly. Ron had a headache for a while, and these people were too diligent. Admiral went to block the Izumi water. Too bad he can think of it. Then what are you holding in your hands? Tashigi smiled and said, These are the reports sent by the people below. I will organize them and teach you to sign them. Deng deng deng. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. Ron motioned for Tashigi to go down first. Momuzagi Vice Admiral who came in, and she was supposed to be one of the Admiral's replacements this time. It can be seen that the strength should not be weak. What's the matter with you? Ron sat back in his chair. He at work and in the chat group are completely two states. In the chat group, it is relatively easygoing. Marshal Ron, there are too many pirates caught today, there is no place to detain them, what should we do? Momuzagi said while lifting the table that fell to the ground. There is no need to detain the vicious ones, they will be executed on the spot, and the rest will be temporarily placed in solitary confinement in the submarine prison. I will keep them for useful purposes. Ron said casually. When Momuzagi Vice Admiral heard this, Vivi was stunned and reminded, but you can't be executed without going through the trial of Nice Lobby. Who is your boss? Momuzagi paused, then said, I understand, let's go and execute it. With a different mind, Momozagi left the marshal's office. She never thought that the marshal this year was such a decisive person. Looks like Garp Vice Admiral is right, Marine is going to change. In just one morning, Marine caught more pirates than in the previous fortnight. Today except Momozagi, and after a morning, Ron was used to it. This is what he is trying to force me to go to work and fish. Then very skillfully opened the chat group. Loading. Soon, Naruto's bitter force appeared. Today, Sister Pao is not here, and Zionio Liuhua is in class. However, this guy is obviously not someone who likes to learn, he even started doing finger-twisting dance for the video. Naruto looked at Ron, lying very leisurely in the sea view room, drinking tomato juice, doing nothing. Looking at myself again, the dilapidated Hokage office, the mountains of documents, and the pain in my heart. At this time, Shikamaru pushed open the door and walked in, looking at the listless Naruto, and he was used to it. Since becoming Hokage, this guy hasn't been home a few times at all, and he's basically doing business in the office. Naruto, take a look at the list of people invited for this Chunin exam. Well, leave it here, I'll look at it later. Naruto agreed weakly. Look at Ron, even the deputy is such a cute girl, and look at yourself, alas. Chapter 9, Naruto, your son is going to cheat. Ron, why is your marshal more leisurely than my village chief? Naruto said bitterly, he could feel that his body was getting worse every day. Tashigi, have you finished sorting out the information? Ron called out the door. Squeak. Tashigi pushed in the door with 2 pages of paper in hand, adjusted his glasses and said, the report, everything has been sorted out, and all the reported matters have been summarized into this. Well done. Ron nodded. Tashigi then put the 2 pages on the table and left the office happily. Hehe, I was praised unexpectedly. After Tashigi closed the door, she couldn't hold back her joy and jumped up. What kind of neuropathy is happening? Smoker looked at this former subordinate. Unexpectedly, in just one day, she was exposed to the highest level job in Marine. Today, she came to report on behalf of the G5 branch. Can't see the marshal, can only report to Tashigi. Humph, I want you to take care of it. Even though Ron's office is so leisurely, it is actually quite busy outside, with people coming and going. It's just that most things don't bother the marshal, and lieutenants like Tashigi are there to filter them out. Smoker. Ron casually scanned the report, which was basically the harvest of each branch of Marine today. Among them, the G5 branch arrested 500 pirates a day today, far ahead of other branches. There is also some intel, most notably in the Sabayati archipelago where Rayleigh was in contact with Douglas. Ron leisurely took out 2 pages of paper and said to Naruto, see, there are 2 big stacks of reports, and it's just 2 pages of paper that came to me. Naruto sighed with admiration, looked at the documents piled up on the table and said, envy. Please tell me the secret. First of all, you have to have such a capable subordinate, you Konoha really don't have it. Ron was lying on the rocking chair, looking at the watch in his hand, and said very leisurely. After a while of paddling, I got off work. But, these are all confidential documents, and I can't let more people know, so I can only handle them by myself. Confidential shit, what's so secret about your Konoha thing? At most it's just the investigation of the Kagaya clan. Ron smiled. Naruto's complexion changed greatly. How do you know about the Kagaya clan? This is highly confidential. Sasuke has always been in charge of the investigation of this matter, and only he and Shikamaru participated, and no one else knew about it. I'll tell you something you don't know if I don't have anything to do when I get off work soon. Naruto was ashamed for a while. What do you mean when you get off work and have nothing to do? You have nothing to do all day today, okay? In addition to drinking tomato juice, you only received a person and read 2 pages of reports. And after reading the report, you didn't sign it, and you didn't have any orders, so there's clearly something important on the report. Of course, Naruto only dared to think about it in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. The one on your desk is the list of Chunin exams coming soon. Is the blogger also taking part this year? Ron put down the tomato juice and asked slowly. How do you know? That's right, the Chunin exam is in a week. Naruto found that today he wouldn't say anything other than how you know. And he had nothing to hide from Ron. Why does this Ron feel like a little omnipotent and omnipotent? Is it his eyes that can see through everything? Because of his own world, Naruto has always had a different kind of reverence for pupil surgery, which is why he believes so much in Zionio Liuhua is a strong man. Hey, you are all here, did I miss something good? Sister Pao has just been online, and she is walking home at the moment. The afternoon sun is shining on her short brown hair, and the breath of youth is blowing in her face. Little bird Turing Liuhua, it's not too late, the wonderful thing is about to begin. Ron seems to know about the village chief's world. I really envy you, I'm still in class. To put it simply, two things will happen that day. First, the Tsutsuki clan you've been worried about will come to invade. What? Naruto was shocked. Did the Tsutsuki clan still come? But Sasuke's investigation didn't find any trace of the Tsutsuki clan on Earth. Don't interrupt me, do you want to hear the second thing? Sorry, I'm too excited. Naruto said embarrassedly. The second thing is that your son Borin, Chunin is going to cheat in the exam. Captain Kid, absolutely. Kid frantically. After learning that Killer was captured by Marine, Kid went crazy and was about to go to Marine to grab someone. Captain Kid, calm down, it's Marine Admiral Kizaru who captured Big Brother Killer. Yeah, did you forget that Kizaru kicked a supernova not long ago? Going to the Marine headquarters to snatch someone now would be self-inflicted. Marine is an empty shell now. Now is the time for them to change their marshals. There must be internal turmoil, but I think now is the best time. Apo urged. They had just formed an alliance, but Apo was already a member of the Kaido Pirates, so he didn't care about Kid's life or death. Just in time, I can take this opportunity to go to the Marine headquarters to explore the facts. Normal circumstances, Kid might be able to see Apo's anomaly, but now he is all thinking about how to get Killer out, so he doesn't think much about it at all. You're right, the new marshal is said to be nothing more than a 25-year-old. Apo continued, it is said that Killer has not been escorted to the submarine prison yet, and according to reliable information, the Marine headquarters has the smallest number of troops today, and none of the general level and above are absent. This is a rare opportunity. Book settings and updates. Chakra in this book is a kind of natural energy. Just like Kizaru's light, Ace's fire, and these. Therefore, chakra fruit is a kind of devil fruit of Logia. And the protagonist is an awakened fruit ability, and fruit awakening will bring some changes to the body. Zoan basically recovers from injuries quickly. Paramecia basically affects the external environment. With Logia, the book is based on natural energies affecting their own variation. The pupils in Hokage are basically the constitution mutation under the influence of chakra. Therefore, after the protagonist fruit awakens, it will mutate those pupil techniques similar to Hokage. Second, about the characters. The protagonist is serious as a marshal. But in the chat group, it is more easygoing. Basically the same as when you go to work. Working and chatting with Moyu are completely two states. The author's account can't reply to comments, and it reminds me that I'm not a VIP. This, can't even comment on my own book, I'll study it. But I have read all the comments in the comments. It is the first time to write a book, and it is not the first time. I wrote 10 chapters before. Thank you for your encouragement and support. I am a novice. Chapter 10, What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Naruto didn't speak there for a long time, presumably because he hadn't digested the two things that Ron said. I don't know if it's because of Satsuki, or because of Boran Chunan's exam cheating. In short, the bloggers will definitely be beaten tonight. Ron closed the chat group. As for the blogger, he was not pleasing to the eye for a long time, but he was beaten. Ron swears that he never wanted to fuck an anime protagonist so much until he read Boran biography. Forget it, it's not my son. Think about what to eat after get off work. I looked at my watch, it was 5 o'clock. Busy day, get off work on time. The generals who went out have also returned, especially Kizaru. Judging from the way his wrinkles are stretched out, he must have a good harvest today. But these are all tomorrow's work, and Ron is off work now, so he doesn't plan to worry about it. Tashigi will report to him tomorrow. Now Tashigi is still there to count. Although it was past work hours, the Marine headquarters was lively. This is the statistical part of the harvest of the day. It is said that not a single pirate entered the Great Route from Upside Down Mountain alive today. In other words, the number of new pirates today is close to 0. Marshal Ron. The moment they stepped out of the headquarters, the patrolling Marines saluted. Ron didn't say that everyone worked hard, but replied directly, after work in a while, I will go to Tashigi to report overtime pay, and patrol carefully, don't let what Xiao Xiao climb up from the top of the hill. Don't worry, Marshal. Soldiers were divided into dozens of squadrons and roamed back and forth around the Ui soil continent. In fact, Ron is just drawing a form. After all, who would be stupid to climb up the Ui soil continent and find trouble with Marine? This is the Marine headquarters, and there are dozens of combat powers above the general level. Tina Rear Admiral, are you okay? Ron was just about to jump off the Ui soil continent and have dinner at the Sabayati archipelago. Suddenly I saw Tina's expression on the verge of speaking. If you have something to say, it's off-duty time, so don't be so restrained. Marshal Ron. I want to apply for transfer to the front line. I don't think the position of freshman training is suitable for me. Tina bit Kaiba and directly said what she had been struggling with for a day. She has always been in charge of leading Marine recruit at the Marine headquarters, and there are few opportunities to go out to the field, which is too boring for a militant woman like him. Sengoku several times before, but they were all rejected because she was a woman. In the Marine headquarters, women are generally responsible for the internal work, and even the crane staff is responsible for sitting in the Marine headquarters. Few women lead the fleet. Except for those who served as deputy to the superior, such as the previous Tashigi, only have the opportunity to go out to the field. The warship that Tina led before was only training Marine recruit. For example, the hypnotist and others on the ship were newcomers who had just joined Marine. Tina wasn't sure if Ron would agree, just in case he, like Sengoku, was the same old stubborn that he was going to be disappointed again. For work, I'll talk about it when I go to work tomorrow. It's off-duty time now. Come to the office tomorrow to find me. Ron replied lightly. Although he said that the appointment is a matter of his words, it is a principle that he never talks about official business during off-duty hours. This made Tina uneasy for a while, and she didn't know if it was a promise or not. She really wanted to lead the fleet out to catch pirates, and even Smoker, whose official position was not as high as her, had his own fleet. At this moment, a pair of hands clawed at the edge of the Ui soil continent. Seeing this, Tina immediately made preparations for battle. Then a bad boy from Ui jumped up. It was Eustace. Kid with the highest supernova bounty. Kid was also stunned. He didn't expect to meet the big boss as soon as he came up. Not many people know the true identity of the new marshal. Kid also got the photo from EPUB. It was recognized. Marshal Ron, very good, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, what a surprise, is Killer here, hand him over. Kid was frightened at first, but then calmed down. I have to say that Kid is also a man of loyalty, and even dared to break into the Marine headquarters in order to save his companions. It's just that in Ron's eyes, this is purely a dummy, and he doesn't care what he looks like. He still dares to imitate Luffy's prison robbery. Do you have a strong backstage? Luffy would have been taxidermied by Magellan without help. I believe that if you can replace Killer, Marine must not dare not. Kid laughed wildly and said confidently. When he waved his hand, an iron plate flew up carrying all the pirates of the Eustace pirates. Hundreds of pirates surrounded Ron. Then countless iron products gathered on his hands to form a giant steel hand, looking at Ron with a grim expression and said, "Come on, new Marshal, do you dare to accept my challenge?" "You? What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" Ron's expression changed slightly. "Joke, a small person of 300 million, will challenge the highest power in Marine as soon as he comes up? Marines behind him are vegetarians." Ron was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. This kind of person is not worth cleaning up. Ron turned around and waved his hand lightly, and Tina disappeared in place in an instant, kicking Kid directly. Marine, who was patrolling just now, swarmed up, and dozens of times the troops surrounded Kid's men. As for the outcome of the battle, Ron didn't care at all. If Tina couldn't even deal with Kid, she might as well just go home and marry her husband and teach children. It would be wishful thinking to lead the fleet. At this time, Luffy can't even beat Smoker. Without Haki's Kid, it is impossible to beat Master Marine Rokushiki, who can also play two-color Haki's Tina. And there was such a big movement at this time, and several Admiral-level breaths had locked Kid. Kid would have been reincarnated by now if it weren't for Ron's failure to order it. Ron didn't even look at it further. Turned around and came to the edge of the Ui soil continent. He took a slight leap, and then the jet-black Susanoo suddenly appeared, his ferocious wings spread out suddenly, and flew towards the Sabayati archipelago not far away. The update time is basically 1 in the morning and 3 to 4 in the evening. Chapter 11, Ron's daily life when he's not in the group. Misaka Mikoto went online. He found that Ron had closed the chat group, and suddenly I was not interested. "Where's Ron? Why did she get off so early today?" Zionio Liuhua had just finished class at this moment, and the first one ran out of the school gate, and still used the ninja to run, put his hands behind him in extreme shame, and hooked his body to go at full speed. "You pet him and see what he does." Misaka Mikoto said embarrassedly, "It's not good, in case something happens to the family, but from just now, the village chief has exuded a sad atmosphere." Little bird Turing Liuhua, it must be what Ron said just now. "Don't worry about the village chief. We will definitely help you if there is any danger. We are a family in this group." Naruto looked pale. "Hey, I'm very grateful for the evil king's real-eyed messenger to come forward. If what the Grand Marshal said is true, I really don't know how to deal with it." Misaka Mikoto, is the Tsutsuki clan that Ron said are strong? It's very strong. Their family is the most dangerous and powerful enemy in our world. It is said that they come from an alien planet. It is still unknown where they are. Naruto said a little tiredly. Misaka Mikoto gently stroked the hair beside his ear. "Could that be from our world? Maybe we are all in the same universe, but on different planets? Sister Pao lives in a world with extremely advanced technology, so her views on some issues are much more profound than those of Naruto and Zionio Liuhua." Naruto slapped his forehead. "This is the first time I've heard of your hypothesis, but there seems to be some truth to it. Maybe the Tsutsuki family really exists in your world. Hokage's technology level is really not high, and he can barely understand Paoji's theory. But I heard you say that the Tsutsuki clan is very strong, and it is impossible to be anonymous. If it is really in our world, it must be a very famous existence. Anyway, I have never heard of it, and it should not be in my world." Sister Canon slightly after pondering for a while, "I really didn't think of such a number one person. I haven't heard of it either." Although little bird Turing Liuhua is unreliable, but it is related to the safety of the group of friends, she will not talk nonsense. Why don't you ask Ron? He's so strong, and he's a marshal, he must be well informed, maybe he knows. Let me ask you. Misaka Mikoto seemed to finally find a reason to talk to Ron. Excitedly, he patted Ron's head. Deng deng deng. The chat group suddenly heard the sound of clapping. Then a line of text appeared in Ron's mind. Misaka Mikoto patted you. Does this chat group still have this function? Ron thought to himself that he thought there was nothing to do but video chat. But it was off-duty time now, and Ron didn't want to continue the water group. After all, it was only when I was bored at work that I would chat in the group. Misaka Mikoto said a little disappointedly. Ron didn't answer. I guess he's busy. Naruto sighed and said, he had a free day today, and he envy me to death. He is obviously a marshal, but he doesn't need him to do almost anything, and his subordinates have done it for him. Zionai Aoyoliuhua asked curiously, what does the village chief usually do? I don't think you slept last night, you have been working overtime. You don't understand, married men sometimes prefer to work overtime rather than go home. Why? Don't ask, it just hurts in the back, and I don't know if Ron is married. You two are not married at first glance, but I can't see through Ron. Naruto almost drove, only to find that with his current physical fitness, his kidneys hurt while driving. You can't think about it, you can't think about it. Misaka Mikoto whispered, Ron is probably not married, I see his group profile says he is unmarried. Little bird Turing Liuhua, group information, do you want to see this too? It is estimated that Sister Pao knows the chat group best now, and the other people basically only know the function of chat. Hey, there are still pictures, I want to see what the village chief's wife looks like. Little bird Turing Liuhua opened Naruto's avatar. The information of the spouse above is also very clear, and the photos are all available. It turns out that the village chief likes girls with flat chests. Little bird swimming in Liuhua is like discovering a new continent. Naruto, haha. You don't understand, we have an old grandmother who is in her tens of years and still so young. From that moment on, I knew what kind of woman I was looking for. Is there anyone who can stay young forever? Zionai Aoyoliuhua suddenly became interested. A kind of ninjutsu, not many people know it. Misaka Mikoto said suddenly, then would Ron like girls with flat chests? I noticed that some people have been very wrong lately. No, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 12, Pluto Rayleigh, the First. Sabayati Archipelago. Inside Shuki's ripping off tavern. Ron sat in the chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Shuki looked at this strange young man, and always felt that there was a beast's soul hidden under his peaceful appearance. Chilling. It's just that she doesn't know who Ron is yet, and it should be a pirate who is just about to step into the new world. After all, Ron became a Marine Admiral from a passerby to a Marshal in 3 days. And Ron also declined an interview with Morgans. Few people know what the new Marshal of Marine looks like, and it is not surprising that Shuki does not know. Little handsome guy, what would you like to eat? Shuki exhaled a smoke ring and looked at Ron with interest. Half a caddy of good wine, 2 fried rice, and a glass of tomato juice. Eating fried rice and wine, my brother is really different. Shuki quickly prepared the fried rice and wine and handed it to Ron. Do you usually have any customers with your tavern so far away? Ron said after eating 2 bites of fried rice. I'm not going to entertain all kinds of guests. Oh? Really, the rice tastes pretty good. Ron put down his chopsticks and suddenly changed the conversation. Do you entertain guests like Douglas? I heard that he also came to this tavern. Hearing this sentence, Shuki couldn't help being surprised. How did he know about Douglas? And such a secret meeting, how did this hairy boy know about it? The visitor is not good. Shucky unconsciously grabbed the gun hidden in the bar. Don't be impulsive, if you take out that thing, its nature will change. Ron wiped his mouth and said without raising his head. Little brother is joking, I don't know who Douglas you are talking about. Shucky took a breath, trying to hide his unease at the moment. In the end, he never dared to touch the gun. Instinct told her that the young man in front of her was not an ordinary person. Ron's fingers still tapped the table rhythmically, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. He was not in a hurry and tasted the tomato juice carefully. Shucky's heart seemed to beat to the rhythm of Ron's fingertips. It doesn't matter if you don't know, Rayleigh should know why your gentleman hasn't come back yet. As soon as the words came out, it was like a blow to the head. Shucky secretly said that it was not good, this person knew them so well, could it be Marine or the world government? It is not difficult to know Rayleigh, but knowing the relationship between Rayleigh and this tavern is not something that ordinary people understand, and it is impossible without a powerful intelligence agency. You, who the hell are you? Don't be nervous, I'm just here to chat, it's not my working time, say CAO is here, Pluto Rayleigh is here. Ron had already sensed Rayleigh's breath and was rushing towards him frantically. Is your Rayleigh still worried about you? Ron looked at Shucky and said. Shucky! Squeak! The door was pushed open. A figure walked in, and the one-piece/king of pirates vice-captain's momentum remained undiminished. Pluto Rayleigh looked at the person in front of him, not only stunned for a moment, is it you? Sit. Ron pointed to the place where half a caddy of wine was placed in front of him, and said casually. Rayleigh, he. Shucky was about to speak when Rayleigh shook his head at her, then sat across from Ron. I never imagined that the dignified new Marshal of Marine would come to such a place, wouldn't it be for an old man like me? Rayleigh recognized Ron's identity at once, and Shucky exclaimed, she never thought that the seemingly harmless young man sitting in front of her was actually Marine's new Marshal. Too young. In order to curb my laziness, let's note the number of updates in the title. In order not to destroy the white gecko in everyone's mind, Naruto's wife has already given a hint, and it happens that the plot after the vacated sister flower can be used. Chapter 2. Don't be nervous, it's my off-duty time, I'm just here for dinner. Ron motioned for Rayleigh to relax. Apparently, Rayleigh didn't know yet what medicine the new Marshal was selling in the gourd. So I still have full vigilance. The visit of Marshal Marine, the old man doesn't think it's as simple as having a meal. Rayleigh glanced at Shucky before continuing, I hope we'll be outside in a while and not spoil the pub. Rayleigh. Shucky was about to speak, only to be stopped by Rayleigh. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of calculating old accounts. As long as you remnants of the previous era are honest, I don't care. Ron paused and continued, besides, arresting you is the work of those subordinates, this kind of thing is not enough to trouble me to do it myself, the boss can't do all the work of his subordinates, so what else do they need to do? What do you say, Hades Rayleigh? You're so different from Sengoku, he can't say that. Rayleigh took the wine in front of him and drank it. She still believed what Ron said. After all, the dignified Marshal didn't come over to fool a retired old man. He just put too much energy on the remnants of your era, and that's why it's what it is today. Ron showed no respect for the former Marshal. Marine wouldn't have suffered so much if it wasn't for the fact that he had to kill Whitebeard. How could he let go of our decades of grievances so easily? Rayleigh agreed. Since Whitebeard's death, the New World has become even more chaotic, the balance of the four emperors has been broken, Blackbeard and Marco have been beaten to death, and Whitebeard's territory has been divided up by major forces, which is another bloody storm. Whitebeard's death not only did not end the era of the great pirates, but instead encouraged the pirates. This war on the top not only suffered heavy losses for Marine, but also caused a number of wanted criminals in Megatron to escape from prison. The consequences are unimaginable, but this is just the beginning. Let the tigers return to the mountains. After the prisoners have recovered their strength, they will inevitably bring greater losses. The mess left for Ron was much bigger than it seemed. This battle, a Whitebeard died, but a Blackbeard stood up again. He sacrificed so many marine lives in vain, and nothing was gained, so the Marshal Sengoku was not wronged. Shucky, check out! Ron beckoned. Obviously he really just came to eat, and now that he's finished, there's no need to stay here. Rayleigh was startled. Have you anything else to ask? I said, I'm just here to eat, my men will take care of your business, maybe we meet again, that's in the cell, let's do it yourself Rayleigh. Shucky snuffed out the cigarette butts and said, since Marshal Marine is visiting, this meal is naturally my treat. Ron took out a Bailey with a face value of 10,000 and said, the account that should be settled is still to be settled. Both Shucky and Rayleigh heard something in Ron's words. Then, Ron turned around and left the rip-off bar, and stopped abruptly at the moment he went out. This made Shucky nervous again. She and Rayleigh were just two retired seniors, and they really didn't want to be targeted by Marine. The new Marshal's performance today really made Shucky have to be afraid. By the way, tell Douglas, since he has escaped, he will go back to the mountains in peace, and don't let me find out that he is doing something. Next time, it will not be so easy to solve it in prison. The next moment, swish! A pitch-black armored giant wrapped Ron, fluttered his wings, and ejected toward the sky. Ron's Susanoo color is black to ultimate, really handsome. Sabayati Archipelago attracted countless eyes. There was speculation as to what it was. Long after Ron left, Shucky recovered from it, looked at Rayleigh who was drinking alone, and said, is this Ron strong? With his strength, it was not enough to feel Ron's strength, but that momentum made her fear. It's very strong. I don't know how strong it is. In short, it's stronger than Roger. Rayleigh poured another glass of wine, holding it in his hand for a long time. Looking at the old face reflected by the wine in the glass, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was indeed old. I didn't expect such a young monster to appear in Marine, and the era of great pirates started by Captain Roger might be terminated by this young man this time. Fortunately this Ron is not the Marine of our era. Rayleigh finished speaking and drank it. Shucky was indeed shocked, and Ron was the first man to make such an assessment from Pluto Rayleigh. This shows that this young Marine is really powerful. Then, what if he wants to arrest you? Let's get out of here quickly. Don't worry, if he wanted to arrest me, he could arrest me just now, and I'm definitely not his opponent. He didn't do it just now, and he won't do it in the future. Rayleigh calmly admitted Isho, and admitted that he was indeed no match for the new Marshal. Then he last spoke just now, and I always think he meant something else. As a woman, Shucky's intuition has always been accurate. He probably meant he wouldn't do it, but the Admiral might come and get me. Rayleigh said indifferently. Don't worry, Shucky. I haven't paid attention to these admirals, they want to catch me, it's too early. Chapter 14, New members join, the third update, picture right on Ron's way back to Marine headquarters. There was a sudden ding-ding sound in the chat group. The three people who were discussing how to stay youthful in the group suddenly froze for a moment, and then they all stared at the fifth pop-up window that appeared on the screen. They've all experienced the addition of newcomers, and they all know it's a harbinger of newcomers coming. Immediately inside that dark screen, a new member will appear. Because it was abrupt when they joined, the members were basically pulled out of the video. So sometimes embarrassing things happen. For example, when Naruto was pulled in, he was drooling on the table and fell asleep. Little bird Yuliahua called him for several minutes before waking up. Naruto thought he was dreaming. Suddenly, the dark screen turned into a fantasy world of swords and magic. A long-haired girl, wearing a white dress, was staring blankly at the three of them. This kind of expression is seen the most in Little Bird Yuliahua. She was the first to come to this group. Basically, Every newcomer has this expression when he comes. Of course, except for Ron, that guy came with a calm and composed expression. Hello, newcomer, welcome to our big family. Zionio Liahua said while eating the meal made by her sister at home. Welcome to the newcomer. What's the newcomer's name? You are so beautiful. Misaka Mikoto was jogging, and stopped at the moment to choose a drink in front of the vending machine. Naruto still looked listless, constantly flipping through the documents in his hand, and at the same time worrying about the upcoming Chunin exam. What Ron said to him today really made it difficult for him to calm down. Hello, newcomer, I'm the village chief who is busier than the marshal. You. Where is this place? Could it be Kayaba Akiako's special way of chatting? Motoko Na just entered Sao, and Kayaba Akiako announced the rules of the game and their fate in the square not long ago. At this moment, Benzina hadn't left the square. She was in a daze. The sudden information suddenly made her unacceptable. Who knew that something even stranger would suddenly happen? Benzina looked at the three people in front of her, and it was easy to see through the background that they were not in the game. Cannot help but heart a joy. Maybe you can get in touch with people outside through them. Hello, my name is Asuna, can you tell me what's going on? First of all, Benzina had to make sure that it was Kayaba Akiako's ghost. Zionio Liahua 2 minutes to tell Benzina the ins and outs of the group. That's great, so this is not arranged by Kayaba Akiako. Who is he? Misaka Mikoto kicked the vending machine, and a bottle of Coke came down. Then Benzina spent another 2 minutes talking about his side. By the way, didn't you say that there is another big guy in the group? Why is he not here? Benzina became curious when she heard Zionio Liahua describe the adult as omnipotent. Naruto closed the document in his hand and picked up another at the same time. He should only be online during the day, and he will be offline at 5 o'clock every day. Misaka Mikoto nodded and said, his name is Ron, he's a marshal, but it seems that he only comes out to chat when he goes to work. It seems that he is very free when he goes to work. Is the marshal very busy? Benzina tilted her head and wondered. Shouldn't the higher the position, the busier you are? As the eldest lady, she naturally knows this truth. In fact, the top management of the company are generally busier, and they have to deal with a lot of work every day. It's normal to get off work until midnight every day, just like. Benzina suddenly looked at Naruto, just like this person. With an expression of envy, Naruto signed his name on the Chunin exam list. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. This thing had to be signed by himself. Looking at Ron, the results of the 2 piles of documents were condensed into his hands. I got 2, let's see how efficient their deputy is. Look at yourself again, you have to trouble yourself to sign an exam list. When I was angry, I couldn't help seeing the blogger's name on the list, and I remembered what Ron said in the afternoon. Immediately made up my mind, I have to take a good look at the bloggers in the past few days. I don't know if the marshal is free or not, but Ron is really free anyway. By the way, since you are outside, can you help me contact my family, or call the police or something? There is such a big commotion here, it must be on the news. Benzina said. I didn't see it, but don't worry, we are a family and will help you. Obviously we are not a world. I have a computer here, but we don't have high-end things like yours. I didn't see it either, we shouldn't be one world. The 3 answered in unison. Benzina also thought of this result and couldn't help sighing. But don't be discouraged. When Ron goes online tomorrow, he may have a solution. Misaka Mikoto stood in the sunset, drank the cola in his hand, and the thin sweat reflected a beautiful brilliance under the light of the sunset. This scene is picturesque. Asuna was also stunned, and at the same time she was thinking, who is the Marshal Ron they are talking about, and why do people in the group believe him so much? Marshal Marine, he must be a very old uncle. After all, such a high-ranking official is usually very old. Chapter 15, Tina on a Rocket, 4th more. When Ron was flying in the air, he suddenly saw a pink-haired man climbing the UI soil continent with one hand. Looking closer, it turned out to be Kobo. This young man is really hard-working, he should be exercising at the moment, and the idea of climbing the UI soil continent with one hand is not bad. Ron had an epiphany, why not popularize this program into Marine's daily training? Such a natural exercise venue, it would be a waste not to use it. R.O. Marshal Ron. Only then did Kobo realize that Marshal Marine was watching from behind him. Under the tension, one of them didn't grasp firmly and fell down with a bang. However, he doesn't have a master moon step yet, so if he falls, he will be killed or injured. Am I still too weak? Kobo closed his eyes in despair. He knew that he was poor, but in order to become Marine Admiral, he had to work harder than others. That's why he used the rest time of others to train himself hard. Alas, it seems that the Marines who have mastered the moon step must be able to carry out the cliff climbing training. Ron revised his plan in his mind. Then, just as Kobo was about to land, he was directly sucked up with a universal pull. I'm not dead. After a moment, Kobo opened his eyes slowly and found himself floating in the air, startled. You can't even learn the moon step, how dare you climb the UI continent? Ron opened his mouth and said that he felt it was necessary to educate the gangsters of his subordinates. Marshal. Kobo hesitated, speaking to the Marshal for the first time. He was nervous, after all, the man in front of him was the highest authority in Marine. Where's Garp, hasn't he taught you the moon step yet? Mr. Garp, just learned about iron nuggets. Kobo said truthfully. This old guy is too slow to teach. He's retired. He's not in charge of teaching recruit. It seems necessary to tell him to teach moon step first. Kobo looked at Ron in surprise, guessing that the only man in front of Marine who dared to say that to Garp was the man in front of him. Marshal Ron, Mr. Garp taught very well. Kobo added immediately, for fear of Ron blaming Garp. Needless to say, wait for you to master moon step, then climb the UI continent, go back and tell Garp to come to my office tomorrow. After Ron finished speaking, he threw Kobo up. Ron flew back to the top of the UI soil continent, and as expected, Kid and others were gone. This result is obvious, presumably Tina has already cleaned up. The soldiers who happened to be patrolling here saw Ron and saluted in place. The next morning. UI soil as usual. After a simple breakfast, I came to the Marine headquarters at exactly 9 o'clock. Tashiji was already waiting at the door of the Marshal's office with 2 reports in his hand. Marshal Ron. Come in and talk. Ron pushed open the door of the office, and a day of fishing is about to start again. This is the situation of the arrest of pirates by various Marine branches yesterday. You need to look at it and sign it. Tashiji put a piece of paper on the table. Ron took a look at it, and the G5 branch had a good record this time. 1 billion have been captured, which is currently the highest except for G1. Signing it casually, he ordered at the same time, you will call Tina in a while. Yes. Tashiji responded, she didn't ask for a reason, as a good secretary, the most important thing is to do things for the boss silently. Marshal Ron. This is the action report of the major forces monitored by Marine. Well, put it here, you can go get busy. Ron picked up the last piece of paper, lay down on the Marshal's chair, and read it about it. It's basically normal, these big people are still relatively quiet. One of the news about Nao Marine caught Ron's attention. If I remember correctly, this is a force formed by the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. It seems that he needs to meet this Zephyr for a while. During Ron's reign, he didn't want to see someone use dynamite rock to destroy the new world. Deng deng deng. Come in. Ron put down the report and looked at Tina. Tashiji's efficiency is quite fast. Marshal, are you looking for me? She had just been told by Tashiji, and her heart suddenly became nervous. Tina knew that it must be because of the matter that she and the marshal had applied for transfer orders yesterday. This request several times while Sengoku was in power, but was ruthlessly rejected. So now she is very uneasy. She wonders if Marshal Ron will be the same as Sengoku. If she is rejected again this time, then she will accept her fate and be responsible for the training of freshmen for the rest of her life. Yesterday, that hairy kid, how did you deal with it? Tina didn't expect Ron to ask this, already imprisoned, along with Killer who was captured by Kizaru Admiral before, and now the entire Eustace pirate ship, including all members, are detained and awaiting trial. Ron wrote the order on the paper while listening to Tina's report. Tina's acting style and her own strength are still recognized by Ron, and it is worth cultivating well. That guy Sengoku is really too good at employing people. With an uneasy heart, Tina was stunned for a moment. Head of Marine G5 Branch, Base Chief. Tina's biggest expectation was to command a warship, but she didn't expect to be directly in charge of the Marine Branch now. Chapter 16, Employing People in Troubled Times, Discussing Talent is Not Moral, First. Marshal Ron, this. Tina can't believe it. Marine, who was a few years younger than herself, with a look of disbelief. It's not for you to retire in the past. Do you have the confidence to bring G5 into the strongest force in Marine? If you can't do it, you can leave your job yourself. Ron knew that at this time, he had to imprint Tina's mind and bury a target for her. This can better mobilize the enthusiasm of employees. Only then did Tina know that the marshal in front of her was not joking with her. She is really the base manager of the G5 branch, and she is Rear Admiral, which is incredible. Tina will not disappoint the marshal. Tina held the order tightly, and said excitedly, she wanted a boat, but the marshal gave him a base. As expected of the youngest marshal in marine history, she was much more stubborn than the old Sengoku, and she must not let him down. That's it. You go down and let Tashiji in by the way. Ron waved his hand and said. Yes. Tina gave a military salute with great respect. Tashiji is always on call, her office is right next to the gate of the marshal's office, and she is always ready for Ron's call. After all, most orders are conveyed through his deputy, and the marshal rarely appears in person for trivial matters. Marshal Ron, what are your orders? Tashiji bent her glasses lightly. Now she is more and more capable, and she has the feeling of a blue-collar urban girl. Which admiral is at the headquarters today? Today, Akainu Admiral is in charge of the headquarters, Kizaru Admiral and Kyuzan Admiral are out, Fujitora Admiral is investigating Neo Marine, and Ryokujiu Admiral is in charge of Tenryubito's security at Marie Joyce. Tashiji skillfully reported all Admiral's itineraries. Send a letter to Ryokujiu, let him come back, and tell the world government by the way that their masters let them protect themselves, don't call my soldiers. Yes. Tashiji quickly recorded Ron's words in the small notebook. Although the order made her sound crazy, not even a marshal dared to do it. But Tashiji didn't question it at all she needed was to strictly follow Ron's orders, no matter what. Also, tell Akainu to come in. Ron waved and motioned for Tashiji to execute. After a while, Akainu walked in. This was the first time Ron had summoned Akainu since the duel between the two. They are all soldiers, and naturally there will not be any gaps due to the previous duel. Once the differences are resolved by duel between men, no matter right or wrong, the outcome of the duel will be the outcome, and there will be no regrets. Although Akainu was a bit too righteous and did a lot of things against humanity, as a soldier, he fulfilled his obligations very well. Compared with Borsellino, Akainu is more like a soldier. Cao once said, in troubled times, when employing people, it is not virtue to judge talent. Since Akainu has this strength, why did Ron give up such a useful sword? I heard that you transferred Ryokugaiha from Marie Joyce and sent heavy troops to protect Marie Joyce. No marshal dares to break the unwritten rule. Akainu stared at Ron seriously. This young marshal would do this. This is how he did not expect. Tenryubito, the world government, is the upper class of Marine anyway. If Ron does this, it will definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the world government. What about dissatisfaction? Do they dare to tear up with Marine? Said Ron Haki incomparably. To deal with such people, if you take a step back, they will take a step forward, and if you take a step forward, they will take a step back. Akainu Vivi was stunned for a moment, and asked himself, if he had become a marshal, he would never have been able to manage Marine to such a degree as Ron. He has seen the changes in Marine in the past 2 days, and now he is more interested in Ron. Admired. This man is really strong, and his goal is definitely not just to end the pirates. Marshal Ron, what are your orders? Akainu called out to the marshal respectfully. Whether it was strength or courage, Akainu accepted it. Before Tina was transferred to G5, you captured the original base commander Virgo. Ron knocked on the table and said word by word. Why is that? He's Vice Admiral, so why should there be a reason? Akainu wondered. Virgo, he knew, had always been a conscientious soldier, there was no reason to arrest him, and he still let himself be the Admiral. Go, this obviously doesn't give Virgo a way to survive. Do I need a reason to deal with a Vice Admiral? No need. Akainu was ashamed. A marshal dealing with a Vice Admiral naturally had no need to explain to himself. Then don't hurry up. Remember, you must hurry before Tina arrives, and don't let him hear the wind and run away, or you will be asked. After Akainu took orders, he ran towards G5. Chapter 17, Strong Army Plan, 2nd. Report to the Marshal, Garp Vice Admiral is waiting outside. Tashiji told Ron over the office intercom. Let him come in. Ron said and hung up. Moments later, Garp pushed open the door and walked in, not expecting a marshal to summon him as a retiree. Garp's character is relatively straightforward, and some of Ron's actions are in line with his temperament, so Garp does not object to Ron being the marshal. Listen to this kid Kobe, you want to see me? Garp sat on the sofa carelessly. Compared to the others who came to Ron's office, Garp was the most unfettered. Ron was not against that. I don't know what else I can use as a retiree. Garp said with a giggle. The old era has come to an end, and all the pirates of that era have retired from the stage of history. So Garp has no regrets. This sea belongs to young people. If it weren't for the collective retention of high-level people, maybe Garp would not retain this virtual official who trains newcomers. Garp, what do you think of the newcomer Kobe? Asked Ron Gate of opening bluntly. Kobe? The talent is still good, he has a certain potential, and he works hard, but unfortunately he is too timid. Garp gave the most accurate assessment. Ron nodded, as expected of the old Marine. Is it still very accurate to see people? Garp is indeed suitable as a Marine instructor. In addition to this vision, Garp's fighting technique is rare in Marine, no, in the whole One Piece/King of Pirates world. It's really a pity to let such a person retire. Why should he let him use his residual heat? I'm going to set up a new Marine Devil training camp. At each stage, people with higher Marine talents will be selected to join the Devil training camp, and then they will do super training. Ron said with a sip of tomato juice. It's a good idea. According to different talents, different training for Marine can improve Marine's cutting-edge strength. Garp nodded in agreement. This guy has not only made drastic reforms in Marine these days, but also aimed at the cultivation of Marine recruit. This courage is much bigger than his old friend Sengoku. Marine is currently strong enough at the top level, but is a little out of touch. Garp knows this very well. The newcomer can't keep up, and the old man is retired. Therefore, although Ron's move seems to be useless in the short term, not to mention the consumption of human and financial resources, it will not see results. But as time goes by, when the first batch of sea soldiers in the Devil's training camp grows up, Marine will definitely usher in a big change of blood, and the overall strength will definitely soar. Ron's decision made Garp full of energy all of a sudden, as if returning to the bloody days. Garp's eyes, Ron saw the tiger who was going to hide in the mountains, and once again showed a fierce light. Ron tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically, stared at Garp, and said word by word, "I'm going to hand this task to you, and you are solely responsible for it." Garp Vivi was stunned for a moment. He was responsible for cultivating new recruits. Generally, only those trusted by Marine could undertake this task, because new recruits were related to Marine's future. If it is used by people with bad intentions, it will definitely bring down a generation of Marine. Don't look at the fact that he is already in charge of training recruit, but in the end he is just an instructor, not the general manager at all. Because the leader of the Revolutionary Army is his son, if he hadn't carried the hero's reputation in Marine, he would have been dealt with long ago. Don't look at Garp's carelessness, but he understands it in his heart. "Oh? You really can leave it to this old man?" Garp asked again. "Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. Although Dragon is a revolutionary army, I believe that Mr. Garp is worthy of the word of justice behind him." Ron directly pointed out Dragon's identity without shyness, which made Garp feel Ron's sincerity even more. After a while, Garp laughed, "Okay, then leave it to the old man, you are the marshal, the old man recognizes it." Ron spent a few more minutes talking with Garp about the training and the location of the training camp in detail. Of course, climbing the UI soil continent with bare hands is listed as a daily compulsory subject. Afterwards, Garp left the Marine headquarters with a letter of appointment from Ron, and he was anxious to find his first members of the Devil's training camp. Training Luffy as a child. This old man is still very happy to train new people. Tashigi, next. Ron carried his hands on his back and looked down at the sky, Wang Yanghai. Looking at my watch, it's only been an hour. It's only 10 o'clock. I can't help shaking my head. It seems that today is another busy day. I have done so much work in 1 hour. Hearing the summons, Tashigi walked in quickly, flipped through Ron's itinerary and said, "Report Marshal, all your talks today are over, and there is no work on your schedule today." "What? Are there none left?" Ron was still in a hurry. "Yes, Marshal, do you want me to refill you with a glass of tomato juice? Don't forget to add ice." Ron had no choice but to open the chat video, alas. "Why are you so idle?" The village chief Naruto, who read the documents all night last night, probably should cry again when he finds out. Chapter 18, Be My Master, 3rd. As soon as he opened the video chat, Ron found one more person. "Boss Ron is finally here. It's only 10 o'clock. It's not like there will be no work now." Naruto's expression became more and more ugly, and he had not closed his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. Sister Pao is not online again, she seems to be very busy during the day. Little bird Torliahua is very busy all day, and he doesn't study hard in class. It's useless to think about it. She is basically online except for bedtime. Except for Naruto in the group, it is estimated that she has been online for the longest time. And Naruto is simply because he is too lonely to work late at night, so let's see if anyone in the group is working overtime as hard as him online. Game Sao. Asuna was outside the door of the first floor tower, and was hesitating whether to go in or not. After all, if she died in the game, she was basically dead. Asuna did not have such courage. Novice equipment has nothing, and it is very dangerous to enter now. At this moment, the powerful and mysterious group member who has been in the mouths of other group friends finally went online. Ron's very laid-back image appeared on the screen, dressed in a white marine suit, with a sunny and lazy young face, which refreshed Asuna's understanding of the marshal at once. This is the first time I have seen such a young and handsome marshal. Are there new recruits? When did you come, Asuna? Ron asked first. How do you know my name? I came yesterday. Asuna asked first, but she still answered Ron's question, because it was polite. As a rich lady, basic etiquette needs to be trained from an early age. Naruto interjected, the Grand Marshal is basically omnipotent, he can even predict what will happen in the next few days. Naruto, I think you should go to bed, aren't you afraid of sudden death? Ron looked at Naruto's bloodshot eyes and the thick dark circles under his eyes. In a moment he will sleep on this desk. I'm holding on for a while, and I'm about to finish it. Recently, I got a batch of cloned children with blood-round eyes. I don't know how to deal with it. I'm having a headache. Ron was also speechless for a while. You died suddenly, and you still care about the headache. You can leave them all to Yakushi Kabuto to support him. Didn't he run an orphanage? Ron reminded casually. Naruto slapped his forehead, it makes sense, why didn't I think of it, but can Kabuto be willing? You can still think of a fart, if you don't sleep today, you will definitely die suddenly. He absolutely agrees. Since the big boss Ron said so, it must be no problem. Naruto was overjoyed and immediately arranged for Shikamaru to do it. Sure enough, he is a big guy, he really knows everything. Asuna looked into her eyes and thought so. Boss, can you give me some pointers? Asuna said embarrassedly. After all, she is still a newcomer. Although she said that she had chatted with Zionio Liuhua just now, it was very speculative, but after all, Ron was communicating for the first time, and as far as she knew, the temperament of general bosses was very strange. How many floors have you reached by brushing the tower? Although Ron knew about the anime Sword Art Online, he was not quite sure about Asuna's current schedule. Asuna was instantly overjoyed, she was indeed a big boss. She actually knew her current situation, it was amazing, it seemed that she was hugging her thighs this time. We haven't cleared the first floor yet. At present, someone has led the team to open up the wasteland. I'm still considering whether to join them. After all, it's really not easy to upgrade by myself. The first floor has not been cleared yet? It seems that you have just entered the game. Ron thought about it carefully. He remembered that the boss on the first floor seemed to have reported a lot of good equipment, all of which were obtained by Kirito. And then Asuna will join an organization. The Knights of the Blood Alliance and the Raiders Group. Don't join other organizations, go through the customs yourself. Ron said, after all, the leader of the Knights of the Blood Alliance is not a real person. But this secret can't be told to Asuna yet. She is too weak now, and it is not good for her to know the truth as soon as possible. Okay, I'll listen to the boss. Asuna nodded in a pecking manner. Now she is not as cold as when she was the deputy leader of the Knights of the Blood. Don't call me a big guy, that's the yellow-haired bullshit, call me Ron. Ron, who was in the chat group, was relatively easygoing. Naruto, get rid of me. Then do I want to go in now, brother Ron? Asuna always felt that it was rude to call Ron, and it was against etiquette to call him by his first name. After all, the other party was a marshal. So I changed my name to Big Brother Ron. Come in, follow my instructions. Ron didn't bother with this title anymore, just called him Big Brother, after all, he was indeed his big brother in terms of age. Asuna exhaled forcefully, then took the first step firmly, and the scene suddenly changed in the next instant. The next few people in the group watched from Asuna's third perspective. Based on his unforgettable memory, Ron quickly recalled all the details of the first floor of Sword Art Online in Crad. And he directed Asuna to carry out the strategy with words, every trap, every ambush was well avoided. Moreover, the weaknesses of various mobs were known to Asuna in advance, so they quickly attacked the door of the boss's room. There are several teams of people standing outside the door here, all scarred, and it seems that this journey will not be easy for them. From nothing, Asuna is now dressed in white. The equipment is much better than theirs, and she has not suffered any injuries. Seeing them, Asuna felt even more that Ron was too powerful. It was entirely up to him to guide him along the way, and there was not a single mistake. Now I am afraid that I am the only one who knows the complete strategy of the first floor. Big brother Ron. Hey! You can be my master. What do you mean? Ron was confused. Isn't the master set in another anime world? That's it, you are playing a game, and I am the character in the game. Brother Ron is equivalent to the player, manipulating me, but how about clearing the game? Asuna said cautiously. He was also afraid that Ron would not want to. Ron was silent for a moment. What about this kind of gameplay? It seems to sound good. Yes, but I only have time during the day, and I'm usually very busy. Puff. This sentence almost made Naruto die suddenly. Hey, good. Then it's a deal, I'll be your game character when the master is online. And I'll go for a walk in the town when the master isn't there. Asuna said playfully, she was very happy today. Alright. Chapter 19, Virgo, 4th More. Master, then I will now give you full authority to command. After Asuna finished speaking, she actually stood there motionless. Push open the door and attack the boss directly. Ron didn't delay, it just happened to go to work and play games. Anyway, there was nothing else to do today. Little bird Toraliahua is very happy, and can watch the fun again. Naruto said that he would go to Kabuto to deal with the problem of child clones, and then went home to sleep by the way. Seeing his vain footsteps, Ron was really afraid that he would fall in the middle. Stop! What are you doing by yourself? Who knew that Asuna was just about to go in to conquer the boss, but was stopped by the guild members who arrived here early. Get out of the way, I'm here to end the boss. Asuna was not as gentle as she was with Ron when facing others. Just you? Haha. I heard right. Immediately, there was a burst of laughter around. If you don't let me go, don't blame me for being rude, my master time is very precious. Asuna said with a displeased expression. Haha, listen to what he said, I tell you, no one wants to go in now, our boss is attacking the boss inside. These people are blocking the road for the guild master and them. This kind of game is afraid that other people will miss it. Boom. Just then, there was an explosion from inside. Was no one else in it except the boss who had recovered to the full state. The younger brothers outside were stunned. The entire team of 20 people was wiped out. They had the best equipment. Get out of the way. Asuna saw that the door was open. She didn't intend to continue talking nonsense. She pulled out her iron sword and walked inside. The people who had even died of the boss naturally did not dare to stop them. Anyway, they would die if they entered. They didn't think that this little girl could survive, let alone pass the customs. The moment Asuna stepped in, the door slowly closed again. The people outside were waiting for the door to open again, and the scene inside was empty. What a pity for such a beautiful little girl. Back up, watch out for its next attack to chop you off the head. Very well, turn over and chop your legs. The last health bar is left, pay attention to his transformation. Under Ron's guidance, the boss on the first floor was killed within a moment. And Asuna didn't lose any blood. The first person to clear the level will be rewarded generously, but these are not what Asuna cares about. It was Ron's prediction and knowledge of monsters that surprised Asuna the most. It's too powerful. She has played the game for so long, and she has never seen a person with such a strong prediction. Every time the boss attacks, Ron can warn in advance. I couldn't help but chuckle in my heart, I was so wise, I hugged the right thigh. The door opened slowly. A few people outside the door were secretly rejoicing when they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Asuna came out intact and the boss was gone. How can this be? Did he beat the boss alone? Big brother, please tell us the secrets. In an instant, everyone changed their faces. Compared with the others, customs clearance is the most important thing. This is a priceless treasure. I'm sorry, these are all my master credits, no comment. Asuna turned around and left gracefully, leaving only a beautiful back. Who is the master of the mysterious woman? This speculation has been circulating among SAO players. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Tashiji. Ron temporarily bid farewell to Asuna, and then snorted, "Come in." Squeak. Tashiji walked in quickly and reported, "Report, Akainu Admiral is detaining Virgo Vice Admiral waiting outside." Tashiji was very puzzled about this matter. She wondered why Virgo Vice Admiral was detained by Akainu. She still knew more about Virgo, who was her old boss. Previously, Tashiji's unit was directly under the G5 branch. "Call them in." Glancing at the empty glass in his hand, Ron continued, "Bring me another glass of tomato juice by the way. No wonder it's easy to gain weight playing games, so I drank so many drinks unconsciously." Moments later, Akainu threw Virgo to the ground. Apparently Virgo was seriously wounded and must have resisted arrest. But against Akainu, Virgo is still far behind. As a marshal, you sent an admiral to arrest a base commander without any reason. If you don't give me a reason today, I will file a complaint with the General Marshal. Virgo's expression is calm, and his words are well-founded. He is worthy of being a spy. This mentality is unmatched. Chapter 20, A Gift to Sengoku, First Update, Picture O. What reason do you want? Ron asked without looking up, playing with the cup in his hand. You detained the marine executives for no reason, see what reason you have. Virgo expressed a feeling of injustice. Akainu on the side was also confused. He didn't know why he arrested Virgo until now, he just obeyed Ron's orders. Tashiji. A loud shout from Ron, Tashiji walked in with a glass of tomato juice. After Ron took it, he ordered, "Go and call Sengoku and say that the commander wants to give her a retirement gift." Tashiji looked at Virgo who was injured and lying on the ground, pushed his glasses without any reaction, and left. She believed that there must be a reason for Marshal Ron to do this. Although she said that it was her former boss, she is now the Marshal's person. "I was promoted by Sengoku. You clearly want to take action against the old Marshal's cronies, sweep away the old party, and train your lackeys. If you don't know that he is a traitor, it's really easy to be deceived by his righteous and awe-inspiring performance." It was just the two people present. One Ron knew his true identity, and the other Akainu was just a mite soldier in charge of carrying out orders, so no one cared about his performance. Not to mention whether he was wronged or not, even if he was a good man, Ron ordered him to be dealt with, and Akainu would strictly follow the order. That's why Ron will keep Akainu, the underdog. It is estimated that among all marine admirals, only Akainu will execute orders without hesitation, regardless of right or wrong, good or evil, as long as it is in the name of justice. These admirals has different personalities. Fujitorum may still think about right and wrong, Kyuzan may be soft-hearted, not to mention Kizaru. Akainu, who was not very antagonistic to Ron at the beginning, could implement Ron's orders most thoroughly. It's just a person who was lucky enough to become a marshal when he first joined Marine. To be so cruel to Marine veterans who have made great military achievements, Marine will be defeated by you sooner or later. Virgo's mouth cannons kept on firing wildly. Shut him up. Ron didn't want to explain it twice, and now he was exposed, and he had to say it again later when Sengoku came. It was very troublesome, so he just waited for Sengoku to come. Akainu put on his gloves and lifted Virgo. "What are you doing? Let me go. When Marshal Sengoku comes, you'll have a good look." Virgo angrily said. Click. Akainu dislocated Virgo's jaw without hesitation, making him unable to speak for a while. Then he threw it to the ground, kicked and said, Sengoku is no longer the marshal, and the current marshal is Ron. In the video chat group, everyone looked at Ron's side and expressed their amazement. Is this the marshal? This momentum is so terrifying, it is completely different from Ron's usual presence in the group. Especially the newcomer Asuna, when Ron manipulated her before, he always had a very gentle tone. She thought Ron was a very gentle person, but she didn't expect that he was just very gentle in the group, and he was so powerful in his work. The style of the author. The majesty that is above 10,000 people is definitely something that only those who have been in high positions for a long time. Asuna has seen many big people. Although they are all above 10,000 people, they do not have this kind of aura, and Asuna can't tell what it is. The imposing manner is that it feels very different. It is a kind of calmness that can control other people's life and death at will. Fortunately, he is my master. Asuna patted her chest and thought to herself. Thanks to the fact that I asked Brother Ron to help me early, if I didn't speak at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to ask Ron to be my master now. At this moment, Naruto, who has just dealt with the cloned child, is also sighing. Ron is like a person in power, and he is more like a worker, who works for everyone in the village. People are more popular than dead people, don't care, go back to sleep. Ron boss said that I can die suddenly, I'm afraid it's true. Everyone, let's talk at night, I'll go get some sleep. Goodbye. See you tonight. Stop exercising at night, just go to sleep, or you'll die easily in bed. After saying goodbye for a while, Naruto's video frame went black. Master, do you like to drink tomato juice? Asuna asked curiously, seeing that Ron often had this kind of juice in his hands. The boss is really strange, pure tomato juice is so sour, Asuna drools just thinking about it, sour drooling. At this moment, another video lit up. It was Misaka Mikoto. It seemed that it was noon, and she usually didn't go online until noon. Sister Canon was overjoyed when she saw that Ron was also online. Hey? What about the village chief? Why isn't he here? Is basically 24 online, is suddenly gone, and I am not used to it. He died suddenly. Zionai said with a serious face. Asuna giggled and said, don't listen to Zionio's nonsense, he went back to sleep. Sister Pao glanced at Zionai angrily, and then came to the vending machine, just to see that there is a new drink on it today, freshly squeezed tomato juice. When she thought it was Ron's favorite, she wanted to try it. Clang! With a familiar kick from the vending machine, several bottles of drinks fell. Manly every time she buys a drink. Misaka Mikoto picked up the drink and glanced at Ron on the screen, and he said, do you think this group has the function of sending items? Transfer items? Asuna asked in confusion. I'll try it. Misaka Mikoto put the tomato juice drink below Ron's video. Swish! In full view, the drink suddenly disappeared. And Ron suddenly had an identical bottle of tomato juice in front of him. Really? Really? The two girls exclaimed at the same time. This made Ron secretly say, it's really possible to teleport, this girl is indeed a super railgun of a certain science, it's really science. Sister Pao really knows the most about chat groups. Ron Viviisho, it's fun to wear something. I Admiral of the Navy fishing at work. Chapter 21, If the Buddha is angry, he can also kill, second. Deng deng deng. Come in. Marshal Ron, Mr. Sengoku is outside. Please come in. Tashiji's single ponytail really fits the image of an executive secretary. After a while, a white-haired figure walked in. After a few days of not seeing him, Sengoku seemed to have aged 10 years. What are you looking for with this old man? Sengoku had been dissatisfied with Marshal Ron's work style before, and he always thought that many of Ron's decisions were out of step. For example, moving the marine headquarters to the UI mainland, such as the adjustment of the marine allowance system, and so on. However, in recent days, through his observations, Sengoku found that marine's efficiency was significantly higher than before. Not only were more and more pirates caught, but fewer and fewer pirates entered the Great Route. Moreover, marine's morale has also greatly increased. After the top battle, marine's morale has been greatly discouraged. It may be difficult to recover after a year and a half. Unexpectedly, it only took Ron 2 days to not only restore his morale, but also better than it was more high-pitched before, and Sengoku, in all fairness, couldn't do it himself. Just because Ron was able to clean up the mess he left behind so quickly, there was no reason for Sengoku to question his qualifications as a marshal. Ron saw through the change in Sengoku's mentality and didn't break it. Although he said that Sengoku made a lot of mistakes as a marshal, he was essentially for Marine, but he was always unable to escape the shackles of the world government's ministers. "You are familiar with this person?" Ron Gate of Opening said straight to the point. Only then did Sengoku notice that besides Ron and Akainu, there was another person lying on the ground in the room. Virgo, who was promoted to G5's base chief. "This is... what's going on here?" Sengoku was at a loss. It was impossible to deal with a vice admiral for no reason, even Akainu would not do this easily, which means he got it was done at Ron's behest. And with Sengoku's understanding of Ron, this young man is much more sophisticated than himself, and he will never do such a stupid thing. I think there must be some reason for coming. In combination, the reason for calling him here is to give gifts, shouldn't he? I mean Virgo. A bad premonition flashed through Sengoku's mind. Virgo. Don Quixote Doflamingo's top cotter, suit Ui Heart, obeying Doflamingo's orders, from pirate undercover to marine as a spy. Ron tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically and said word by word. Then it took 15 years to climb to the vice admiral position and earn Marine's trust. Every word of Ron's words made Sengoku nervous and sweating coldly. If what he said was true, then he was a major sinner of Marine. He even made a spy the base commander of G5 and was in charge of a Marine branch. What a terrifying thing this is. Remember your favorite pupil, Corazon, perhaps Rosinante would be more appropriate. Until this moment, Virgo's expression changed. He knew that once Sengoku knew about this, he would never be able to live. It was a hurdle in Sengoku's heart for so many years. How do you know? Sengoku was shocked. Rosinante was the undercover agent he sent to Doflamingo's side, and also Doflamingo's younger brother. Few of these two names are known. And get in touch. Ron smiled without explaining, but continued. Rosinante's undercover identity was exposed because the information he gave Marine was seen by Virgo. Sengoku had vaguely guessed the result when Ron mentioned Corazon, but was still furious when he heard it. I didn't expect that my most proud student would die because of the enemy undercover he promoted. Rosinante's death was self-inflicted, and over the years, he has been promoting the culprit. Sengoku glared. Virgo's expression knew that what Ron said was probably true. Ron has finished what he should say, and gently stretched out a hand. His fingers slightly bent, and a force of gravity shot out, instantly suspending Virgo in the air. Void in his hand and twisting it slightly, Virgo's chin snapped back to its original position. Ron Viviisho said, "Why, is that a good reason?" "You." Virgo knew that there was no way to recover, and he was no longer pretending and struggling frantically, but he couldn't get rid of Ron's shackles anyway. Akainu was in a cold sweat. It seemed that the first time Marshal Ron faced off against himself, he didn't use all his strength at all, but saved himself enough face. "What are you going to do with this person?" Sengoku asked. At this moment, he didn't care how strong Ron was at all, but all he could think about was Rosinante's smiling face. "As I said, this is a retirement gift for you. What to do with Mr. Sengoku is entirely up to you, and I will never interfere." Ron threw Virgo at Sengoku's feet. Ron could feel the killing intent in Sengoku's heart, but as the former Marshal of Marine, his burden was too heavy, and he wanted to hand over everything to the law for judgment, and should be imprisoned in an underwater prison. Mr. Sengoku, you are no longer a Marine, don't have any burdens, follow your original heart, everything in the world can't be explained clearly by the law, you don't have to think too much. Old man. Don't worry, I won't investigate anything that happens here, just pretend I didn't see it. As soon as Ron said this, Akainu turned his body wisely, obviously showing his position. About Rosinante, Sengoku finally let go of the shackles in his heart. Marine's justice was earned by the desperate efforts of these companions, so the word justice will surely become a sharp blade to protect their lives. Sengoku's complexion changed, and half of the golden Buddha appeared out of thin air. The speed was extremely fast. His strength was even higher than that of Akainu. After image flashed and Shigen, finger pistol, ran through Virgo's heart. If the Buddha is angry, he can kill. Chapter 22, If it's not my Marine, its heart will be different, the third. The three girls in the group who witnessed the whole process were all stunned. They didn't expect Ron to be so decisive. Is this the superior? Talking and laughing, life and death. The world of the boss, I don't understand. Especially the little bird swims in Liuhua, I was scared and stupid, I didn't expect Ron to be real. She thought that Ron was a middle schooler like her, but she didn't expect that what they were playing was real. Misaka Mikoto and Asuna. Even though they are different in their own world, murder is really rare. Not to mention such a calm face. Sister Pao has just become Leave 5 and has not experienced this kind of life and death battle. Her life is relatively peaceful now. Never thought about killing someone. The same is true for Asuna. Before she came to the game, she was just an ordinary eldest lady. She received various etiquette trainings every day. Even when she came to the game, she had never seen a dead person with her own eyes. Little friend Ron, no. It should be Marshal Ron. I thank you for letting me know the truth of Rosinante's death. Sengoku said with relief. This mystery had been buried in his heart for more than 10 years, and he couldn't figure out how he was so good back then. Corazon, how could he reveal his identity? It turned out that everything was a problem inside Marine, and Doflamingo even took a step ahead of himself and placed a spy in Marine. Shishibukai really has ulterior motives. For the first time, Sengoku questioned Shishibukai-'s system. You re-welcome, Mr. Sengoku, I just got rid of a Marine's asshole. Ron rang the bell on the desk. This was the way to call Tashigi, this was the direct link to Tashigi's office. NT take a while for Tashigi to appear at the door. The first time he came in, Tashigi saw Virgo lying on the ground, already dead. Tashigi just glanced at it, ignored it, and focused on listening to the task that Ron was about to announce to him. I have to say that Tashigi's professionalism is getting better and better. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask yourself. Ron likes this kind of subordinate very much. Call a few people to deal with it, and you go to draft an announcement saying that the current king of Drisses, Doflamingo, has installed Marine undercover, and then announce Virgo's identity and notify the president of the World Economic News, Morgans, to send out the news overnight. Ron's momentum suddenly changed, and he was no longer the suave and lazy image. At this moment, everyone knew that he was about to attack Doflamingo. Tashigi responded, and then looked a little hesitant to speak. Speak up. Ron pretended to be displeased. Tashigi did not dare to neglect, and immediately said, Morgans has never been very cooperative with Marine. It is estimated that if he were to print a newspaper overnight, he must have opened his mouth, and he might have refused. During the 2 days that Tashigi served as the Marshal's secretary, he also had contact with the people from the World Economic News, but they all seemed to be difficult to get along with, and their attitude towards Marine was extremely bad. Sengoku also interjected, Morgans is indeed like that. He doesn't give Marine any face at all. After all, he is essentially a person from the underground world. Ron knocked on the table and said to Akainu, "You go with Tashiji. If the Birdman in Morgan's dares not cooperate, just bake it for him on the spot." Akainu nodded and put out the cigar in his hand, put on his hat again, and said, "Let's go, Miss Secretary." Tashiji was overwhelmed by the fact that Admiral accompanied him, and he also received a life and death order from the Marshal. "This time, I saw whether the members of the news agency dared to be intimidating." After the two left, Sengoku couldn't help but be a little surprised. Today, he really saw Ron's behavior. It is really God who kills God, and Buddha who kills Buddha. This decisiveness and courage are far better than himself. As expected of a young man, Marine will definitely be more prosperous under your leadership than when I was in power. Maybe it's not impossible to eliminate pirates in one fell swoop. As long as the sea is still there, as long as people are still there, the pirates can't be killed. All we can do is keep compressing their living space." Ron said bluntly. "Haha, the old man has retired. I am completely relieved that Marine is handed over to you. I have a lot of misunderstandings about my little friend before, I am ashamed." Sengoku burst out laughing. This is his home for someone who has dedicated his life to Marine, and now with such a young and promising parent, the Marine family will surely usher in his glory. But Mr. Sengoku may want to retire a little too early. I hope Sengoku can stay. It's better for you to do something. Ron didn't give Sengoku such a favor for no reason. Marine's every battle power is Ron's property, and he doesn't want these people to slip away like this. "You are the Marshal now, but it doesn't matter, I will do my best to help the old man." Sengoku said. He actually wanted to do his part for Marine. Marine heard of it. "You mean the one formed by the ex-Admiral Zephyr?" "That's right, Zephyr left Marine because of Shishibukai. You must know the details, so I won't go into details. Does Mr. Sengoku still think that the Shishibukai system needs to be retained? Losing Zephyr for such a wolf-like ambition? Admiral, is it really worth it?" Ron stared into Sengoku's eyes and said. If it was before, Sengoku would not agree with Ron's idea. After all, the Shishibukai system has continued to this day, and he has also helped Marine a lot, and paid a lot of heavenly gold to the world government. But because of Virgo, Doflamingo's incident, Sengoku completely lost his trust in Shishibukai. Pirates are pirates after all. If they are not Marine, their hearts must be different. Because of Shishibukai incident, Zephyr was indirectly stimulated to leave. It was the old man who made a mistake. Sengoku sighed and said. His previous vision was really too short-sighted. Ron did not continue to dwell on this issue, but said directly, "I hope Mr. Sengoku can bring Zephyr back and tell him our attitude towards Shishibukai. The bell must also be tied to the bell." Chapter 23, Online Game Equipment Import Plan, 4th More. It's lunch break time, so I won't let you eat. In the blink of an eye, it was time for dinner. Seeing that Sengoku was still talking to him, Ron had to end the conversation. It was only then that Sengoku noticed that he had been chatting with Ron for so long, and today was really rewarding. Ron, this guy knows a lot, but looks like a man who has been a marshal for 20 years. It's just that this rule of working on time is really not like a marshal. When he was a marshal himself, there was no rest day, let alone having lunch on time. At that time, Sengoku was estimated to be similar to Naruto, and they were all hard-working social animals. Then the old man went to talk to that guy Zephyr, and apologized to him by the way. After Sengoku left, Tashiji walked in with an exquisite lunch. This was specially ordered by Ron yesterday. Ron likes to eat the spiciest dishes with the lightest soup. As a marshal, this is better, no matter what you want to eat, as long as you order it, the kitchen will make it. I casually opened the canned tomato juice sent by Sister Pao. The taste was very weak, it should have been mixed with a lot of water. Looking at items from another world, Ron couldn't help but have a lot of ideas. Since things can be passed on to each other, there should be a way for living people to do it too. How should I use the function of sending items now? Ron thought hard while Tashigi was blowing to cool the soup. Chew a small mouth, it is very cute. Tashigi, the little secretary, not only helped Ron save a lot of unnecessary labor at work, which can be seen by referring to Naruto's hard work. And in life, Tashigi also fulfilled the responsibilities of a deputy. Skilled than many old Marines. Marshal Ron, the soup should be cold if you don't drink it. Tashigi reminded in a low voice, for fear of affecting Ron's thinking. At this moment, Ron is exchanging equipment with Asuna. There are endless kinds of equipment in SAO, especially some low-level equipment, which can be obtained in the low-level tower, and even more inexhaustible, because monsters can constantly refreshed. As long as you keep brushing monsters, you can get a large number of low-level equipment. There are not many attributes added to these equipment, at most a little defense, a few % of strength, and a few % of agility, maybe not used in that world, but in Ron's view, it is a treasure. Others can't use it, but his marine can use it. These clothes and equipment can be distributed to the special soldiers in the graduating class of Garp Devil Training Camp. Although the improved attributes are not many, at most they can make them stronger by 20% or 30% than before, but for the huge number of Marines, it is a qualitative leap. Moreover, as he gets higher and higher, the rank of the equipment will get better and better, and the attributes will also get higher and higher. Although the explosion rate is very low, Ron can use other methods, or trade, or hire, and let other people in SAO help him brush. As long as the pay is enough, I believe it is easy to get a lot of equipment. No problem, master, leave it to me. Asuna said, patting her chest. Well, your own safety comes first, do you hear that? Ron said in San. After all, the equipment was just a whim, and he didn't expect to be able to generate much. There are so many players in SAO, wolf more meat and less. Master, why don't I build a guild, and then I will start everyone to brush the equipment for you? Asuna said playfully. Yes, that's fine, just let me know if you need any help. Ron thought it was feasible, especially since he mastered the secrets to clear the levels so that he could quickly clear the tower, and the member level of Asuna's guild could also be improved quickly. Then come back to brush low-level monsters, and the efficiency should be good. Asuna really can't do it alone. After all, he needs thousands of equipment, and it is obviously impossible for one person to do it. Although there are also skilled craftsmen in the pirate world, they can create the best equipment. However, it is not possible to directly increase the property. This is the advantage of the online game world, as long as you wear it, you can directly improve your strength without restrictions. Ron believes that this kind of equipment will still be useful even if it gets to pirate world. At that time, his elite marine troops can be upgraded by a whole level. Become a real ace. The reason why Ron cultivated these elite marines is to replenish marine with high-end combat talents, and secondly, because there are still a small number of pirates on the Great Route, most of them are small fish and shrimp, these people can't send Admiral Vice Admiral or something. Dispatch. After all, Admiral Vice Admiral doesn't add up to many people. Therefore, these elite marines have their place. After a brief discussion, under the constant urging of Tashigi, Ron finally finished his lunch. Chapter 24, Let You Live Because You Are Still Useful, 5th more. Take a leisurely nap. Misaka Mikoto is offline again, I don't know what to do. Birdie Raka is swimming with Asuna in the world of online games. Although it is from Asuna's perspective, this unprecedented fantasy world is exactly in line with Birdie Raka's fantasy of the world. Asuna, I envy you so much. You can swim in such a beautiful world full of infinite possibilities. At this moment, Asuna is on a vast grassland, as far as the eye can see, like a blue sea and blue sky. From time to time, some elite monsters passed by, and Asuna easily defeated them. As long as it's not a tower boss or a new floor pioneer, Ron will not control Asuna. This is also to exercise Asuna's strength. Sister Little Bird, I envy you. You don't know how much I wanted to go out. It's like a cage inside, and my life is in danger at any time. Asuna tilted her head to Isho, the spring breeze brushed across her hair and across her face. Asuna's face was enough to amaze me for a while. Even Tashiji Bird Tour Liuhua was stunned. After a while, he recovered and said with a face UI, then don't you want to come out now? Asuna stretched out her hand and brushed her hair slowly behind her ear, looked at the sky and said, don't be so anxious, I want to do something for the master now, and I'm very happy to be able to help him. Akatsuki in the chat between the two, because he had fallen asleep, naps, morning runs, and supper, these daily essential routines, but Ron didn't miss any of them. Tashiji, his human alarm, was called to wake him up on time from thousands of miles away. Ron was in a daze in front of the desk for a while, listening to the busy voices outside, but he had nothing to do and could only continue to be forced to fish. Asuna, go online, come, beat him to the 3rd floor today. Ron called. Little Bird Tour Raka began to get excited again. She was bored in class, and finally she could see Asuna and the others going on an adventure in the tower again. She was someone who liked to join in the fun of everything, someone who was more idle than Ron. Okay, master, here I come. Asuna put on a white UI-edged night uniform this time, even more beautiful. Just when the two cooperated to clear the tower together, something incredible happened in the underground world. Akainu and Tashiji came together, the headquarters of the World Economic News in the mysterious underground world. When they knocked on the door of Morgan's office, Morgan's reaction was inconceivable, followed by a look of alertness, and finally concealed killing intent. How did you find this place? Tashiji is not familiar with him, but Marine Admiral Akainu is a big man in Akatsuki's household, how could his news chief not know? I advise you not to move around. Don't think that you are hiding deep enough. In fact, Marine has already probed the location of your headquarters. In terms of intelligence, Marine is more powerful than the 4 emperors. Akainu took off his gloves and said threateningly. The words made Morgans tremble with fright. His headquarters was exposed, and he didn't even know it. I advise you not to mess around. This is the underground world, and the world government doesn't dare to provoke an existence. We don't commit river water, so we don't need to fight to death. Morgans was intimidated, and he was telling the truth. The development of the underground world is already very large. Even if the world government knew of their existence, they would only turn a blind eye. After all, they also had shady business dealings. But how can Akainu be the kind of person who can be frightened, and this time Ron gave him the power of life and death. That is to say, whether Morgans lives or dies now depends on whether he cooperates fully for a while. Girl with eyes, let's negotiate. Akainu leaned on the door frame, keeping a certain distance from Moer Gongzi, which was exactly the distance that Akainu could kill with one hit. Tashiji nodded, then in Morgan's increasingly surprised expression, he told Morgans what Ron had said word for word. What? Morgans was shocked, because Doflamingo was also a member of their underground world, and they still had to give each other some face. Now, Marine's news is actually related to Heavenly Yaksha, and it's still such a big news. This has to be carefully considered by Morgans, weighing the pros and cons. However, Akainu's presence was to prevent Morgans from not cooperating. You don't have so much time to think about it, either agree or die. Akainu said impatiently. Joke, dignified Admiral, who is his opponent here? If he can't do this, he's really shameless as an admiral. When Sengoku was in power, he didn't dare to treat us like this. Morgans didn't want to give in. Mr. Birdman, I advise you not to provoke Akainu Admiral. He came with the life and death power of Marshal Ron, which means that he killed you under the authorization of the Marshal. Tashigi spoke at the right time, and placed Virgo's data on the table. Tashigi did not embarrass Ron at all, neither humble nor arrogant, and his attitude was firm. You. Morgans hesitated. He was not afraid of Akainu, nor was he afraid of the little girl in front of him. As one of the few fruits that can fly, if he wants to run, he can barely escape at a certain price. He was afraid of the rookie marshal who had no rules and no scruples behind him. Such a person who doesn't care is too scary. Morgans has no doubt that he can do anything. Okay, I'll give the new marshal a face. Morgans said, and then distributed the printed tasks, and ordered the production overnight. So, are you satisfied? Tashigi nodded, and when Morgans breathed a sigh of relief, she added. Our marshal asked me to tell you that the reason why you can still exist now is because you still need you. If you are interested, just live in my shadow and survive. Let you live because you are still useful. One sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Morgans to sweat and numb his scalp. Today, I wrote 16,000 words, and the 10,000 words have been divided into 5 and sent out. The remaining 6,000 is for manuscripts. The younger brother's rule for adding more flowers is how many flowers there are, and there are more words on the day they are put on the shelves. There are currently 9,000 flowers, that is to say, 9,000 words are needed. At present, I have saved 6,000 words, and there are still 3,000 left, and I can save them tomorrow. Chapter 25, The Way to Level Up to Leave 6, First Update. Things went very well on Tashigi's side. No matter how brave Morgans was, he didn't dare to play tricks in front of Akainu. Akainu alone can carry his newspaper office, and it will be very easy. Morgans is a person who knows current affairs, and in this case, he has to reconsider his relationship with Marine. The new marshal made it clear that he was here to disarm him, but it had to be said that it was still very effective. After all, Marine's strength is there, and now this giant ship has changed to a stronger helm, which has to make him think about whether to take this giant ship or choose to collide with it. Obviously, a fool would choose to collide with a giant steel ship with a flat boat. Please go back and tell Marshal Ron. If you have anything in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best to cooperate. Morgans's tone and attitude turned 180 degrees, and he said to Tashigi very respectfully. Obviously, he could see that Tashigi was the one who had the most direct contact with Marshal Marine. Morgans's eyes are still very vicious, and the guy who can mix in the underground world, whether it is grasping the current situation or observing interpersonal relationships, is clear at a glance. I will convey what the President said to the Marshal. I hope the President will not say one thing and do another. Tashigi said very seriously. Haha, this female officer is joking, how dare I? Morgans glanced at Akainu at the door and smiled. With such a great god here, how dare he have two hearts? Ah, I finally cleared the 3rd floor. Asuna wiped the non-existent sweat on her head and stretched her waist. The perfect curve made people have to feel the magic of the creator. Master, you are really amazing, they didn't even pass the 1st floor. Haha, let me just say that Ron is very good, don't forget that I was the first to ask you to go to him for help. Zionaiaolayuhua said as if asking for credit. Okay, little bird sister is the most credited. Asuna stuck out her tongue. Let's finish it today. It's not good if the progress is too fast. Go and stabilize your strength. Ron looked at his watch. It was almost time to get off work. Playing games at work was called fishing, and playing games after get off work was a waste of time. Because Asuna has been promoted several times in a row, but it has always been controlled by Ron, she still lacks some independent combat experience. Ron doesn't want to make her a puppet, so he still hopes that Asuna's own combat experience will also improve. Knowing the master, just in time for me to recruit guild members. Since Asuna came, little bird Turing Liuhua has always followed her perspective to travel the world of online games, as if everything was her own experience. Ding! Suddenly another screen gradually lights up. This position belongs to Mikoto Misaka. You don't have to guess that she is online. As for Naruto's screen, it's still black, presumably he hasn't woken up yet. Hope you don't die suddenly. Sister Mikoto, where have you been? Why aren't you here during the day? Zionaiaolayahua asked curiously. Sister, I still have class. Okay, you are so busy. Sister Pao kicked the vending machine skillfully, and bottles of drinks dropped randomly. Sure enough, it's still a familiar way to play. The familiar sunset, the familiar vending machine, the familiar foot, the familiar safety pants. Sister Pao threw different drinks into the chat group, and everyone took the drinks and drank them all. These people in the group gradually became like a family, and they got along very naturally and happily. Grand Marshal, I want to ask you one thing. You said. Ron said softly, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands on his back. How can I get to leave 6? Misaka Mikoto also kicked the small stones on the side of the road unpleasantly with his hands behind his back. The autumn wind blows the skirt, and the setting sun outlines the figure, making the girl even more lonely. Why do you want to upgrade to leave 6? Your current strength should be enough. Ron still didn't want such a girl to be infected with more killings. Afterwards, Sister Pao expressed her troubles, mainly because she was always sad to see her clone sisters being brutally murdered by Accelerator every day. Ron already knew about Academy City's Leave 6 plan, but he still didn't interrupt the girl's story. If I can reach Leave 6, I can stop this killing. Misaka Mikoto looked up into the distance, and said uncertainly. It's not impossible. Ron sighed, fearing that the Dragon Slayer would eventually become an Arlong. Is there really a way? Your ability is electromagnetism, but you still can't break the shackles of the body. Ron looked at Sister Canon with a puzzled look, and explained in detail. In other words, your body is still the body, you can only control the electromagnetism, and you have reached the limit in controlling electromagnetism. This road is dead, no matter how skilled you are in controlling electrical energy, it will be at the level of Leave 5. However, if you can turn yourself into electricity, then you can break through to Leave 6. I am electricity, electricity is me. Misaka Mikoto exclaimed. That's right. Can this be done? Sister Pao never thought about it before. Of course not on your own, Ron said truthfully. Alas, Misaka Mikoto lowered her head again. She knew that Ron was telling the truth, she really couldn't do it. But I can do it for you. Ron's words are like a beacon in the dark night, making Misaka Mikoto's heart ablaze with hope. Chapter 26, Good Generals Are Easy to Obtain, Second More. Receiving a promise from Ron, Misaka Mikoto instantly became happy. She believed that as long as Ron agreed, it would definitely be done. Deng deng deng. A sudden knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Come in. Ron sat back in his chair and looked at the empty tomato juice cup next to him. He had to sigh, I'm really not used to Tashiji's absence. Mikoto Misaka, send me another can of tomato juice. He said before the people outside came in. It happened that Sister Pao hadn't gone far, just next to the vending machine. This time, she didn't kick, but chose a can of tomato juice and passed it on through the chat group. Squeak! Kobe pushed the door open. This was the temporary deputy that Tashiji had specially arranged for Ron before he left. Temporarily replace Tashiji's half-day job. Tashiji's temporary transfer order basically does not require the approval of the marshal, and the authority given to her by Ron is large enough. Ron. Yuan. Marshal. Kobe said nervously, after all, his position is really too low, and seeing the boss of Marine, he must be at a loss. In this respect he is much worse than Tashiji. Don't be nervous, just say anything. Ron thought he was very peaceful, but the aura of the superior person still existed. Kobe still said with some trembling, "Fujitora Admiral is outside and wants to meet you." Ron looked at his watch, 5 minutes to go. Let him come in and tell him he only has 5 minutes to fix any problems before leaving work. Ron knew why Fujitora had come. Kobe withdrew in response, and he couldn't help but think, as expected of the marshal, how the guy Tashiji managed to deal with it so well. He was shocked just by looking at it. After a moment, it was Mr. Sengoku who called him back. He said that the marshal had given him the task of Zephyr. "Let's withdraw first." Fujitora seemed to have some incomprehension of this decision, so he came to Ron to verify it. "Yeah, my order." Ron didn't go on, knowing that Fujitora must not have finished. The recent behavior of Neo's new Marine is very suspicious. At this moment, I am waiting to withdraw, leaving only Mr. Sengoku alone, which may be bad. Fujitora has been in charge of tracking them down since the last time they got Zephyr to form Neo Marine. After so many days, Zephyr's whereabouts were finally locked, and there were some speculations about their purpose. Now that he suddenly withdraws, Fujitora is not afraid of losing his credit, and he is not such a person. Most important thing is that there is a sudden change of people at this moment. I must not understand Zephyr's movements. If I miss the best time to arrest, it will not be easy to track it next time. The purpose of Zephyr is to detonate 3 volcanoes in the New World through dynamite rocks, and then destroy the seabed magma veins, thereby burning all the pirates in the New World. Ron took a sip of tomato juice and told a shocking secret very often. What? Fujitora was not as calm as Ron, and broke into a cold sweat when he heard this. He also knew about the existence of 3 volcanoes. Although basically everyone thinks this is just a legend, there are no 3 such volcanoes in reality. But only Marine executives know that this legend is true, and it really exists in reality. Moreover, destroying these 3 volcanoes can instantly erupt the underwater lava that is enough to destroy the New World. The New World will instantly turn into a sea of fire. No, the old man must stop it as soon as possible. Fujitora didn't have time to ask Ron why he knew Zephyr so well. Now he just wanted to go and catch Zephyr right away. Because he knew that ordinary passers-by in the New World would also be buried with him. Stop! Leave this to Sengoku. Ron snorted softly. There was an unmistakable aura. Fujitora stiffened, but stopped. Marshal Ron wants Mr. Sengoku to bring Zephyr back. Fujitora was smart enough to understand what Ron was doing with a little thought. So to speak. Ron thought a lot more than Fujitora. I heard that Zephyr and Marine have a deep grievance. It's not easy for Mr. Sengoku to go. Fujitora sighed. Zephyr was indeed a conscientious soldier, and Fujitora, who had not yet joined the army, had heard of this. It not only cultivated many excellent Marines, including the former Marine 3 Admiral, all of which were taught by Zephyr himself. It can be said that most of the high-level generals in Marine were brought out by Zephyr. Such a talent, but because of Shishibukai, he was extremely disappointed with the world government and Marine. Fujitora didn't know what the reason was, but it must have been an irreconcilable contradiction to make Marine, who used to be so righteous, go to a point of no return. But Fujitora could feel that the confident appearance of the marshal in front of him was a particularly clear aura. What can he do? Chapter 27, A Handsome Man is Hard to Find, the third. I heard Mr. Sengoku talk about Virgo. Fujitora said, seeming to remember something. What do you think? Ron looked at his watch, 3 minutes left. I think that since the evidence is solid and I have caught Shishibukai-'s spy inside Marine, why don't I send troops directly to Doflamingo, and I am willing to send troops there. Fujitora is also an opponent of Shishabukai's policy, and should be the only person outside of Fujitora who openly opposes the Shishibukai system. Ron smiled and put down the canned drink in his hand. That is, Fujitora couldn't see, other people must be curious about what this tin can is. Isho, Shishibukai is not a person, he is a system. You have to remember that if Doflamingo is killed, the second brother Doflamingo and the third brother Doflaming will come to power one after another. As long as the system is still there, kill or not kill it, it makes no difference. Ron shook his head and said, a system that has been deeply rooted in people's hearts cannot be solved by killing two people. Because ordinary people have recognized this system, and even people who have been persecuted by pirates have recognized the Shishibukai system. When everyone agrees, Shishibukai is not just 7 legal pirates, but a right that people voluntarily give to pirates. They take it for granted. Ron is very clear that the biggest trouble to eliminate Shishibukai is not the world government's blocking, because that doesn't matter to Ron at all. The world government is just a piece of shit in Ron's eyes. The thickest wall is the recognition in people's hearts. Want to completely abolish Shishibukai? It is necessary to let people know what they have done and completely break the public's recognition of Shishibukai. What the marshal means is that he is willing to listen carefully. Fujitora also felt that Ron was right. Ron tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically and said word by word, destroy its name and kill it. Through the news of the World Economic News, the true face of Shishibukai is revealed, so that the people can recognize that Shishibukai is nothing more than a pirate. First plant a bomb in the hearts of the people, and then relay what Doflamingo did in Dressrosa, detonate this bomb completely. To stir up public anger and guide the fishing reels is the quick and effective way to deal with it. When Fujitora heard this, he secretly said, how vicious. Although this method of handling is not the most open and aboveboard, it does something extraordinary in extraordinary times. As a result, Fujitora can't think of any other way to take advantage of the Virgo incident so thoroughly. Originally, the crocodile incident in Alabasta was the best chance to trigger the contradiction in the Shishibukai system, but unfortunately, Ron did not continue. After all, this was a helpless move made by Sengoku during his reign, and now Sengoku is also his own. It is naturally inconvenient to continue to expose shortcoming. Fujitora admired Ron's thinking and courage, and it seems that this marshal will really bring a bright future to Marine. As Mao recommends himself to arrest Doflamingo in person when the news spreads around the world tomorrow. Fujitora said confidently that he would have no problem against a Doflamingo, and that Shishibukai was still a step behind Admiral S. Ron shook his head, then remembered that Fujitora couldn't see, and smiled bitterly, this must be done by Zephyr, and only by him. Fujitora's mind with a bang. I seem to understand, I understand. Fujitora's blind eyes looked at Ron like a normal person. What a marshal, 3 birds with 1 stone. It would be great if I wasn't blind. I really want to see what such a young marshal looks like. At this moment, Fujitora finally understood why Marshal Ron was so sure to bring Zephyr back. I finally understood why I chose to attack Doflamingo at this time. Is more clear why Virgo's secret was told to Sengoku at this time. One by one. Can't help but let Fujitora sweat. This marshal has already planned everything, starting with the disclosure of Virgo. No. The plan should have started when Tina Rear Admiral was transferred to G5 instead of Virgo. If you want to recall Zephyr, Sengoku must apologize and keep him. If you want Sengoku to shoot, you must let Sengoku recognize Shishibukai-'s true face, and Virgo is the culprit who killed Rosinante, Sengoku's favorite protege. He is the best trigger. However, Sengoku's apology was not enough to keep Zephyr, and the flag of Doflamingo came in handy at this time. According to Zephyr's hatred for the Shishibukai system, if he didn't let him speak this viciousness personally, he would not believe that Marine was going to be ousted. Shishibukai-'s determination. This will not only bring back Zephyr, but also eliminate the estrangement between him and Marine. What a perfect plan! Fujitora was already cold when she thought of this. One move, Zephyr back, and Shishibukai was shaken. No wonder Marshal Ron said Zephyr had to deal with Doflamingo. The mystery of this was only figured out below. The old man can only be an admiral. The marshal is not as big as Ron's little brother. Fujitora got up and bowed in admiration. A good general is easy to get, but a handsome one is hard to find. Chapter 28, See Once and Catch Once, 4th more. Everyone, see you tomorrow, I'm going down. Ah, it's so early. Little bird Yuliahua said with some reluctance, I still want to see Ron and Sister Asuna pass the level. Look, Ten didn't study hard, goodbye master. Asuna teased a little bird, and then waved at Ron. Misaka Mikoto got Ron's promise, he is no longer confused, as if he has lifted a heavy burden, his whole person has become more relaxed. With his back to the sunset and the evening wind, he tilted his head and smiled, see you tomorrow, Ron. After saying goodbye one by one, Ron's screen gradually turned black. There were only 3 girls twittering about 8 trigrams left in the group. Kizaru outside the headquarters. The old guy doesn't know what he's doing these days, Ron hasn't seen him for 2 days. Yo, Marshal Ron! Borsellino greeted first. Needless to say, Kizaru must have been the best performer these days. You can guess 1 or 2 from his wretched smile. Ron nodded as a greeting. Suddenly looking at the character Kizaru was escorting, he couldn't help laughing. I said Kizaru, why did you arrest him again? Hey? This man is so scary. I don't know how he ran away when I caught him last time. Kizaru touched his chin, looking puzzled. Ron also thought that this guy was out of luck and was caught by Kizaru twice in a row. Ron was also amused. I guess Kong is going to be mad this time. This person is none other than the original Marine Rear Admiral X. Drake, the spy sent by Marine. Last time he was caught by Kizaru and received so many bounty orders, Kong has always been mute eating Yellow Lotus, and finally he could only secretly let Drake go. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 days, Kizaru was arrested again. Ron didn't point it out, but he wanted to see when Kong could hand this spy unit into his own hands. This old man, too stubborn, probably still holds grudges, that's why he delayed handing over Marine's trump cards. Ron is not in a hurry. Since you consume energy, I will accompany you to consume it and see how long you can last. Marshal Ron, is there anything wrong with this man, Kizaru asked Ron's expression with some playfulness. No problem, of course there is no problem. Don't forget to hand him over to Kong and ask him to take good care of him. Kizaru was at a loss. By the way, this guy may escape from prison. Pay more attention. If you catch him in the future, send him directly to Kong and ask him to give double the bounty. You say I told you to do it. As Ron left, he ordered again. Kizaru scratched his face with his fingers, with an expression of unknown reason, but he didn't think so much. Since the marshal said so, and he can still receive double the bounty, then why not do it? Compared to other admirals, Kizaru is one of the easiest to live. It can also be said that one of the most clear living. Ron likes this character very much. Both capable and uncompromising. Ron called such people wise and foolish. Passing through the bottom of the Ui soil continent, I could vaguely see the shadows of countless soldiers climbing with their bare hands. Garp's loud scolding could also faintly reach his ears. Garp's enthusiasm can be felt across such a distance. At this moment, Tina's fleet happened to pass here. And immediately stopped when they saw Ron. Marshal Ron, why are you here? Tina got off the boat immediately and asked. You came just in time, come with me. Ron said without doubt. Tina responded immediately. She naturally obeyed Marshal Ron's orders without any reason, and she didn't even ask where to go. Since taking over G5, Tina has been busy every day. Because the atmosphere of G5 has been made by Virgo that Marine is not like Marine, and pirates are not like pirates, but Tina has lived a very fulfilling life, and finally can realize her ambition, all thanks to Ron's promotion. For her, Marshal Ron is not only a relationship between superiors and subordinates, but also some kind of grace. This is the mess left by your G5 base chief. Naturally, you have the responsibility to deal with it. After Ron finished speaking, a space Uzumaki appeared in front of him. Ron went in happily first, and Tina motioned for the people to go back first, without waiting for her, and then collapsed in without thinking. Then, the space Uzumaki disappeared automatically. It's Tina. I got the name of this person wrong in the previous chapters. It's not Tina. Thank you readers for pointing it out. Chapter 29, Rebecca and Violet, the 5th. Ding. Familiar online sound. Then Naruto's video window lit up. What about Big Ron, off work again? Naruto found that Ron was gone as soon as he came up. The three girls were chatting about how Ron was talking with his subordinates in the office just now. Sure enough, it was 3 women in one play. 8 trigrams became good sisters instantly when they got up, and even 2-dimensional characters couldn't escape this law. In particular, what Ron said to Fujitora just now was simply handsome and unnecessary. It was the charm of a king who devised a strategy and controlled everything. Hey! Are you all crazy? Naruto said speechlessly. Could it be that these people were assimilated by Zionai Aoyolaiahua? Zionai Aoyolaiahua was very dissatisfied with Naruto interrupting their behavior, and joked, "Go to bed quickly, you don't even know how handsome the marshal was just now, look at you, the village chief. Hey, the size of the village head is also a cotter, okay? Don't take the village head as a cotter." Naruto laughed. After a day's rest, Naruto finally recovered a little bit of energy. The whole person is not so sluggish anymore. It's just that I haven't been free for a long time, and the work is immediately found. At this moment, Naruto is very envious of Ron's men. A team that can make the boss so leisurely is really jealous and heartache. Look at yourself again. Although Shikamaru is known as the first mind in the wood industry, it is basically useless, and all the work is not directly handed over to him. It's really tiring to come here to ask for any big things. Said that CAO arrived. Shikamaru pushed open the door and entered. What's the matter? Naruto said lightly. These mine carts were returned by Iwagakure village, and these guys don't believe their word. Naruto said with a headache, how is this possible? Shikamaru said, these guys are just provoking trouble. Before the mine trucks that had just left the factory were delivered, they said that the railway could not be built in the village, so there were no more mine trucks. The Legia Electric Company of wood industry has always been a Jinchuriki/column industry, and the production technology of mine cars is far ahead, so there are often some villages to purchase mine cars. The cost of this kind of train is particularly high. If Iwagakure village goes back, then this batch of mine cars will be unsaleable. Naruto, who had just rested, began to work on this man again. In fact, this is not a big deal, but after all, the size of the wood industry is too small, just a small village, so small things are often magnified. Dressrosa, the land of toys. In a deserted street, Space Uzumaki appeared out of thin air, followed by 2 figures. This is Dressrosa? Tina saw the toy soldiers walking down the street and immediately recognized the unique features of this country. There are toys that can talk everywhere, and the People's Happiness Index ranks among the top 3 year after year. This is a happy country. And the king is Shishibukai Doflamingo. Tina didn't know that Virgo belonged to Doflamingo, and only a few people knew that Ron was going to kill Shishibukai. After all, if the plan was made known to everyone before it even started, it would be strange for the enemy not to prepare in advance. Ron and Tina walked down the street in military uniforms. No one felt the same at this moment. They are looking for a restaurant. These toy soldiers are family members of the residents. In Tina's unbelievable expression, Ron told Tina about the kingdom of Dressrosa. Tina almost exclaimed, the more she listened, the more angry she became, and finally she wished to arrest Duo Fang Langming immediately. Marshal Ron, are we here today to arrest Brother Doflamingo? Tina asked impatiently. No, we're just here to eat. Ron pointed to a restaurant and pub. As for arresting, it's your job to do tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why wait until tomorrow? Tina said inexplicably, for him to stay for one more minute, the people here and the toys here will suffer for one more day. Because I said tomorrow, said Ron sternly. Remember, work with Zephyr tomorrow. How dare Tina not obey orders? I had to follow Ron to the tavern. However, as soon as I entered, I met Doflamingo's cotter, Violet, but she was talking to her niece Rebecca in this store. Chapter 30, Is He Worth It? First. Marines in capes came in, and the others gave their seats very wisely. You can tell by looking at the clothes of the two of them, they must be high-level Marines. Ron found a place to sit down, and Tina sat next to him consciously. These ordinary people may not recognize Tina and Ron. But Violet is the princess of the original Dressrosa, and she is also an undercover agent of the current Doflamingo pirates. So, I'm still very good at intelligence. Especially when I saw Tina, I recognized Marine Rear Admiral at a glance. And the character next to him is even more amazing. Maybe others don't know it, but Violet saw Ron ascend to the position of Marshal with his own eyes. Clairvoyance is not a false name. On the day of the campaign for Marshal, Violet watched the entire process remotely. The young man is full of heroism, gathers the hearts of the people, fights Akainu and ascends the throne in one fell swoop. At that time, she never thought that such a young Ron could become a Marshal. Marine executives rarely come to Dressrosa, and the Marshal never does, so Violet has to wonder. However, with his current status, the Marshal should not have noticed her, so he could observe their motives. Seeing Violet's nervous expression, Rebecca couldn't help but follow her gaze. So frightened, Violet turned her back immediately. "Shh, don't look over there, do you know who these two are?" Rebecca shook her head, her slender single ponytail swayed. "Listen, that woman is Marine Rear Admiral, Tina." Rebecca covered her mouth to avoid calling out. It turned out to be Marine Rear Admiral G5 branch who just took office today. The news hasn't come out yet, so Violet still doesn't know that Tina has replaced Virgo. What about the one next to it? That's the new Marshal Marine, the youngest Marshal in Marine history. Rebecca almost didn't jump up, the news was too exciting, she actually met the highest authority in Marine here. Why did Marshal Marine bring an escort out? Rear Admiral could only be reduced to an escort in her eyesight. You are stupid, do you know how powerful he is? He is stronger than an army alone. Violet poked Rebecca in the forehead and said. How much Rebecca wished Marine could come here, she was going to relay Doflamingo's conspiracy to Marine. This time, I didn't expect to be able to directly ask Marshal Marine for help. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't be impulsive. Violet stopped Rebecca. Doflamingo is with the world government, do you think Marine can control him? Violet's words, like a basin of ice water, directly extinguished Rebecca's fire of hope. Rebecca knew that what Violet said was true. After all, Doflamingo was still Shishibukai on the surface. Marine was not allowed to interfere in Shishabukai's actions, not to mention that Brother Ming had some close cooperation with the world government. Come here you two. Have a drink with Handsome Ben. Ron waved. Puff. Rebecca and Violet, who were still muttering, were shocked. Did you call us? Ron nodded. The two sat down nervously. Tina was wondering why Marshal Ron did this. After looking at the appearance of the two girls, he suddenly figured it out. After all, the Marshal is also of a vigorous age, which is normal. If this were an ordinary local ruffian, Rebecca would have slashed it long ago. After all, the two of them were also former princesses, and they were called to accompany you to drink in the bar. But the other party is Marshal Marine, a character who can fry the pot in the new world with a stomping of his feet. They dare not be presumptuous. After a while, the table was filled with food and wine. Ron said as he ate, "What was NII talking about?" Although Ron suggested that they should eat together, but they were eating at the same table with the marshal, how dare they use chopsticks? Tina sat there upright, acting as a guard, looking around carefully. This officer misunderstood, we don't know each other at all, we were just chatting." Violet replied with a smile. She deliberately pretended not to recognize that the other party was the marshal. After all, she didn't want to cause trouble. "Oh, isn't she your niece?" A word was like a thunderbolt, and it exploded in the minds of Violet and Rebecca. How does he know? Ron took 2 bites of the meal and continued without looking up, "Princess Nii, don't you want to discuss how to deal with Doflamingo?" Ron's speech has always been the gate of opening, never beating around the bush. In fact, he didn't expect to meet Rebecca and the 2 of them when he came out this time. It was just a meal. At most, he gave Tina a brief introduction to the current situation here, so that she would not be in a hurry when she attacked tomorrow. You're not with Brother Ming?" Violet blurted out, and suddenly regretted after speaking. Isn't this equivalent to admitting that she intends to deal with Doflamingo? If this marine marshal is the same as Shishibukai as before, wouldn't he be exposed? Do you think he's worthy? Chapter 31, Rejecting Rebecca's Request, 2nd. Is he worthy? Ron didn't speak, but Tina was indeed dissatisfied. Tina was very angry to compare that kind of thing with a marshal. Ron waved his hand to signal Tina to be quiet. After all, this is a public place. If you don't stop it, according to Tina's violent temper, it is estimated that everyone in the room will know that he is the marshal. Ron wasn't afraid of revealing his identity, and he didn't mean to hide his identity, otherwise he wouldn't be swaggering down the street in his military uniform. Joke, Marshal Marine still needs to hide his identity when he goes out? Ron just didn't want to be disturbed by his dinner time. I'm sorry, I offended. The princess is different, Violet is very polite. Rebecca intuitively felt that this marshal was different, and it was obviously not the same as Shishibukai. Perhaps this is the only chance for the Liku family to turn around. So regardless of Violet's obstruction, he said directly, Marshal Ron, I know you are a marshal, do you know that Dressrosa is not as prosperous as it seems? Although Rebecca doesn't know the truth about Toy Man, he knows a lot of Doflamingo's untold secrets. Of course the marshal knows, do you still need to say it? Tina was still angry about what happened just now. After all, ever since she knew the truth about this country, Tina had hated Doflamingo to the core. Seeing that she couldn't stop her niece, Violet sighed secretly. This child is still too young to know the dangers of the real world, the world government, marine, and pirates. Where is the black and white relationship? For the sake of profit, sometimes the world government is a pirate, but they are just plundering. Isn't that what the high amount of heavenly gold is like? Isn't that what Shishibukai pays a part of the stolen money every year? Shishibukai's legal right to plunder, this is the most naked government Claw Kaiba act. It's gone, the bar is closed today, let's go. Violet issued an order to drive away all the other people in the tavern. She knew that what Rebecca said for a while would never be heard by these people. Everyone in this country knows that Violet is the cotter of Doflamingo, so no one dares not give face. At this moment, only Ron was left in the room. Rebecca goes on to explain how Dressrosa fell into the hands of Doflamingo, and how under Doflamingo's rule, all kinds of black market deals, arms deals, and even people deals loomed over the country. Ron just ate the food on his own, without commenting or interrupting Rebecca. It's just that Tina was burning with the anger of the audience, getting more and more angry, and wished to lead the troops to arrest Doflamingo now. So please save this country. Rebecca said, full of tears, grievances, pain, and despair. At this moment, Ron just finished eating. Sorry, it's off-duty time. It's okay to listen to your stories. As for official business, I'm not going to talk about it. Ron wiped his mouth, got up and said. He didn't want to ruin tomorrow's big event because of today's promise, and be exposed by these two women, and thus be noticed by Doflamingo. So he won't reveal any information to Rebecca, even if Doflamingo is to be executed tomorrow. Even knew about Marine, let alone these two ordinary women who were not soldiers. If one more person knows, there is one more risk of exposure. Ron is not just one person to get rid of. If it is only Doflamingo, Ron will be able to solve him now without any effort. His 100,000 Marines, let alone Doflamingo, even the entire Dressrosa, could make it disappear overnight, wiped off the map. Brother Ming has a close relationship with the world government and the underground world. If he is not caught off guard, it will be difficult to have the effect of abolishing the Shishibukai system. As Marshal Marine, are you just watching these people live in pain? Isn't Marine trying to get justice? What kind of Marine are you like that? What kind of excuse is it to get off work? Don't you catch a pirate just because you get off work? Rebecca, stop talking. Shut up. Violet desperately covered Rebecca's mouth. Other party is the boss of Marine, and the clay figurine still has 3 points of anger. If the other party kills Rebecca here, there will be no consequences. All you need to do is place a charge at random. Violet sees this kind of thing a lot. Ron smiled, you have to know, Marine is just a profession, not a god, our job is to catch pirates, remember. This is just a job. Why can't you get off work, get off work? In the future, there is no reason to take care of work, overtime is not an obligation. Ron's remarks left Rebecca speechless. Yes, that's someone's job, and there's no reason to ask someone to repeat the work after work. Ron got up and walked towards the door. Tina took the initiative to open the door. Ron stopped at the door and said without looking back, "Little girl, if one day you find out that you are wrong, remember to come over and apologize to me." Violet let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had taken her life, and then looked at each other with Rebecca, wondering what the marshal meant. Just as he was about to ask, Ron had already left. "Marshal Ron, is this also my off-duty time?" Tina also reacted after hearing what Ron said. "What kind of work is off? You can believe it if you fool a child, how can an adult not work overtime?" Ron immediately changed his face and replied. "Tina. CO authoring the entire Marine, just you get off work on time alone." Chapter 32, Incorporating the Little Human Race, Third More. Swish. Ron and Tina were walking on the street when suddenly there was a burst of wind. Like an object moving at high speed. And at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Tina was caught off guard and the cigarette in her hand was stolen. Who is it? With Tina's strength, she was not prepared for a while. "Marshal Ron, there are enemies." Tina looked dignified and looked around. "Don't look for it, it's not the enemy, and you should smoke less cigarettes in the future. What kind of a girl 1010 is?" "Yes." Tina responded with a slightly faced UI. Swish. Suddenly there was another sound of breaking wind, and this time the target turned out to be Ron. However, Ron's strength was several grades higher than Tina's. The moment the villain approached, it was only 1 centimeter away from Ron's tomato juice. Ron gently stretched out 2 fingers, which happened to clamp the little human race. Ah! It was discovered by humans. A cute little human with long blue hair was staring at Ron with big eyes. Only then did Tina notice the creature in Ron's fingers. Not only looked at it curiously, "Is this a little human race, or is this the first time I've seen it? She just stole my cigarette." "It's not stealing. People in this town call us goblins, and they'll give us things." "You're stealing." Tina ruthlessly exposed her. "Don't be afraid, we are good people." Ron knew the characteristics of the little human race, that is, it is very easy to trust others. Ah! So he's a good guy. I'm a scout team member of the Dong Dada Kingdom. My name is Vika. The little blue man suddenly changed from a look of alertness to a smile. Can you take us to your Dunk Kingdom? No, the elder said, you can't bring strangers in. Vika's face changed back to alert and insisted. We are not outsiders, my name is Ron, this big sister is Tina, don't you think we know each other, so we are friends, not outsiders. Ron said softly. Ah, so that's it, it's fine if you're a friend, then I'll take you there. Vika said happily again, the little people are born pure races. They don't know how to lie, and they are extremely fast and powerful, and they are a good seed for Marine. When Ron proposed to go to the kingdom of Dong Dada, Tina had already guessed his purpose. He couldn't help but secretly sighed and said, Marshall is really good at fooling children. After a while, the three came to a secret realm, and after entering, it was the kingdom of Dong Dada. As soon as they entered, a group of Dong Dada little people surrounded them with weapons. Vika! How can you bring strangers back? Leo scolded, holding an embroidery needle. Not strangers, they say friends. Vika explained. Ah, if it's a friend, then there's no problem. The little people immediately put down their weapons. It's really simple, Ron is ashamed, these guys are unreliable even if they are Marines, it seems that they have to think of a class that suits them. In short, these fast and powerful talents, Ron does not intend to let go. Tina looked at the little people sitting in front of the whiteboard, listening intently to the class, and asked curiously, what are you doing? We're ready to rescue our Princess Manshari. That's right, this is our 102nd battle and it will be a success. The little people said with promise. Success shit, hey, this broken plan of yours has been failing, okay? Ron shook his head, really couldn't bear to tell these lovely guys that the plan didn't work out for 2 years. In this way, I will help you rescue your princess. Really? Great! Leo and the others suddenly started cheering, as if they had rescued people now. However, there is one condition. Ron suddenly changed the subject. What conditions? As long as you can rescue Princess Manshari, we can promise you anything. Leo patted his chest and assured. It's very simple, I want you to be Marine with me. As soon as Ron said this, everyone looked at each other and began to whisper and discuss. Okay, we promise you. Leo said solemnly as a representative. Then let's make a new plan, and try to rescue Princess Manshari in a week with the help of Ron. Several little people said that they were going to make a new plan. Ron shook his head and said, no plans, no waiting for a week. A week is really too little, half a month. Before Leo could finish speaking, a dark purple Uzumaki suddenly closed, and Princess Manshari stood alive in front of everyone. The little people were surprised in unison, their eyes almost flying out. Chapter 33, Who is in charge of the sea, Fourth more. Ron Lando! Ron Lando! Ron Lando! The little people shouted louder and louder. They worked for years without success, and Ron did it in just a second. This is also because Ron knows the location of Princess Manshari, so he can accurately open the portal. Ron's pupil technique requires the precise coordinates of the opponent. Why, Ron Lando, let's go Marine now. Agree. Agree. Seeing that they were about to shout louder and louder, Ron quickly stretched out his hands and made a downward motion to signal them to be quiet. By the way, Ron Lando, how to join Marine, do you still need the approval of Marine's people? Leo asked with wide eyes. Tina scoffed at Isho, you don't know who he is yet, do you? Ron Lando! Ron Lando! Stop, I've served you guys. I don't even know who he is. Just now you dared to promise him to be Marine. It was the first time Tina had seen such a simple human being. Let me tell you, he is Marshal Marine. You don't need anyone's approval to join Marine. As long as your Ron Lando speaks, no one in Marine dares to object," Tina said proudly. Ron Lando is the marshal." The little people dropped their jaws in shock. After a while, everyone slowed down. Vika didn't expect to go out to steal something. No, he actually picked up Marshal Marine with something. "You don't have to come with me, just follow Tina's orders tomorrow, and don't tell anyone about today's affairs. Do you know? Follow orders." Hundreds of little people responded in unison. Leaving the kingdom of Don Dada, I happened to meet the ship of the beast pirates who came to trade smiles. They didn't make the slightest disguise at all, and carried them at the pier openly. Marines of Ron and Tina here, they still trade unscrupulously. Marine were not taken seriously at all. Seen how arrogant the four emperors Kaido and Doflamingo are? Even the underlings are so unscrupulous. "Hey, let the two Marines over there, don't block us from carrying," said a pirate with a lion's head on his stomach. "Don't you hear me? Don't blame us if you don't leave." During the conversation, several pirates surrounded them, holding sharp blades, aggressive, and they would chop people if they disagreed. "You still want to be welcome?" Ron frowned. No one dared to speak to him like that. "Why, don't you agree? Go back and ask your marshal if you know which pirate group we belong to. Even if he sees our captain, he has to walk around." "Do you think so?" Suddenly there was laughter around. "Looks like Kaido has had enough." Ron shook his head, daring to act in the sea that he rules. "Did I agree? What, dare to say that our boss has lived enough? I think you are courting death." A pirate suddenly became furious and raised his machete. Holding the knife in both hands, he went from top to bottom and slashed over. Clang! A straight long leg ran in front of him, and the pirate's long knife snapped. Ron gently pushed Tina's leg away, and the behavior of these pirates made him very angry. Presence of Marine's black market transactions, he even dared to speak rudely to Marine, threatening him. It is simply lawless. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that it was just a team of scumbags under the four emperors. The arrogance has reached the head of Marshal Marine. It seems that it is time to tell them who is in charge of this sea. Wait a minute, those eyes. Suddenly a pirate dropped the weapon in his hand and stepped back, his eyes full of panic. He has seen these eyes, and the Kaido pirates discussed these eyes 2 days ago. "Xiaohu, coward! What's wrong with you? What are you afraid of? There are 2 people on the opposite side. Big Lion, run! He's Marshal Marine!" An exclamation, like a thunderbolt from the blue, exploded in the minds of several people. At this time, everyone has only one thought in their hearts. "Damn it, don't you really think so? Look at what I did just now," even pointing at Marshal Marine and scolding, "It's dead, it's dead. Run!" The crowd dispersed. Resist? What a joke, the other party is the person standing on the top of the pirates, resisting and dying faster. Don't talk about yourself, even the boss doesn't dare to say that he is a complete victory. Kill them. There was no emotion in Ron's tone, and the behavior of these pirates really angered him. Not because they attacked themselves, but because they dared to ignore the soldiers as thieves. Can you imagine a thief committing crimes in front of the police? Of Marine? Ron desperately needed a fight right now to completely blow Marine's name. Tell them who is in charge of this sea. Show off your military might, so that all pirates will be afraid when they see Marine, flee, and surrender. Can an army that is not even afraid of thieves still be called an army? Tina, who was already full of anger, received Ron's order and used the shave under her feet continuously. Because the marshal's order was to kill them, not arrest them. The number of words in the manuscript has exceeded the flowers. Ask for a wave of flowers here, a wave of evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. At least let the evaluation votes exceed 1,000. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 34, The Revolutionary Army, came out to wash the ground, 5th more. It's all done, Marshal Ron. Tina obediently stood behind Ron and threw out the blood-stained gloves. What to do with these corpses? Do you need me to call someone to deal with them? There must be a marine cruising nearby. As long as Tina contacts, someone will come in 10 minutes at most. Because this area is under the jurisdiction of G5, Tina is very aware of the route of Marine's patrol. No need, someone will help us clean up. Ron laughed, he already felt the Revolutionary Army hiding not far away. Presumably they were also here to investigate the underground weapons trade. Now that you are present, you can't just watch the fun without doing anything. Marshal, who will help us deal with it? If someone from Doflamingo finds out, it may affect tomorrow's plans. Tina said worriedly, after all, tomorrow's action is about Shishibuki's survival. It doesn't matter, if the plan is revealed, it's fine to push Dressrosa directly today. It doesn't matter. Even if Doflamingo dies today, I have a way to make him come back to life and die again tomorrow. But the effect will be a little worse. Ron was really speechless, and Tina couldn't digest it for a while. Remember, there can't be only one plan at any time. Plans are unreliable and no change will come fast. No matter what you do, you must have a backup plan. Tina nodded and thought admiringly, that would have to be as strong as yours. Even if I think of a plan, I will rack my brains. If Doflamingo finds out, let him die today, if not, let him live another day. Sabo, this guy is scary. Koala covered her mouth and tried not to make a sound. He's the new Marine Marshal. Sabo was rarely seen cautiously. What do we do? Do we still need to stay here? The clues to the black market weapons trade are also broken. Fishman Haku said cautiously. Don't act rashly, now we only need to move, and the other party will find us immediately. Now is not the time to meet Marine head-on. Sabo gradually calmed down. At this moment, his heart was shocked. He didn't expect the new marshal to be such a decisive person, and it was completely different from Marine's submissive way of doing things in the past. Sabo had a bad feeling that Marine might become the biggest obstacle on the way for the Revolutionary Army. Where's the people? The three of Sabo suddenly discovered that the new marshal had disappeared right under their noses. What a speed! Not good. Sabo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and was about to turn his head. A cold voice came over. I advise you not to move. Ron stood quietly behind the three, and slowly said. You Revolutionary Army, I don't like it very much, but you are not pirates, you haven't done anything excessive, so I don't need to waste my energy against you, so while I'm still having a friendly conversation, I hope you don't do anything wrong. Wise move. Your Excellency, this is not a friendly conversation. Sabo's body was tense, and he was already preparing for an emergency. You are still alive, and that is the greatest kindness to you. Go back and tell Dragon that it's okay for him to go against the world government, but if you reach out to our Marine, don't blame me for being rude. Call the rest of your Revolutionary Army out and clean up the scene. After the sound disappeared for a long time, the three dared to turn around slowly, only to let out a sigh of relief after realizing that the man had really left. Back and forth in Huang Izumi. Too strong. This momentum seems to be felt only by Dragon. However, tonight is destined to be a restless night. New World, Sengoku stood on the deck, panting. Zephyr wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The two old men had obviously just had a fight. Sengoku, after this fight, you and I have no grudges. I don't care about the previous things, but it is absolutely impossible for me to return to Marine's request. Zephyr said firmly, his eyes full of disappointment under the sunglasses. Yet, Marine let him down too much. Killed his entire Marine was awarded the title of Shishibukai. He has devoted his whole life to Marine, and his wife and children have also been poisoned because of this, but he still has no regrets and cultivates new people for Marine. But in the end, what did it get? The contribution of one's life is no better than that of a pirate. Why let him be Shishibukai? Marine hadn't considered his own feelings. Recruits full of dreams and hope for the future, only 2 survived. They are all good students he brought out, just like his own children. Zephyr doesn't understand, he doesn't even care about the arm he's lost. The pain of the student's death reminded him of the murder of his wife and children decades ago. Such Marine is not worthy of his continued service. He will use his own method to destroy the pirates. Chapter 35, Zephyr Returns, First Update. You're trying to destroy the new world with dynamite rocks all the way. Looks like you know a lot, Sengoku. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about it when you're retired. Zephyr didn't deny it, and Sengoku knew, and he wasn't surprised. Ron told me. Sengoku said truthfully. You mean the new little marshal? Zephyr said as he repaired his prosthesis. Zephyr, trust me, he's really different and I think he'll definitely be able to take Marine to unprecedented heights. Sengoku said very seriously, he had to admit that Ron was much stronger than him, no matter what. It's just a little boy, how capable he is, Sengoku, you really put a lot of effort into wanting me to go back, to give such a high rating to that boy, it's not like you, old man. Zephyr simply doesn't believe the image of the new marshal described by Sengoku. How good can a person chosen by a rotten to the root Marine be? If you think about it, you will know that it is just a raccoon dog. Zephyr, do you know why he asked me to come to you? Sengoku knew Zephyr's concerns, the old guy really didn't trust Marine at all. No Shishibukai Doflamingo. Humph, of course I know, the old man has said more than once that that guy is not a good person, and his country Dressrosa, saying that the Liku family was overthrown due to brutal rule. This sounds full of holes, I tell you Sengoku, it's definitely not that simple. Zephyr called Anne and asked him to bring 2 bottles of wine. Anne was one of Zephyr's 2 remaining disciples from that naval battle, a cute girl with blue hair. You're right, Doflamingo has a big problem. For the next 10 minutes, Sengoku told Zephyr everything he had heard from Ron about Mingo. Damn. Sure enough, Shishibukai doesn't have a good thing. Zephyr took the wine that Anne handed over and drank it. This time, Marshal Ron asked me to come to you in the hope that you would be able to deal with Doflamingo. Zephyr was taken aback by Sengoku's words. He doesn't know who Doflamingo is, does he not know about Tenryubito's origin, the bridge of the underground black market, the lackey of the government? Of course I do. Then he dares to do something to Doflamingo. Zephyr asked in surprise, he didn't expect this. As I said, little friend Ron's attitude towards Shishibukai is very firm. No matter what the identity of the other party is, this time Shishibukai is abolished. Sengoku also took a sip of wine. It has been many years since he felt so heroic. Sengoku even forgot his original intention of being a Marine. He has been oppressed by the world government for all these years. It is really boring for him to be a Marine. Or marry now. Haha, I'm really angry with the old man. Well, since that's the case, then I'll go back with you. I really want to see this bloody new Marshal of Marine. Zephyr laughed and asked casually. When are you going to do it? Tomorrow. Sengoku said word by word. Then what are you waiting for? Take this old man back. Zephyr didn't expect that it would be tomorrow, and the blood in his body would not stop boiling. It seems that this marshal is really not an ordinary person. With Zephyr's order, 30,000 Neo Marines turned around, and dozens of warships drew white ribbons on the sea, heading towards the new Marine headquarters. Since you have prepared a big gift for the old man, then the old man naturally wants to return the gift. Let's see how my 30,000 Marines are doing. Although Doflamingo was not the culprit who killed his apprentice, Zephyr knew that it was Ron who made him take care of Doflamingo in order to let him out. The young marshal was trying to unravel his own knots. At this moment, Zephyr has a feeling of cherishing each other and seeing each other late. Chapter 36, Kaido's beautiful daughter. Second update, picture Ron and others set foot on the patrol fleet of the nearby G5 branch, preparing to return. Ron lay comfortably on the beach chair on the deck. In fact, he prefers this kind of slow-paced rush. After a busy day, he enjoys the feeling of walking home from school and the tranquility of being alone in the short dozens of minutes when he comes home from get-off work. It was so in the past, and it is so now. It seems that there is only this period of time, which does not belong to the school, the company, or the family, but only to myself. This fleet happened to be led by Smoker. He never thought that it was an ordinary patrol mission, and he ran into Marshall Marine and hitchhiked. "Tina, what are you and the Marshal doing? Is there a new mission?" Smoker said curiously. Obviously he didn't think the Marshal had come all this far to dress Rosa just for a bite. Intuition told him that Marshal Ron must be preparing for something big. Because according to what he knew about Ron, this new Marshal would never do anything in vain. "Call me Commander, Smoker, don't forget I'm the commander of G5 now," Tina said seriously. "Cut. It's just luck," Smoker said, unconvinced that he and Tina were in the same period, and now Tina is already a base manager, and it is still the top 3 branches in Marine such as G5. G5 is very powerful. As the Marine branch in the New World, its strength should not be underestimated. In addition to the G1 headquarters directly under the Marine Marshal, and the G3 branch where Marine Hero Garp is located, the G5 branch is the strongest in the entire Marine. Rear Admiral, Tina jumped to become the base director of the 3rd Division step by step. It can be seen that the spirit of this Marshal is enough to show that Tina is so lucky. It is not an exaggeration to call it a year of steady progress. And he is a Commodore. Whether it is rank or position, there is a lot of difference. Forget it. Keep your voice down and don't disturb the Marshal, Tina said, glaring at Smoker. About the task of tomorrow is a secret. Ron did not give orders, Tina dared not disclose it, not even her friend Smoker at the same time. "I'm just a Marshal here for a meal. Wei no Kuni. A Nagashima. Kaido is drinking as usual. Lord Kaido, it's not good." Suddenly a real man ran in a panic and said, "I don't know how many somersaults I fell along the way. Say something." Kaido frowned slightly unhappy. Da. Yamato-sama ran away again. This name Genda knew that he was dead, and his tone had begun to tremble. "What?" A dragon roar resounded through Onigashima, deafening. This is already the first time that Yamato has escaped, and this guy has no idea where he was from. He must go to sea and liberate Wei no Kuni. As the daughter of the 4 emperors, she has to call herself a man and be against Kaido everywhere. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and get him back for me." The blue veins burst out on Kaido's head, and an invisible momentum spread quickly around it. The pirates who were still in Yinga were foaming at the mouth, and they didn't know if they were alive or dead. Jack burst into cold sweat and said quickly, "Boss Kaido, calm down. I'll send someone to bring Master Yamato back." "Hey? Send someone?" Kaido stared at Jack and said unkindly, "What did you say?" "Boss Kaido, I'll go in person. I'll go in person." Jack broke out in a cold sweat. Even Ultai, who often talked back to Kaido, didn't lower his head and didn't dare to speak. At this time, "Kaido, whoever provokes him will die. It is not the first time that us has gone away, but because that guy doesn't know sailing at all, so he doesn't go far every time. He often runs away from home for a month, and is still circling around Onigashima." So Jack didn't worry about finding it, and basically sent a few people to walk around Wei no Kuni, and he could find Yamato floating around in Mufa. It's not the first time Jack has done this. At this moment, Ron slowly took off his blindfold, because he felt a powerful breath approaching. "Marshal Ron, why are you awake? Are they too noisy?" Tina's words made Smoker turn Byakugan for a while. "We didn't even talk." Ron shook his head, patted Tina's shoulder and said, "Order the fleet, set off north." Chapter 37, Fake Whitebeard 2 vs Real Kaido 2, 3rd. On an island not far away. "Mom, that woman was amazing just now." A man with a huge stature, slender limbs and a snot, who looked like an idiot, said to an old woman. "What are you afraid of? That's why you didn't have enough food today, otherwise you'll definitely beat her. You're so smart, you don't know that you're Whitebeard's son, right? Remember, your father is the strongest man in the world." "Really, Mom? You're so smart, can I fool you?" "That's right. A few hours ago, Whitebeard 2 had just met Yamato here. Fake Whitebeard son meets real Kaido daughter." At that time, Yamato saw that Whitebeard 2 was working on several buskers. These people are CP9 who were defeated by Luffy in an ice lobby. Bluno used the ability of Door Fruit to help everyone avoid the attack of Buster Call. But because Lucci was seriously injured and needed medical treatment, the rest of the street performers pooled money to cure Lucci. Sick. Comic title page storyline. So Yamato, who believes that he has inherited the spirit of Kojiki's royal chivalry, draws a stick to help. Both are power players. Yamato's Thunder Tetragram meets Whitebeard 2's Broadsword. Although the sky was not torn apart, the wind and sand were still everywhere, and the ground was cracked. The invisible haki collided in the air, resounding through the sky. All the onlookers were horrified. Especially the few people from CP9, except for Lucci who was unconscious. They were not the opponent of this Whitebeard 2 when they united just now. After a few rounds, he was defeated. However, now this mysterious woman is so powerful. You know, even Kizaru once commented that Whitebeard 2 really had the power of Whitebeard when he was young. That's what a terrifying monster would be judged like that by Admiral. And it is said that an arm of the former Admiral Zephyr was also cut off by this man, although it is not known whether this rumor is true or not. But the powerhouse that can be recognized by the world government and given the title of Shishibukai, shows that the strength of this Whitebeard 2 is not a vain name. What a powerful force! I drank Isho, I didn't expect the world outside the sea to be so vast. Come again. Mom, my hands are so numb. Don't be afraid, you are the strongest, go on, son. Miss Ba-jin poked Whitebeard 2 with a small crutch. In this way, the two fought for several hours. It is difficult to tell the winner for a while, but Yamato is more and more brave. Until the end, Miss Bajin pulled Whitebeard 2 to retreat. Khalifa walked in front of Yamato, and the huge height difference made Khalifa only look up at Yamato and thank him. Since CP9 was defeated by Luffy, they have lost their value. Now the world government doesn't want them anymore. It was only after Lucci was injured that he took some opportunity to bring everyone back to the world government. However, now, their life trajectories have quietly changed. You're welcome. Big and hearty Isho, she has a particularly sunny beauty, like that of a sports girl. Whitebeard 2's strength has surpassed Shishabukai's level. Although he looks stupid, his brute strength can even hurt Zephyr. Although Zephyr is old, Admiral's strength is still there. It can be said that the strength of Whitebeard 2 has always been a mystery. Even after fighting with Yamato for so long, he has not suffered any injuries. His physical strength and strength are worthy of the title of Whitebeard 2. Shame for Whitebeard to say that though. But the strength is really strong. But unfortunately, he encountered a wall hanging today. Marshal Ron, that powerful breath is that person. Tina felt it too, although his observation haki range wasn't as pervert as Ron's. Well, get close to him. Ron was already lying on the beach chair, looking at the distant stars. It was getting dark now, and the moon was already showing. Get Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit for Misaka Mikoto. That's right, Ron's solution is to swallow Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit directly to Misaka Mikoto and force a breakthrough to leave 6. But now this fruit should be on the moon. Wait, that man is the new Shishibukai, Whitebeard 2, Edward Weeaboo. Tina finally saw the looming figure in front of her. Well, it's him who I'm looking for, let's go. Ron didn't even look at Whitebeard 2. Smoker exhaled, he didn't understand why the marshal wanted to see Shishibukai. According to his understanding, this Ron should be the kind of person who greets an acquaintance on the sea when he has nothing to do. Mom, it's Marine. What are you panicking about? You are Shishibukai, don't be afraid of them, you are a legal pirate recognized by the world government, he is just Marine under the world government. Is that so? Hey? Mom, stop beating, it hurts. Chapter 38, Vulnerable, 4th More. G5 warship, just let them take us for a ride. Miss Ba-jin said proudly. As comfortable as Shishibukai to be a pirate, even Marine can't give them face. I think when Whitebeard 2 was just an ordinary pirate, he was chased by Marine all over the world, and there were frequent conflicts. Since being banned from Shishibukai, which Marine can't give any face when he sees it. Even if they make some excessive demands, they will not refuse. This month, Miss Ba-jin has not been too comfortable. You can legally loot anywhere. Even if they meet Marine, they will condone them because they are Shishibukai. Miss Ba-jin is used to this kind of life, and naturally he doesn't want to return to the ordinary pirate life that everyone shouts and beats. Son, stop that warship and let him take us away from this broken island. Miss Ba-jin habitually beat Whitebeard 2 with a wooden stick. Okay. Edward Wilbur raised his sword and jumped up. The terrifying bouncing power crossed the 100-meter strait and jumped onto Smoker's warship in one step. Smoker and Tina's expressions changed, and they secretly said, "What a fast speed! Stop, this warship I commandeered in the name of Shishibukai." This sentence was taught to him by Miss Ba-jin. They did not know how many warships they had robbed along the way. Presumptuous! Who asked you to come up? Tina said angrily, these Shishibukai are really getting more and more lawless, it seems that Marshal Ron is right, if it's not my Marine, his heart will be different, and this group of Shishibukai should be abolished. This warship has been requisitioned in the name of Shishibukai. Whitebeard 2 seemed to be able to say this sentence. It's just that his face was full of doubts this time. Obviously, there was no Marine who asked him to say a second sentence along the way. The Marines he usually met were all actively cooperating with him. I warn you again, if you don't go down, I'll be rude. Tina took off her gloves and entered a fighting state. Tina. Smoker sensed the change in his old colleague, and Tina obviously had murderous intentions. Smoker, prepare to fight. Tina's eyes condensed, staring at Edward Wilbur, and said solemnly. Smoker had no doubts about him, even if Tina wasn't his boss, Smoker wouldn't stand idly by in such a situation. At the same time, Smoker slowly took the 10 hands on his back into his hands, a weapon with a sea stone inlaid at the tip. The two were one after the other and surrounded Whitebeard 2. When the rest of the soldiers saw this, they immediately took up their weapons, and their boss was ready to fight. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, it was definitely right to follow the boss. The troop culture of the G5 division is that, no matter right or wrong, just follow the boss and it's over. However, just when the soldiers were about to start, Ron, who was lying on the chair, waved his hand without raising his head, signaling them to step back. Everyone looked at each other, although they really wanted to go up and fight side by side with the boss, but the boss of the boss had spoken, and they dared not listen. This warship has been used by me as a 7-armed. Obviously, this sentence is not easy to use today. Miss Ba-jin didn't think of it, so he didn't teach Will at all. Cloth the second sentence. When Edward Wilbur was halfway through his repetition, he remembered with a broken voice that Tina disappeared in place in an instant, and her straight legs flew up and kicked Whitebeard 2 directly in the abdomen. The powerful force instantly cracked the deck where the two of them were, and the entire front end of the warship collapsed into it. However, Whitebeard 2 stood there and didn't move, this foot was like a mosquito bite to him. What a strong body! Seeing this, Tina immediately got out of the attack range of Whitebeard too, and the next moment, a long knife slashed. If Tina doesn't step back, then at this moment, she has been cut in half. Smoker took the opportunity to turn into white smoke and bound Whitebeard too. However, after only a moment, Edward Wilbur broke the smoke with brute force. Yunyu knife turned around and slashed horizontally. Smoker's feet were uncertain, so he could only stand with 10 hands in front of him, and armament haki covered him. Click! Well-crafted 10 hands, cut in the middle, Smoker's armament is like a thin layer of paper to Wilbur. The mighty blade chi lingered on, piercing Smoker's chest directly, and a wisp of blood sprayed out. In the next moment, Wilbur disappeared in place in an instant, and the deck that had been shattered completely collapsed. Not only strength. This huge body also has unmatched speed. Whitebeard too, Edward Wilbur's body is comparable to 3 generations of Rakage. That is absolute suppression from the flesh. At the moment when Wilbur disappeared, Tina secretly thought that it was not good, because intuition told him that the man's next target was himself. This knife, she absolutely cannot escape. Strong, is this the power to rival Admiral Zephyr? He clearly hasn't realized his ambition, he hasn't made Marine stronger, he hasn't led G5 to surpass G1, and G3 has embarked on the path of the strongest Marine. Most importantly, still haven't repaid Marshal Ron's kindness. Tina is not reconciled. If I can survive, I must become stronger and never receive the humiliation of pirates again. Brush. Tina's pupils gradually enlarged, and she could already see the long knife slashing. That's too late. The knife gas seemed to lock the space. Tina only felt that time was slowing down at this moment, that Wilbur's hideous face, the blade that was close at hand. Where is this still human? This is the death god. Tina already felt the coldness of the blade, but at this moment, the powerful long knife suddenly hovered in the air. Then, in Wilbur's terrified expression, boom, boom, boom. Starting from the tip of the knife, it cracked inch by inch. Ask for some flowers. Please. Chapter 39, Pain Only Grows, 5th more. I don't know when, Ron's has come to Tina. The speed was so fast that even Whitebeard too didn't react. A hand was like iron tongs, blocking in front of the long knife and Tina's pretty face, and Tina could even feel the temperature from Ron's palm. Ron's 5 fingers Vivi exerted force, and Wilbur's big knife was like a cracker, breaking layer by layer. At such a close distance, Tina could personally feel the power of Ron's fingers. I can't help thinking to myself, Marshal Ron's fingers are amazing. Wilbur's face changed suddenly. Although he was a fool, the danger warning of animal instinct was still there. The man in front of him gave him a bottomless feeling, like a beast, and he was like a squirrel. No odds. Absolutely no chance of winning. You don't need to fight to know. Wilbur panicked, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. The last time was when I faced Zephyr for the first time, but at that time he had just left the sea, and his strength was far worse than it is now. That time, Zephyr taught him a hard lesson, but because Zephyr didn't want to kill, this gave Wilbur a chance, and he cut off one of Zephyr's arms many years later. What do you want to do to my beloved subordinate? Ron said coldly. The reason why Ron didn't take the first shot was to let Tina and Smoker recognize themselves and know their gaps. Only in this way can progress be made. However, this fool just wanted to kill Tina with one knife, which is too much, a Shishibukai, who doesn't know where his boundaries are, and dares to kill Marine. If Ron was 1 second late, Tina would have died. However, Ron would never let such a thing happen. Tina was a Marine general that Ron had prepared to train, and it was absolutely impossible for him to die in front of him. Although they all met Whitebeard too, he was different from Zephyr in that Ron could 100% guarantee that none of his subordinates would die. He has this power. Zephyr doesn't. Although Edward Wilbur is stupid, his fighting talent is very high. The loss of the longsword didn't bother him. Perhaps, for him, the knife is not his weapon, the indestructible body is his real weapon. Boom! Knowing that he had no way out, Wilbur planned to give it his all. In an instant, the strength of the whole body was mobilized, and with a sudden force under the feet, the invisible and colorless armament Haki covered the whole body, and rammed directly towards Ron and Tina. The power of this blow is like a direct collision with a sea train. Even stronger. At this moment, a half-length Susanoo armor appeared out of thin air, wrapping Tina and Ron in it. A body and strength comparable to 3 generations of Reikage. But Ron's Susanoo isn't like Sasuke's half-baked crispy Susanoo. He really can be called the strongest defense. Because Ron puts skills and never cares about chakra. Duan. The entire warship trembled. The originally calm waters all around suddenly flew waves of more than 10 meters. Susanoo's jet black body didn't move at all, and Wilbur's body was already covered with the fire of Amaterasu. If this was Sasuke, he would have been killed by now. Only Ron's chakra can build such a strong defense. The scorching stinging sensation made Wilbur scream in agony. However, no matter how hard he tried, the black flame could not be extinguished. If Wilbur had some armament Haki covering his body, he would have been burned to ashes at this moment. But Haki couldn't prevent the temperature. Although the flame was isolated from Haki, the temperature spread to his arm. Looking at Wilbur, who was rolling on the ground in pain, Ron didn't have the slightest sympathy in his heart. If it wasn't for him, Ron would have killed him directly now. A fool is not an excuse to be forgiven, no matter whether he was bewitched by Miss Ba Jin, or whether his nature is kind or not. He did what he did to kill Marine, this is an established fact. Based on this, in Ron, Edward Wilbur is dead. However, it would be better for Zephyr to stab the knife himself. He also asked him to give an explanation to his students. To be handsome, lies in the royal man. In grace. Torture him. Bring back. Ron didn't even put out the flames, which was a lesson in electricity. After all, Ron believes that death is never the best way to atone, pain is. Yes. Tina responded. I was still thinking about the image of Ron hugging himself in Susanoo just now. Make her face UIS. Some suffocation. Marshal Ron, Tina will definitely become stronger and won't lose again next time. Ron nodded. This is what he wanted. Tina's strength is indeed not strong, and she has not experienced any life and death battles, so she cannot grow. What Ron wanted was a mighty marine, a marine that would frighten the enemy. He couldn't be the only one who was strong, and the marshal would do everything. It was the same as the boss of the previous life, 1010 personally selling goods on the street. To perform their duties, they must be strong as a whole. This battle brought to Tina and Smoker must have been great. I want some flowers and tickets. The big guys are keeping the flowers and they are not moving. I feel like I am going to get cold. Is it that no one sees this all the time? Chapter 40, Ron's Advice. Smoker looked at the bone-deep stab wound on his chest, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a look of disbelief on his face. Not only him, but everyone on the boat felt that way. Compared to the strength that Marshal Ron showed just now, the shocking medical skills in front of him were the most jaw-dropping. After all, the level of this group of people is limited. They can't tell how powerful Ron was just now. They only know how powerful they are. They don't know how powerful they are. However, this medical technique is very intuitive. After all, Smoker's wound was there, and they saw it. Mention Marine's ship doctor, even the best doctor in the sea would not dare to say that the effect is so fast. The recovery speed can be seen with the naked eye. Marshal Ron, I can't believe, you can still have medical skills. Tina handed over the towel and wiped Ron's sweat that didn't exist. A dignified base chief, now gentle like a maid. Medical skills? I know a little bit, Ron was not humble, he really knew a little bit, because to him, it wasn't medical skills at all, it was simply using chakra energy to stimulate cell regeneration. Ron has a lot of chakras. Although there is no systematic medical ninjutsu, the conversion efficiency is very low, but Ron can't stand it and doesn't care about the consumption of chakras. Is it slow? Then increase the chakra delivery. Is it slow? Then keep increasing. It's that simple and rude. But the recovery speed is already faster than Tsunade's 100 hero technique. This is equivalent to the local tyrants doing things without logic, they just throw money until they are satisfied. But other people don't think so. How can you understand a little bit? This is completely a miracle, doctor. Marshal Ron is too modest. Tina put away the towel and laughed softly. Then he turned to the crew and said, "Let's go, back to Marine headquarters." The voice changed to Sister Yu in seconds, completely different from the gentle look just now. Although Smoker has recovered from his injuries, he has been sullen, and said somewhat ashamedly, "This kind of opponent still needs the marshal to come out, alas." "Okay. Don't sigh, you have to remember, don't rely too much on the power of fruit." Ron felt it was time to educate them. Unless your fruit ability is very high, such as Kizaru and Glint Glint fruit, such fruits can be developed mainly with fighting technique as a supplement. But you don't have such a powerful fruit, so in the development of strength, you should pay attention to the fighting technique and the fruit as a supplement. Tina and Smoker nodded, both of their fruits were not very strong, not even second-rate. In Ron's opinion, it's not as good as Buggy's split fruit. "Tina, especially you, your fruit is special." Ron saw that Tina was a little lost, so he said, "Your fruit ability depends entirely on your fighting technique, and the two cooperate with each other." Tina suddenly regained her spirits, her big eyes twinkling. Tina will definitely practice her fighting technique well. Ron nodded with a smile. He patted Tina on the shoulder encouragingly. Then he looked at Smoker and said, "As for you, your fruit ability is one of the worst in Logia, so don't focus on fruit ability development. Or you can completely give up smoke fruit development and focus on practicing haki, as long as the armament haki is strong to a certain extent, and can use the characteristics of the smoke fruit to transform into various forms, covering it with haki to attack." Ron is not kidding. To be honest, this smoke fruit is not even as good as Marine Rokushiki except that it has no entity. There's really no need to waste time on it. If it were me, I would have concentrated on practicing the fighting technique long ago. The combination of fighting technique and haki is king. "Do you practice haki?" Smoker whispered, because he had been in East Blue before, there were no strong people there, so his Logia fruit was rampant, which also led him to rely too much on the fruit's ability, and in the new world, almost everyone will haki, Logia's advantage is gone. Smoker was lost in thought. "Marshal Ron, what should I do with that old woman?" Tina suddenly found an old woman standing in the direction of Wilbur when the boat turned around. "Come to think of it, is his through Miss Ba Jin. Throw it into the sea," Ron said with a wave without looking. "I Admiral of the Navy fishing at work." Chapter 41, Adding New Members. Blue blue blue. Suddenly, the phone bug Ron was wearing rang. Tina and Smoker are very intelligent and automatic avoidance. Moses. Tashiji's voice came. In fact, Ron also guessed that it was Tashiji's phone. After all, this is the Marshal's line, and few people know about it. "Reporting to Marshal Ron, everything is going well here. Mr. Sengoku called me just now. He didn't know that you were off work. He asked me to convey that everything was going well with Zephyr Admiral. They are currently heading to headquarters." Tashiji briefed himself and Sengoku on what happened. As an assistant, Tashiji has really grown a lot. Now she is a qualified secretary, and she has a capable temperament. "Well, very good, until the newspaper is released tomorrow, keep an eye on Morgans for me," Don't let him play tricks, remember, once he doesn't cooperate, don't give him a chance, just deal with it. Ron didn't believe these people in the underground world at all. They have no rules in what they do and what they say, and everything depends on their interests and preferences. Full of uncontrollable factors. I know Marshal Ron. Tomorrow, take that Birdman to Dressrosa, and we need him to report, okay, call Akainu. Ron yawned and said. I'm really tired today, Ron wants to sleep. Akainu took the phone bug, turned off the speaker, and said, Marshal Ron, what else is planned? Tomorrow, you will lead the troops from the headquarters and guard near Marie Joyce. Don't let any news enter Marie Joyce. I will give you the right to act cheaply. At critical moments, you can directly kill those who do not cooperate. Ron ordered. Doflamingo and the world government must be cut off, because the world government is afraid that the world government will come forward in time to protect Doflamingo's reputation. For their benefit, Ron believed that the Gorsei/5 elders were absolutely capable of it. Understood. Akainu said with a deep breath. He had never received such an order. In contrast, Akainu preferred to settle Dressrosa. After hanging up the phone, Tashiji looked at Morgans next to him and said, You heard it all. If you don't cooperate, the consequences should be very clear. Cooperation, cooperation, I will definitely cooperate. Morgans immediately expressed his position. He didn't expect that Marshal Marine really gave such an order, and Morgans didn't dare to fight against Marshal Marine with a few heads. On the other side, Ron lay leisurely on the rocking chair. Enjoy the calm before the storm. Ding! Familiar voice. In the chat group, there are only the unstoppable overtime Wang Minggren, the idle bubbling middle school girl Zionio, and the 3 Asuna who are busy preparing for the guild. Basically, if Ron is not there, she will be offline early. Are there any new members? Guess it's a male or a female. Zionio said. Sigh, it doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman to me, a married man, I'll just work overtime honestly. Naruto was lying on the desk, there was no one in the Hokage building, only his office was lit with lights. Asuna has just built the first guild in Sao, and she named it Marine Reserve Group. Asuna was in a good mood after she was busy with everything, I guess it's a beautiful woman. Zionio said aggrievedly, Sister. You are already so beautiful, and another one will not be more beautiful than you. Asuna giggled like a silver bell, there are many people who are more beautiful than me. The female secretary next to the master is very beautiful. Zionio nodded and said, She is not as beautiful as her elder sister, but her figure is better than that of her elder sister. After Zionio finished speaking, he looked down at himself and couldn't help but sighed. It seems that during the day, he needs to ask Ron boss, why their girls in that world are so big, is there any secret to tell him? Naruto suddenly came to the spirit, the boss is the boss, look at what assistant he uses, it seems to have the motivation to work. You're married, and you're still thinking about this. Don't talk, I have to work, and I won't be able to keep up with nutrition. Naruto clutched his waist and said in pain. At this moment, the 6th screen gradually lights up. Chapter 42, My King is Picturesque, you must read this chapter. Under the gazes of the 3, a blonde girl knight suddenly appeared. For a moment, the air in the chat group was still, except for the sound of breathing, it was quiet. What a nice view! Picturesque! Here is it! A soft moan broke the silence. The girl named Artoria looked at the strange screen in confusion. It was something that appeared directly in her mind, and it was still dark in front of her eyes. Am I being summoned? No, I'm still frozen in time. Saber couldn't feel his body, only his consciousness was linked to this strange chat group. This means that his body is still in a state of still time, and only his mind remains active. Hello, newbie, my name is Asuna, I'm a magic swordsman, I guess. Asuna didn't know what was going on, and when she saw Saber, she unconsciously introduced her profession. Hello newcomer, this sister Asuna is also a newcomer, she will come a day earlier than you. My name is Zionio Liuhua, I am a veteran. Zionio is eating. I'm Naruto, just call me the village chief in the future. They all call it that. Why are you not moving? Did I get stuck? Naruto put down the document in his hand and stared at Saber in confusion. My name is Arteria, I'm half a heroic spirit, it's not that I don't want to move, but I'm frozen in time. Saber's voice had the feeling of a British nobleman. No, it seems that you and Asuna are similar, she is trapped somewhere. Naruto stretched his waist and looked at the pitch-dark village of Konoha. He suddenly realized that other people's worlds had nightlife at night, but his own village had no one at night. Not lively. In the past 2 days, he could always see the world Asuna was in. It was brightly lit at night, especially the little bird swims in Liuhua. This guy always ran out at night, where there was a lot of traffic, and the scene of the endless stream of people was deeply attracted after Naruto. He felt the need to make a makeover in Konoha village. I don't know where my body is right now. Like you, it's motionless. I'm just thinking of being trapped in a world called online games. Asuna saw Saber's loneliness, so she comforted. In fact, their current situation is really similar. Saber smiled, it's all right. I'm used to it, didn't know it's been going on for thousands of years. She actually endured thousands of years of loneliness. Asuna couldn't help but admire, what a torment this is for a young girl. If it was her, she would definitely not be able to hold on. You're holding on all night? Asuna's words confused Saber. Oh? What does that mean? There is a very powerful person in our group. I believe he must have a way to save you. Asuna has begun to be blindly confident in Ron. There are other people in this group. Saber said suspiciously. Yes, there are 2 more, but they won't be online until tomorrow. Is he a magician? If the other party is a magician, there might be a way. It shouldn't be a magician, right? Asuna tilted her head and thought for a while, then said. When Saber heard the words, he was lost again. For them, only a magician can do it. No matter how strong this man is, what can he do? However, at least now that she is not alone, she is satisfied. The following content must be read, it is very important. About little bird touring 6 flowers. As for this role, everyone should take more care. I will not describe his middle secondary behavior in the group in the future, and everyone will treat her as an ordinary character. I have read a lot of opinions in the comment area. Thank you very much for your well-founded opinions in the comment area. My readers are far more qualified than readers of other books. Proudface.jpg. It's just that I can't reply to the comments, which is very sad. The system prompts that I am not a VIP can't reply to comments. The following topic. The group is a big family. The existence of Zionio is equivalent to the only ordinary person in a group of monsters, and he is ordinary in all aspects. Probably the equivalent of Usopp of the Straw Hats. In this group, only he has no ability, but he has always fantasized about his ability. At the same time, I am envious of the omnipotence of others in the group. But it's exactly what she said when Ron and Akainu were dueling, don't be afraid, we are a family and we will protect you. Although he was in the 2nd grade, he also subtly allowed Ron to recognize the big family in the group. After all, Ron's kind of character that never does useless work. If it is not like this, it is difficult to help group members. Everyone who comes to the group has their own difficulties and their own dreams. They will accompany each other, redeem each other, and change together. For example, Naruto Thunder Car, Konoha Village Reconstruction, Satsuki's threat, Poor Son, Naruto's kidney deficiency problem, etc. There's Misaka Mikato's sisters who get killed every day, Motoko Na's problem of being trapped in the game, and the growth of Kodari Raka. At the same time, I have also absorbed my opinions and will no longer describe the plot about the second year. This is indeed the author's personal trace. I am a bit of a middle schooler, and writing is easy to fall into self-exaltation. I don't know how many people I can endure the first 40 chapters and see here. Finally, if you want to see which characters join the group chat, you can leave a message and I will make up for it. Each character will not be bluntly inserted, but will intersect with the world of the protagonist. Useless characters who only shout 666 words in the group. The flower evaluation data of this book is not very good, just take it as the bird's pot. Anyway, I will not admit that I am too naive. Stubbornface.avi. Also, it is not allowed to send thank you to the building now. Here, I can only silently thank those readers who rewarded and voted for flowers for their comments. At last. Book Monthly Pass. These three data are actually not important. The reason why all authors are asking is because it is related to the appearance of a book. Haha, the main reason is that the author can show off in the author group, especially on the second day of the book's opening. There are thousands of flowers in one day, which is the most glorious moment since the author wrote the book. Chapter 43, Yamato Who Came to Eat, 3rd. Yamato is a typical road idiot who doesn't know a bit of sailing at all. This time it was all luck. I didn't know how to get out of Wano-kuni. Drifting all the way here. However, this sunny girl doesn't care at all, and it doesn't matter where she goes. They all came here by eating Bawang's meal along the way. After all, she has no concept of money. She has lived in a Nagashima since she was a child. As Kaido's daughter, she naturally does not need money for food. This rebellious girl embarked on the road of pursuing her dream because of a voyage diary written by Kojiki Yushin. However, today she didn't eat the overlord's meal, and she also fought with Whitebeard too. She was already hungry, and finally gave the remaining food to CP9 and others who were performing arts. Then pretended to be unrestrained and left. In the end, I can only starve myself. A dilapidated little raft, drifting with the current at will, a young girl, standing up, with a smile on her face. If not someone who knew his identity, how would he not give such a sunny, charitable and courageous girl and Kaido? Get in touch. Not to mention character, even this appearance is also 108,000 miles away. Smoker warship not far away, soldiers are tinkering with the deck. It was already night, the moon was sparse, the sea breeze was blowing, and Tina gently covered Ron with a blanket. However, two ships on the sea always meet, no matter where they come from and where they go. The warship from Marine arrived on schedule with the raft from Wano-kuni. The most exciting thing is Yamato. She hadn't eaten for a day. She finally saw a boat. If she didn't go up to beg for food, she would starve to death. Smoker, is anyone there calling for help? Tina asked uncertainly. Ah, there is indeed a person sitting on a raft, but be careful. After all, Smoker often gallops on this sea, and he has seen many routines, at least more knowledgeable than Tina. Hey! Wait a minute, you are Marine. Don't go! Yamato shouted while waving the wolf kaiba stick in his hand. This nerve-wracking woman doesn't know how to wave her weapon to say hello, and it's no wonder that the opposite side can stop. Moreover, she seemed to have forgotten that she was also a pirate, and even thought about going to the marine ship for a meal. However, it is very strange that the warship actually stopped. Because of Ron's order, he didn't recognize Yamato, and Ron had never met the other party's breath this night. Ron naturally didn't know who it was, but the other party's voice was so loud that Ron took a nap. That's why I ordered to stop the boat to check it out. Finally stopped, I'm starving to death after chasing. Yamato greeted very politely, and then jumped onto the warship. At this point, she is much stronger than Whitebeard too, and Yamato did not jump from a distance without permission, although this distance is a matter of light leap for him. Who are you? Tina asked cautiously. After all, Yamato, other than the beast pirates, didn't even know her existence. My name is Yamato, I'm a traveler, you are marine, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry. Yamato smiled, making it hard to refuse. And he doesn't look like a bad guy. I'm sorry, I can't make a decision, but I'm asking you to come down. Smoker refused. This person looked weird. And his intuition told him that this girl must have an extraordinary origin. The most taboo thing in the sea is to be nosy. Ah, you're the boss of this ship, right? Yamato ignored Smoker, instead looking directly at Tina and Smoker, looking directly at the boy lying there with the blindfold and eyes closed. Intuition tells her that this man is the strongest on the ship. Tina, go get her something to eat. Ron said without looking up. When he heard the other party calling Yamato, he even had a plan to deal with Kaido finished. It's just that Ron obviously won't use that trick. According to the memory of Ron's previous life, this person is not a pirate who does evil, and is not within the scope of Ron's use. Ha! Yamato looked back at Smoker with a hearty smile. Now that the marshal had spoken, everyone naturally did not dare to neglect, and good wine and food were served immediately. What? He's Marshal Marine. Yamato was feasting when he suddenly heard Tina say this while chatting, and a chunk of bone got stuck in his throat. Bang bang bang. Yamato patted his chest hard, and then swallowed. Marine on the boat dumbfounded. If it was shot on himself and others, I'm afraid it would have been flattened long ago. How strong is this guy, and how powerful is this beautiful body? Chapter 43, Let's Go to Sea with Me, 4th More. Marshal Marine. Although Yamato was careless, he was still surprised, and even ran to the marshal's boat to eat. This is a character that can only be approached at the level of a father. Are you really Marshal Marine? Yamato gulps the meat, completely in the image of a female man, but if it happens to Yamato, it's so special. Cute. It's weird that a girl taller than Ron actually used the word cute. Why, didn't your dad tell you about me? Ron took the tomato juice Tina handed over, Vivisho said. Yamato's movements froze, and after a short pause, he said, That's not true. I haven't seen him for half a year. The marshal half a year ago was still an old man. Ron shook his head. Yamato's attitude towards Kaido, he already knew. Kaido gave birth to this daughter, which is probably enough for him to have a headache. Tenten not want to inherit the family business, but he was always against his father. He wanted to follow in Odin's footsteps, walk out of Wano Kuni, and go to Raftel. So Ron had such a daughter, and he beat her 8 times a day. All the Marines heard the clouds and mountains surrounded by fog. Tina couldn't help being curious and asked in a low voice, Marshal, do you know her? Everyone looked at Ron, all looking forward to Ron's announcement. Naturally, Ron didn't need to be rude, he always liked to be straight. She is Kaido's daughter. Boom. One stone creates 1,000 waves. Everyone's jaw dropped in shock. Hey! Daughter of the 4 emperors Kaido. Marine soldiers who were surrounded by them just now retreated, and if there were no railings, they would have fallen into the water. Well, I forgot to introduce, my dad is Kaido. Yamato said casually, not taking this seriously at all. It is estimated that this is the most pretentious word in this sea. My father is Kaido. Actually admit it. The sailors exclaimed in unison. Hearing the words, Tina immediately made preparations to fight, and surrounded Yamato with his smoker. 4th Emperor Kaido, Heiya boarded the warship where the marshal was, and felt suspicious no matter what she thought. What's your purpose? Tina asked in a deep voice, her tone full of alertness and a very serious look. After the incident of Shishibukai Whitebeard 2 just now, Tina no longer believes in pirates. Shishibukai is still like this, so the 4 emperors can't believe it anymore. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon Feilu's novel Internal Group 537819336. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Don't get excited, I'm just here to eat. I'm so hungry, I promise to leave after I finish eating. Yamato was the opposite of her unreasonable father. On the contrary, he is an outlier who is chivalrous and loyal. If this were someone else, with such a strong strength, they would have attacked Tina long ago. Ron waved his hand and motioned Tina to step back. You can't beat her. The Whitebeard too inside is not her opponent. Let her eat slowly. It was Ron's truth. At his level, you can directly sense who is stronger or weaker. Thank you. Yamato raised his head and smiled at Ron, then began to gobble again. This guy has a really big appetite. I can eat Ron for 3 days at a time. Now. With a flash of light, Ron felt that his plans for tomorrow had changed. You want to go to Lovedal? How do you know? Yamato asked curiously, not even caring about eating meat. Ron knew his identity, which was not surprising. After all, he was the head of Marine, and he couldn't justify it without any strength. However, I have never told anyone this idea of my own. Because Koji Kyoden's sailing notes are his own secret, he has never told others, because once his father Kaido finds out, it will be miserable. How do I know it's not important? The important thing is, how are you going to get there? Ron tapped on the table habitually. Whenever he has this action, he is generally fooling people. Of course it's with the sailing notes. Is there the exact location of Raftel on that? Yamato thought about it seriously, and said cheerfully, no. Then do you know sailing? Yamato recalled his aimless drifting for the past half-month, and said indifferently, I don't understand. Fuck you, then. Ron gave her no face at all. The sea soldiers exclaimed again, what kind of fairy dialogue is this? In your case, unless the current is just rushing you to the final island, there is 0 chance of you making it to Raftel. Ron's fingers were still tapping the plank regularly. It makes sense, then you go with me. Puff. Are you crazy? Come up and let Marshal Marine go with you as a pirate. Marines are too lazy to complain, this guy is a weirdo with a good skin. Chapter 44, Be a Marine with me, the 5th. Do you go out to sea with you? Ron smiled and motioned Tina to prepare food for Yamato again. The other party had already cleared the stage after this cup of tea. This is so delicious. At this moment, Ron is thinking about whether to trick her into being a Marine. It's not that Kaido can't support her, so he should kick her out. Of course, go to sea with me, I'll take you to Lovedal. Do NTU Marines want to find One Piece? Yamato drank a large bowl of wine and said freely. Ron didn't expect this, she didn't care about One Piece. It seems that this guy really just wants to follow Koji Kyoden's sailing route. As for what she would get, she didn't care at all. Ron likes this kind of sloppy character. I'm not interested in One Piece either. I'm not interested in finding Lovedal in person. Why? Isn't this important to Marine? Then why are you trying so hard to stop the pirates from finding it? Yamato said suspiciously, although he was imprisoned in Wano Kuni since he was a child, he has been living in a time of isolation and isolation. However, that was only blocking information from ordinary people, and Orakai and the others at the top were not blocked at all. Even they know more than the people out there. Every year, CP0 visits Wano Kuni to purchase weapons several times. Arms dealers can still be blocked from news, who can believe it? Therefore, since she was a child, she has received a lot of outside information, and even he knows about some transactions of the world government. But these are all on paper. When she really stepped out of Wano Kuni, she realized that the outside world is so vast, there are so many strong people here, and everything is full of unknowns. It's not that it's not important to Marine, it's just that it's not important to me. No matter what the truth is, it can't change the path I'm going to take. Ron handed a glass of tomato juice and continued, I never gave an order to stop the pirates from looking for the One Piece. If you are Martial Marine like this, no one will question you. Yamato took the tomato juice and took a sip. Cough cough. It's sour. How did you drink it? Yamato hurriedly put down the tomato juice, raised a jug of wine, and drank it. After taking a few sips, the taste of the tomato juice was suppressed. I don't know if anyone has questioned me, but no one dares to object. Why not object? Don't you have a commander? It's easy because they can't beat me. Yamato nodded solemnly, expressing understanding, because there were many people who opposed his father Kaido, but no one could beat him. No strength, against a hammer. Then what if this big secret treasure is obtained by other pirates? Yamato actually vaguely guessed what the One Piece was. After all, she had Kojiki Oden's voyage diary. Oden had been to Lovedal. That's why Yamato asked, because she speculated that the secret was related to the rule of the world government. It doesn't matter who gets this, it will reach me in the end. If I don't get it, it doesn't mean I won't grab it. Ron said the most rascal words confidently. You really don't look like a Marine. Yamato was hearty Isho, gulping down the wine in the gourd. Thank you for your hospitality, I'm about to leave. If I find the big secret treasure first, I will give it to you. And I will repay you for this delicious meal. Yamato picked up the wolf kaiba stick, stood up and said. Wait a minute. Ron said slowly. Why do you look at the world from Kojiki Oden's perspective? If you walk this road again, you won't get Kojiki Oden's feelings. Yamato shook his head and said, I just don't know how to get to know the world. I was locked up on an island since I was a child, and everything outside is very unfamiliar to me. This book is my only guide, no matter what. Whether I can get that answer or not, I want to try it. I want to know what kind of person I will become when I go down this road, whether I will follow the same path as my father, or a different path. Anyway, I have already memorized this book. I'll give it to you. Maybe you can learn more about the truth through him. Maybe you can find One Piece before me. Yamato casually threw the sailing diary she had always regarded as a treasure at Ron. Ron didn't take the note, but let it hover in front of him, and said to Yamato, try to understand the world in your own way, don't follow other people's paths, don't set your own life. Set the route. After Ron finished speaking, a ray of black flame ignited out of thin air, and Kojiki Oden's sailing notes instantly burned to ashes. It's the same as traveling, following the guide, what you see are the scenery that others have seen, the same. You can only see what others can't see. You only have one life, why should you follow others? Haha, our own way? Sounds good too, but how do I do it? Yamato laughed. Join the Marine. Ron tapped his fingers on the table and said word by word. Hey! All the sailors almost burst when they heard this sentence. It turned around. Tickets. Chapter 46, Mysterious Fleet, First. Haha, when Marine. I never thought of that. Yamato put down the wolf kaiba stick and directly pierced the newly repaired deck, showing how heavy the weapon was, which made the soldiers who worked hard to repair the deck dare not speak out. Yamato smiled apologetically and raised the wolf kaiba stick again. You can think about it now, don't you want to put on the cloak of justice and roam on the sea, hoeing the strong and helping the weak? Ron knew Yamato's nature, and this kind of chivalrous life has always been what she yearned for. Yamato thought about it seriously. He did encounter a lot of injustice along the way, and pirates were rampant, and many people were in the midst of war all the year round. She helped one, but not all. A person's power is limited after all, why not join us and reshape the world together? A typical boss draws a pie. Ron knew where Yamato's G-spot was, so he prescribed the right medicine. Sure enough, as soon as Yamato heard that Xingxia fought for justice, he came to the nature. Thinking about it carefully, sometimes everything he encountered on the road could not be solved by him alone. If there was an army. Okay, then I'll join Marine, but I want such a fleet. In terms of candidates, I have to decide for myself. How about it? Yamato naturally doesn't want to start as a soldier. What is the difference between that and when he is wandering alone? Only by being the captain of a ship and commanding elite soldiers can you do more things. Well, yes, the entire army below Rear Admiral, you can choose, and give you 3 days. Ron responded directly without much thought. This personnel transfer is not enough to make Ron embarrassed. Okay. From today onwards, I will be a Marine. Get me a cape first, I want one with justice behind my back. Yamato said cheerfully. This is not a casual decision. Since you have become a Marine, if there is any betrayal, then... Don't worry, Marshal Ron, since becoming Marine, as long as Marine is just, I will never betray. Yamato said directly without waiting for Ron to finish speaking. Very good, Tina, come here Smoker, this will be your colleague from now on. Hey! Marines on board showed this incredible expression. This is too awkward. What a plot discovery. Out to turn Kaido's daughter back? If Kaido knows this, he must not climb up the Ui soil continent to find you desperately. This made him put the old face of the 4 emperors. Yamato, start with Rear Admiral. Ron directly sealed a Rear Admiral rank while talking and laughing. This is faster than riding a rocket. Helicopter Rear Admiral and become the top Marine. This. Marshal Ron, general level officers need a vote from the top Marines. Tina reminded in a timely manner, she was not jealous of Yamato's improvement speed, she could be on an equal footing with herself overnight, after all, Yamato's the strength is worthy of this rank. Who's for and who's against the decisions I make? Ron said, getting up. No one objected to the Marshal's decision, Tina said from the bottom of her heart. For her, supporting Ron no matter what. It has nothing to do with the love of children, just by the grace of knowing and meeting, by the new Marshal's behavior and charisma. From Tina's point of view, every time Ron speaks, he shines. Tina believes that under his leadership, Marine will be able to rule the sea again. These G5 Marines really recognized the daring of this Marshal today, and they immediately sealed a Rear Admiral within 10 minutes of meeting. And also Kaido's daughter. Oh my god! If Kaido and Yamato meet on the sea in the future, you can imagine Kaido's expression. At this moment, these Marines can't wait to return to the headquarters, they want to tell the legendary story of today to their friends immediately. Report. At this moment, a lookout shouted down from the mast, there is an unknown fleet ahead. Send a signal and ask which unit it is. Smoker shouted. This sea area has always been his patrol area. If any warships pass by, they must report. On this night, an unreported fleet passed by, so we had to be vigilant. And Marshal Ron was still on board, so he had to be cautious. After the lookout received the order, he skillfully held the long-distance headlight and waved it regularly in the dark night. This is a special semaphore inside the Marine, which is used to confirm identities with each other at night. Because the distance at sea often looks very close, but it is far apart, which has exceeded the scope of the observation haki of the General Vice Admiral, and only the light can transmit the information. This is a code word that belongs to Marine's top secret. After a while, there were also regular lights on the opposite side. Your words on both sides, and I matched the code word by word. Chapter 47, 30,000 Marine, 2nd. Smoker, the other side says they don't belong to any unit. Let them stop and undergo a temporary inspection. Smoker said with a dignified expression, frowning slightly. This kind of unreported dispatch of so many warships in the middle of the night is really suspicious. After the soldier got the order, he waved the flag again. After a long time, the other party responded. What did they say? Tina asked beyond her authority. After all, there is only one warship on my side, with a load of 500 people, and the other side has a full 60 ships. According to the number of people carried by the warship, the opponent has at least 30,000 people, which is equivalent to the total strength of the entire G5. G1, which is directly under the command of the Marshal, has 100,000 Marines. The G5 branch can be said to be the Marine branch with the largest number of people. This is also due to the fact that the G5 branch is responsible for cruising the New World waters, so it has such a luxurious configuration of troops. Even the G3 branch, whose strength is above G5, does not have so many people. After all, the role of G3 is to guard the strongest sea area, West Blue. So, the question arises, where did such a fleet of 30,000 people come from? Without the Marshal's troop transfer order, it is impossible for any branch to dispatch so many warships for a large-scale movement. Not even Kong. Marine's military power is all here with Marshal Ron. Chief Tina, the other party, said that he is his own and can be inspected. G5, Tina is generally called the commander-in-chief by the soldiers in the base. My own? Smoker, have you heard of such an army? Tina asked uncertainly. After all, she had just been transferred to G5, leading troops for the first time. There is no such army at all, Smoker said with absolute certainty. He is a know-it-all in this sea. He has been out performing tasks all year round, and naturally he has more knowledge than Tina. If a marine of this scale is not ordered by the Marshal, then it is a rebellion. No base commander would dare to do this. Isn't this courting death? If it is a big pirate, it is understandable, but the scale of the other party's establishment, as well as the style of warships, the ranks of the army, and even Marine's unique top-secret lamp language, all show that the other party is indeed Marine. Order all nearby G5 patrols to come quickly and request support from the G7 branch stationed at the entrance to the New World. Tina ordered in an orderly manner. The G7 branch is a unit located at the entrance to the first and second half of the Great Route. Base is located on a top-secret island near the Sabayati archipelago. This unit also has a top-secret mission to protect Vegapunk. This is also the troop with the highest level of weapons and technology in the Marine Division. There is a scientific unit under the G7 Division, all of which are composed of the PX series of war machines. The captain is Gendarmerie. In general, this is the Marine Division with the smallest number of people, but its combat capability is indeed extremely high. The G7 base is the closest to here, which is why Tina asked G7 for support. Yes. The messenger took the order and immediately took action. There are telephone bugs in each branch dedicated to emergency contact with each other. Everyone is ready for battle. Tina shouted loudly. Close to the past. With an order, the huge warship made a 90-degree turn and drove towards the fleet of 60 war-level ships. Yamato sat on the deck, smelled the roasted meat in his hand, and said, "Don't you need me to help, but I sensed two extremely powerful auras over there, one of which I'm afraid I'm not an opponent." Ron smiled and waved his hand. "Don't always interfere with the growth of the younger generation, this is also an opportunity for them to exercise." "Haha, Junior, you are not as old as I am." Yamato smiled heartily. This guy named Ron always gave people an excessively mature and stable. Obviously only in his 20s. "But I think this woman named Tina is not bad, at least calm." Yamato commented without shyness. "The person I chose, I can't go wrong," Ron said with a nod. "Now that they have chosen, they should let them go and do it. I don't like leaders pointing fingers behind their backs." After a while, Yamato smiled and said, "You're really fit to be a leader. Kaido and Orakai since she was a child, and she also has a certain understanding of the leader, whether it is a tough guy like her father Kaido or a devious sect like Orakai, she has seen it all. It's just that Yamato doesn't agree, but Ron makes her feel worth following. Chapter 48, Marine's Transformation, 3rd. When Smoker's white smoke is within 100 meters of the opposing fleet. Suddenly, dozens of searchlights shone in unison. Instant, Smoker's ship was illuminated brightly. Tina frowned slightly, standing on the deck. The sea style at night was violent. Tina's cloak fluttered in the wind, and under the spotlight, she faced the opponent without retreating at all. At the same time, a siren suddenly sounded nearby. G5 branch fleet that came to escort surrounded 60 other warships. Although this is only 20 warships patrolling nearby by G5, there are also a full 10,000 people. The 3rd Division of Marine's strength, how could it be a false name? Since receiving Tina's transfer order, it has only taken dozens of minutes, and it has been assembled and entered into a state of battle. G5 Marine is very powerful, and hundreds of artillery pieces are already facing the target in a blink of an eye. As long as the commander gives an order, they will definitely attack with all their might, no matter who is on the other side. Listen to the person on the opposite side, report the name of your squad, and tell me who your commander is. At Tina's behest, Smoker shouted. This distance is just right for the sound to pass through. It's just chatting in the dark night, and I can't see each other clearly. Who gave you the order? After the G5 inspection site, why didn't you report it? Smoker asked again. However, on the other side of the ship, Sengoku stroked his beard and said proudly, how about Zephyr? Marine is not what it was when you left. Haha, I do have one hand. The speed of dispatching troops is not bad. These are all reformed by the new marshal? Zephyr did not expect that the opponent could achieve a siege of this scale in such a short period of time. After all, he was just driving to the new marine headquarters with Sengoku. On the road, the two old men were still betting on whether they would be discovered when they passed through the G5's cruising waters. Zephyr swore at the time that with the Marines, I walked back and forth 2 times in a row and they wouldn't find out. Sengoku smirked, I bet you'll not only be found, but probably surrounded. Zephyr naturally didn't believe it. Marine was so efficient and lazy, it would be hell if he had this kind of alertness and mobility. So Zephyr ordered the entire fleet to turn off the lights and go fully into late-night stealth mode. Unexpectedly, it was found. I didn't expect that the new marshal had a set of reforms. Sengoku, you are not as good as others. Zephyr sarcastically said. Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp are all Marines from the same period, so they speak without any scruples. There are not many of their group of Marines now. If you had said that 3 days ago, I would have to turn against you, but now, I have to admit, this guy is indeed better than me. Sengoku didn't feel embarrassed at all. A strong man like them wouldn't deny it just because the other party was stronger than him. He really admired Ron. In just a few days, Marine had undergone earth-shaking changes. That woman is not bad, she's very courageous. She should be the top officer here. Zephyr looked under the searchlight, and resolutely stood at the bow to get the shadow. Yes, she is the new base director of the G5 base promoted by the new marshal, Tina Rear Admiral. Oh? It's her. If you don't say her name, I forgot about her. Rear Admiral, she was directly promoted to the G5 base commander. This new marshal is really bold. Zephyr's apprentices are all over the marine, and not every one of them he remembers. Strictly speaking, Tina was not brought out by Zephyr, but there was a short-term mentoring relationship. He does things according to the rules. This is the first female base manager in marine history. This girl also applied to me before to be transferred from the back office, but I didn't agree. It's almost a waste to think about it now. A talent. Sengoku said without concealment. Old stubborn. I just couldn't get used to your rigid appearance before. Zephyr made a merciless shot. Haha, let's go old man, if you don't show up again, I'm afraid they really dare to open fire, then it will be a joke," Sengoku said. "And there seems to be a particularly strong aura on the boat, I don't know whose it is." Ron's breath was something they couldn't feel, but Yamato's breath was obviously different. Just that Sengoku and the others didn't sense that the owner of this breath had any murderous aura, so they didn't take it to heart. "Turn on all the lights on the ship, so that they can see us clearly." Zephyr also thought it was reasonable, and ordered directly. An instant, 60 warships were brightly lit. "Light up the sea." The crew on the ship gradually revealed themselves. "It's Mr. Sengoku." The lookout was the first to spot the target and shouted down. At this time, Tina also saw the other party, and she couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. Then she remembered that Mr. Sengoku was responsible for recalling the former Admiral Zephyr. After looking carefully, there was indeed Mr. Zephyr standing beside him. Immediately understood what was going on, and said to all the fleets through the phone bug, "Remove the combat state, the entire fleet listens to orders, changes to the escort state, and escorts Naomarine forward." An order, the G5 immediately changed its alignment, divided it into two sides, and released the artillery aiming at the same time. Almost simultaneously, lookouts from Zephyr's fleet also spotted Ron from Smoker's fleet, who was chatting with Yamato on the inside of the deck. Because of the perspective, Naomarine has not noticed it before. "Boss Zephyr, the current Martial Marine seems to be on the opposite ship." "Oh? Really?" "Yes, those eyes are exactly as described by Mr. Sengoku," said the sailor excitedly. "Ron's two different eyes have become a sign that people recognize him. Turn off the searchlights soon," Sengoku yelled. "What is this like? If the other party is just Tina and others, Neo can still say such rude behavior in the past. After all, it is an equal relationship. But since the current marshal is there, it would be rude to do so. This is all said that the chest is small, then it is definitely not Hinata, but it is only through the mouth of the bird that Naruto's wife is revealed to be someone else. As for who, you should have the answer in your heart. Gecko in everyone's heart. So I won't waste too much on the family relationship of Naruto in the plot, just click on it so far. My comment area is about to be taken over by Zionaiaolaiahua, which makes people who just read this book dare not click in, poor.jpg. Chapter 49, The Most Terrifying Force in This Sea, Fourth More. "Oh? Are they yours too?" Yamato looked at Ron with interest. He didn't expect Marine's power to be so powerful, at least this unit's combat effectiveness is not weak. It wasn't before, but it is now. Ron said with a smile that everything was under his control, and it seemed that Sengoku was doing a good job. Not only did Zephyr come by himself, but he also brought his 30,000 new Marines with him. It seems that this Zephyr is also very good at doing things. He also came here to return the gift, as a way of thanking Ron for giving him the opportunity to take revenge. The second is to leave a way out for his subordinates. After all, they had a lot of conflicts with Marine before. Who knows if this new marshal will hold grudges? But as long as these 30,000 people are also added to the regular Marine led by Ron, then they will definitely not trouble them first. After all, Zephyr was the one who let Admiral go, and he naturally thought long-term. Besides, he still can't figure out the way of doing things of this new marshal. "Tina, get the boat over there," Ron said calmly. "Yes." At this moment, Tina was so impressed with Ron that she could make Zephyr, who had a headache in Marine, come back. And Ron didn't use all the means, at least one Whitebeard 2 card, Ron hasn't played yet. Alone would allow Zephyr to lead the entire army to surrender. This man deserves the position of marshal. Tina thought so. The two main ships were clinging to each other. Ron got up slowly, and Tina took the initiative to put her coat on Ron. "Mr. Sengoku, you didn't disappoint me. Little friend Ron has won the prize. It's the old man's job." Sengoku stepped onto Smoker's battleship and laughed loudly. Let the old man introduce it formally. This is Ron, the current Marshal of Marine. This is the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Marshal Ron, this old man has heard Sengoku compliment you all the way, and it hurts my ears. Zephyr looked Ron up and down. The old man in the middle of the night was still wearing sunglasses, and he didn't know what to think. Clear Ron's. But in his decades of teaching career, Zephyr has really read countless people, not only taught 3 admirals, but also trained a large number of middle and high-level backbones for Marine. I don't dare to say anything else, but looking at people's skills, Zephyr is definitely the leader in the whole pirate world. However, even so, he couldn't see through the man in front of him. Don't reveal a hint of edge, the road is simple, return to the original. No matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary person, but a fool would think that he is really an ordinary person. Can't even feel the breath. Mr. Zephyr, have you read it? What insights do you have? Ron took a sip of tomato juice and said without a trace. Ah, ha ha ha, disrespectful, instructor occupational disease, old problem. Zephyr came back to his senses and said embarrassedly. It's okay, Mr. Zephyr will have a chance to learn about it in the future. Ron naturally wouldn't care about this. He turned to Tina and said, prepare some food and drink for the 2 old gentlemen, we have something to talk about tonight. Good plan. Marshal Ron will definitely ruin Shishibuki's reputation like this. He really is a hero. Zephyr hadn't been as happy as today for a long time, drinking heavily, chatting about the hot topic of killing pirates and establishing justice. This old bone, which is nearly 70 years old, has also regained the feeling of being a Marine at the beginning. The old man wants to officially join Marine and follow little friend Ron, I don't know. Zephyr said seriously, if there was still a trace of doubt and temptation before, then now, Zephyr really wants to return to Marine, and let this old bone be buried on the battlefield. It is better than quiet decay. Although this marshal is young, he is really admirable and makes people want to follow him. He possesses the most terrifying power in this sea, which is charm. Haha, of course, you are welcome. From now on, Mr. Zephyr's Marine status will be restored. These Neo Marines are still under your command, with the organizational designation Z9. After the branch G8, they guard the new army base in Upside Down Mountain. Do you have any comments? Ron had already arranged a place for this group of people, which was on the UI soil continent at the entrance of Upside Down Mountain. This was the place Kizaru would most like to go, but at that time Ron couldn't vacate his troops to guard it. It was the first entrance to the Great Route, where the 4 seas converged. If it is well guarded, it can greatly reduce the number of pirates on the Great Route. Zephyr was speechless for a moment. He was moved by this officer who was nearly 50 years younger than him. Designation is Z9. This is a system that Marine has never had. All branches are arranged from G1 to G8. Normally, the next one should be G9. However, Ron deliberately named himself Z9. The meaning of this Z carries too much. Really? Zephyr's voice was hoarse. One day when little friend Ron is in power, I, Zephyr, will be under orders for one day. This naked filial loyalty to Ron alone, rather than surrendering to Marine, is fully revealed. As long as Ron is still the Marshal, then he will not betray. If Ron is no longer the Marshal, then he will not continue to stay here in Marine. Everyone present heard this and broke out in cold sweat. This Zephyr has no intention of hiding his true thoughts at all. Such outrageous words, but frankly. There is always a big guy who feeds a flower and a flower, sweat.jpg. Just let me scrape together 20,000. Chapter 50, A Big Gift, 5th. Sengoku was at a loss for words. This old guy still doesn't believe in the world government as always. It is his style to surrender to Ron so clearly. Tina, press Edward Wilbur up. Ron said, the reason why he didn't escort Zephyr's enemy up at the beginning was because he didn't want Zephyr to feel that this was a deal. If he told him that I had your enemy before Zephyr surrendered, and handed it over to you now, it would give Zephyr a feeling that I would trade Wilbur for your loyalty. And now that Zephyr has surrendered, it is time to hand over Wilbur so that Zephyr will not feel forced to trade. Rather, it was a great gift. Seemingly insignificant details can have two very different effects. What did you say? Zephyr's face changed suddenly, shocked. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Mr. Zephyr, stay calm. Ron didn't repeat it, because he knew that Zephyr didn't really fail to hear clearly, he just subconsciously didn't believe it. At this time, it is enough to throw Wilbur directly in front of him, which is worth 1,000 words. After a while, Tina came to the deck with a strong man burning with black flames. Really Whitebeard too. Zephyr was shocked and his arm was still aching. This culprit that led him to defect to Marine was also an opportunity to make himself realize that the world government was only mercenary. Now, he was struggling in front of himself with a face of pain. At this moment, the dead companion, the slaughtered apprentice, and his right arm. All kinds of grief hit Zephyr's heart, everything was irreversible, and the enemy was in front of him. Ron waved lightly with one hand, and the black flame disappeared automatically, and then told Tina to throw it on the ground. Mr. Zephyr, what you do with it is up to you. Ron will always call these old Marines, such as Sengoku, such as Zephyr. This may be a custom he brought from his hometown. There has always been a habit of respecting the elderly, but Ron does not love young people, 10 years old. The following children are the most annoying, such as Momonosuke. At this moment, Edward Wilbur has been tortured by Amaterasu for half the night. The long-term haki resistance has already exhausted his physical strength, and the high temperature of the isolation has already paralyzed half of his body. Sengoku also looked incredulous. Zephyr didn't notice the black flame just now because his eyes were full of enemies, but Sengoku could see it clearly. This black flame continued to burn Wilbur, and this temperature was even unable to be isolated by Wilbur's armament haki. This means that this black flame is at least hotter than the lava of that kid Akainu. Sengoku has guessed more than once, what kind of fruit ability this Ron is. No entity like Logia, but has some strong and strange attack methods like Paramecia. Martial Ron, this gift is really too heavy, the old man doesn't know what to do with it. If it was put in the past, the old man might kill him directly. But now, as a Marine, he still has to focus on the overall situation. He is still Shishibukai after all. Anyway, the Shishibukai abolition plan will be completed soon, and this old man can wait until then. Although Zephyr was angry, he was still afraid of delaying Ron's plan. Now in his heart, revenge and anything could be put aside for Ron's sake. He didn't want Ron to disrupt the rhythm of dealing with Shishibukai for himself. The sea breeze was blowing violently at night, and the sound of huge waves crashing on the warship continued. Ron laughed and said, "The big picture? What is the big picture? For me, it is the big picture that my subordinates can get something for their hard work and get their revenge. In my case, there is no precedent for sacrificing the small self to achieve the big self. 10 in the mouth is called Shen to maintain the justice of the world. If you can't even maintain the justice of your own subordinates, what does the world have to do with me?" What Ron said was righteous words, and one of the things he was most disgusted with was, "For everyone's sake, please feel wronged." People are always good at classifying themselves as the majority and then squeezing the few remaining. Ron's words made all the Marines on the boat burst into tears and their blood boiled. Today, their understanding and admiration for the new Marshal of Marine has risen to a new level, and they all said in their hearts that they must have a good talk with those bumpkins who have not seen the Marshal up close. Zephyr is also very moving. This kind of Marshal is unpopular. What kind of Marshal can win? Mr. Zephyr, I know that when you met this person for the first time, you didn't kill him, but chose to let him live, which led to the final evil. Zephyr nodded remorsefully, and Ron was telling the truth. I did defeat Wilbur more than 10 years ago. At that time, I let him die because I saw him begging for mercy. I didn't expect this Byakugan wolf to increase in strength a few years later, and then kill his entire ship. What I want to say is, don't give your enemy any chance to come back, every move must be a lure. The old man understands. Zephyr showed murderous intent, and at this moment the name of Black Arm is back. Go to hell, go down and kowtow and confess to my subordinates. Boom. Several iron fists continued to attack, until Wilbur's chest collapsed with a hole, and people stopped breathing. The stone that Zephyr had been holding back in his heart for years was finally put down. Seeing that Zephyr was about to touch Wilbur's body into the sea to feed the fish, Ron stopped him aloud, keep his body, I'm still useful. Rate tickets, and get them to the 2 mark. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.